Chapter 36 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Other Sonata Movements. The piano sonata and the orchestral forms that are built on the same lines consist usually of 3 or 4 movements, the latter being the more common number in a large work. The first movement is generally in sonata allegro form and somewhat intellectual in character. The second movement is often a slow, expressive affair, lyrical and emotional in character. The third movement is often light and playful, or at least animated in style, a minuet in the Haydn Mozart works, or a scherzo in more recent compositions. The fourth movement, or finale, is usually brilliant. All these movements, except the first, may be in any one of several different forms. Sometimes it is rather a puzzle to find for the finale material that will make it a worthy conclusion to a work without causing any repetition of form or style. The first movement itself may be free in style. This is unusual, but examples are readily found, as is shown by Beethoven's so-called Moonlight Sonata. This work, entitled Sonata quasi una fantasia, has a free, fantasia-like movement at the beginning. Its bright allegretto and rushing finale suggest that the opening fantasia corresponds to the slow movement, and that the sonata is really written without any first movement. The second and third movements may sometimes change places. In a 3-movement work, the scherzo movement is suppressed, the slow movement thus coming between 2 quick ones. The slow movement of a sonata, symphony, etc. may be in one of many forms. It may use one of the song forms with or without trio. It may be a first or second rondo. It may be a theme, perhaps andante, with variations. It may be a sonato allegro form again, or it may be a sonata rondo, or sonatina rondo. Of these different shapes, the song forms, rondos, and sonata form have been described already. A song form is found in the slow movement of Mendelssohn's Violin Concerto. The slow movements of Beethoven and a Mozart sonata have been cited previously as first rondos. The slow movement of Beethoven's Sonata Pathétique has been mentioned as a second rondo. The 5/4 movement of Tchaikovsky's Symphonie Pathétique is an example of a large song form with trio, and minuets are regularly in this form. The slow movement of Beethoven's First Symphony is an illustration of the use of sonato allegro. The so-called sonata rondo varies the sonata allegro form by the principle of the rondo, i.e., the frequent appearance of the chief theme. There is usually no repeat in a sonata rondo. The theme appears twice more than in sonata form, once at the end of the exposition and once at the end of the recapitulation. The divisions of the sonata rondo are therefore chief theme, second theme, closing theme, chief theme, development, chief theme, second theme, closing theme, and chief theme. An example of the sonata rondo may be found in the finale of Beethoven's Sonata Pathétique. The sonatina form is a short, primitive sonata allegro. It begins with 2 themes, a chief theme and a side theme, contrasted and joined like those of the sonato allegro, but rather lighter in style. Usually there is no development. The recapitulation consists of the 2 themes, this time both in the tonic key. The sonatina may have 2 or 3 movements. Clementi wrote a number of works in this form, which the student may inspect for purposes of analysis. The sonatina form may be used for a sonata movement. The sonatina rondo consists of theme, second theme in the proper related key, theme, second theme in the tonic, and theme again. This form also may be used in a sonata movement. Variations of a theme have been a favorite form with the great composers. Beethoven, Brahms, Elgar, Rieger, Tchaikovsky, and others have made a separate work of this form, the Brahms variations on a Haydn theme being especially beautiful. Beethoven used variations in the finale of his Eroica Symphony, in the slow movement of his Piano Sonata, Opus 14, No. 2, and in the slow movement of his Kreutzer Sonata for violin and piano. Variations enable a composer to show his mastery of different styles of writing. There is always danger of their growing into a mere technical display, and the composer must guard against this fault. The minuet movement of the old symphonies was regularly in the shape of song form with trio. The minuet in Beethoven's First Symphony is a case in point. Beethoven substituted the scherzo for the minuet, and in his later symphonies made it very brusque and strong. In the scherzo, the dance-like character of the themes is absent, the treatment is fairly free, and the development is permissible. But many scherzo movements keep to the song form and trio structure. Schumann has been quoted as using the song form with two trios in the scherzo of his First Symphony. The scherzo is now treated as an independent piano piece, and works in this form by Kullak and Chopin may be investigated by the student. Brahms replaced the scherzo by the intermezzo. This is still much like a song form with trio. The first part generally consists of two themes, as in the song form. A trio follows in contrasted style. The earlier themes do not return as a whole, but are replaced by a coda containing reminiscences of them. The minuet is properly in 3/4 rhythm, but the scherzo and the intermezzo may be in any suitable rhythm, although most scherzos are in 3/4 rhythm. The finale is usually a brilliant movement, yet every rule has exceptions, and we find Tchaikovsky ending his Symphonie Pathétique with a very mournful, slow movement. But this is only one of the cases that prove the rule. In the time of Haydn and Mozart, the finale was often a light, jovial movement in rondo form. Even Beethoven followed the earlier custom in the finale of his First Symphony. This style of ending was evidently taken from the old suite, which closed with a rollicking gick or jig. In Beethoven's Second Symphony, he ended the work with more power, while in his third he used variations that were built up into a grand climax. The Fifth Symphony finale is another tremendously powerful movement, before which the rondos of Haydn and Mozart may hide their diminished heads. The finale of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony is a riot of speed and liveliness. The eighth closes more conventionally, but the ninth again ends powerfully, having variations that bring in the choral work described in a previous chapter. Besides variations, the sonata form is sometimes used in the finale, or even the sonata rondo, as already illustrated. The finale of Beethoven's Sonata Opus 7 is a sonata rondo. The finales of Opus 2, No. 1, and of the Fifth Symphony are in sonata form. The sonatas Opus 109 and Opus 111 end with variations. The sonata Opus 106, known as the Grand Sonata, closes with a fugue. The fugue was sometimes used as a finale by Haydn and Mozart, while Lachner employed it in his suite Opus 113. The full possibilities of the sonata form should now be apparent to the reader. The complete sonata consists of 4 movements which show the utmost variety of style and allow the composer to make the most artistic contrasts. In the first movement, the themes themselves are of varying character, allowing the composer to balance them in excellent fashion. The exposition is then put in contrast with the development, in which the thematic material may be woven and interwoven to form an exquisite design or worked up to a grand climax. Against this movement, usually somewhat intellectual in character, is placed the lyrical and expressive emotion of the slow movement. Here feeling is paramount, and simplicity is often the keynote. Following this comes the scherzo, or its equivalent, again a complete change in style. Now everything is playful and light, or else bizarre or brusque in effect. The finale brings still another change. In some degree, it is a reversion to the style of the first movement, but as a general rule, the finale is made dashing and brilliant, while the first movement was more earnest and serious. In all the later movements, the composer has such choice of form that he should be able to give the fullest expression to his musical ideas. Even in the first movement, there is sufficient freedom within the form for him to develop his thoughts unhampered. The variety and artistic possibilities of the sonata and symphony have resulted in music of the utmost value, music that comes as a revelation to the cultivated hearer and appeals to his highest emotions in a language that is said to begin where speech ends. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Douglas Wood. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Orchestral Forms. Chapter 37. The Orchestral Forms. As already intimated, the symphony is an orchestral sonata, usually in 4 movements. Occasionally, these movements are different from those of the sonata, and national dances may be used. Thus, Tchaikovsky introduced the brilliant Russian Kamarinskaya, while Dvorak employed the melancholy Dumka and the wild Furient. Berlioz and Tchaikovsky tried a waltz movement in a symphony, but the waltz is rather too informal for the best effects. Rubinstein's Ocean Symphony contains 7 movements. The concerto is generally a 3-movement orchestral sonata with the scherzo omitted. Sometimes concerto movements merge into one another with no pause between them. This is true occasionally of the symphony also. Toward the close of the first movement in a concerto, and sometimes in the last movement, occurs what is known as a cadenza. This is an unaccompanied passage for the solo instrument. It is usually brilliant in character, giving the soloist a chance to display his technique. Sometimes the cadenza is written by the composer. More often, however, it is left to the performer. He may sometimes use a cadenza of his own, or one written by anybody, even when the composer has made his own cadenza. A number of cadenzas in great works have been published separately by famous performers. The place for the cadenza is indicated in the score by a hold on a dominant or 6/4 tonic chord. The performer ends the cadenza by a long sustained trill, on a note that will allow the conductor to make the orchestra enter in proper harmony, usually the dominant degree. Concertos may be written for more than one instrument of the same kind, or even for instruments of several kinds, with orchestra. The best concertos do not resemble instrumental solos with accompaniment, but are really orchestral works with one or more threads of solo music interwoven into their texture. Beethoven, who thought naturally for orchestra, wrote concertos that fulfilled this requirement admirably. Schubert avoided the concerto, and even in his symphonies it often seems as if the musical ideas were thinly disguised songs. Schumann's massive chord style was pianistic enough, but not unsuited for orchestral use also, and his piano concerto shows the proper balance, even though his instrumentation is often poor. Chopin, on the other hand, was more exclusively devoted to an expressive melodic style. As a result, his concertos seem like piano solos with incidental orchestral accompaniment. Symphonies and concertos can be built on a far grander scale than piano sonatas. In the first place, the variety of orchestral coloring is very great. A piano piece, in comparison with an orchestral work, has been likened to a black and white drawing beside an oil painting, and the comparison is certainly just. In piano work, too, the number of notes is limited to the ability that can be shown by a pair of single hands, while in the orchestra a chord may consist of many notes. This increases the possibilities of dramatic effect. In orchestral music, too, development is carried to a greater extent than in piano music. Chamber music is very often written in sonata form. The term chamber music is derived from the Italian words musica di camera, in contradistinction to musica di chiesa, or church music. It was played at first only in the chambers of wealthy amateurs. All music for combinations of instruments smaller than an orchestra is called chamber music. The most common form is the string quartet, consisting of a first and second violin, a viola, and a cello. Piano quartets with piano, violin, viola, and cello are fairly numerous, and piano trios with violin, cello, and piano are still more so. Many sonatas have been written for single instruments with piano. The piano quintet adds the keyboard to the instruments of the string quartet. Various combinations for strings and woodwind have been employed, while even the brass instruments are used occasionally. In chamber music, the grandeur of the orchestra is absent, but this is atoned for by a clear and interesting leading of the parts. Thus a string quartet may be a work of consummate skill in spite of its often having an apparently simple effect. Overtures are often written in sonata allegro form. In such cases, there is usually no repeat of the exposition. Some overtures have little development, the chief interest lying in the well-contrasted themes. One of the earliest styles of this form was known as the French overture. In fact, the word overture comes directly from the French and means an opening piece. Lully and others of his time developed an overture consisting of a slow movement followed without pause by a quick one. The slow section was a fairly short introduction, while the rapid part was often a fugue. Handel used this form in the overture to his Messiah. Sometimes the French composers followed the rapid section with a moderately slow dance movement, which was held to be part of the form. The classical overture has the sonata allegro shape with no repeat of the exposition. Mozart's opera overtures, such as those to Don Giovanni, The Marriage of Figaro, etc., are in this form. Weber used the form, slightly modified, in his Freischütz, Euryanthe, and Oberon overtures, and at the same time chose the themes from the music of the operas that followed. The dramatic overture aims to give a suggestion or an epitome of the opera that follows it. Such overtures were not restricted in form. They were originated by Gluck, who sometimes kept them separate, but generally allowed them to lead directly into the opera. At times they approached the sonata allegro form in shape. Beethoven adopted the dramatic overture with evident preference for it, and his Leonora No. 3 for the opera Fidelio is an excellent example. Beethoven always kept the overture as a separate piece. Beethoven's other overtures, too, are really dramatic, though the one to Egmont approaches the classical overture in form. The concert overture resembles the classical overture in following the sonata allegro form. It derives its name from the fact that it is not attached to any opera or play, but is a separate composition intended for concert performance. Mendelssohn brought this form into prominence, his Hebrides and Sea Calm and Prosperous Voyage overtures being unconnected with any dramatic work. The medley overture, used by Herold, Auber, and others, has no definite form, but is merely a string of melodies drawn from the opera that is to follow it. The tunes and sections are put together without any regard for definite form, but the composer usually sees to it that they are well contrasted and arranged to make a climax whenever possible. The Wagnerian prelude, or Vorspiel, is an outgrowth of the dramatic overture, but Wagner's preludes are so varied in form and effect that they deserve a separate classification. Sometimes, as in the Meistersinger prelude, he foreshadowed the plot of the opera itself, while on other occasions, as in the prelude to Lohengrin, he limited himself to a simpler suggestion, the coming and going of the Holy Grail. The Vorspiel leads directly into the opera that follows it. Liszt and others have developed the symphony along the lines of program music, and even invented a new form, the symphonic poem, to satisfy their desires and enable them to devote themselves wholly to program effects. As stated in a previous chapter, program music is music that tries to portray definite scenes or events. Very often the title is a sufficient clue. Thus, in Liszt's Faust Symphony, the first movement typifies Faust, the second, Marguerite, and the third, Mephistopheles. The symphonic poem is a free orchestral form. There are no laws governing its shape except those of good taste, or those of public taste, one might better say. Yet composers generally choose poetic subjects, so that they are enabled to write expressive or dramatic music. In the symphonic poem, form thus becomes an individual matter, yet the general laws hold good still. There must be sufficient balance, contrast, and growth towards a climax. There must also be good music. Very many works by contemporary composers are heard once or twice and then laid aside as uninteresting. In all the modern struggle for suggestive tonal effects, inspiration has not yet been made unnecessary by mere skill. Talent or genius is still a desideratum. Liszt chose excellent subjects for his symphonic poems, subjects that enabled him to give free rein to his creative ability. His most glorious work, Les Préludes, illustrates a sentence of Lamartine, which shows that the varied phases of life, such as love, happiness, or glory, are all a prelude to eternity. In Tasso, Lamento e Trionfo, the strong contrast between the two parts of the work is brought into notice at once by the title. The Battle of the Huns, after a painting by Kaulbach, is another suggestive subject. Richard Strauss has gone farthest afield in program music, and he claims that the time will come when music can give a detailed description of such a definite subject as a man at a meal, and show when he takes up or puts down his fork or knife. but the fact still remains that Strauss himself is best in these subjects that bring the emphasis on emotion rather than events. The yearning memories and the great apotheosis in Death and Transfiguration are of higher artistic value than the attempts to show Don Quixote in an upsetting boat or on an imaginary trip through the air. Composers have used the variation form to some extent in program music. Strauss's Don Quixote is still the most prominent example. Elgar, however, indulged in a more private style of program music by portraying various friends in his Enigma variations. Dondi's Istar is another large program work in the variation form. In this composition, the variations are complex at first, while the theme comes at the end. This unusual procedure is suited to its subject, as Istar is forced to disrobe in order to reach her lover in the halls of death. The symphony itself has been used in program music ever since the time of Beethoven's Pastoral. Raff wrote a number of program symphonies, including those entitled Lenore and Im Walde. Goldmark's Rustic Wedding Symphony was very familiar a generation ago. Rimsky-Korsakov's Antar and Scheherazade are both called symphonies, though they tell very definite stories. The growth of the program school has resulted in a strongly dramatic style that has threatened to obliterate the quieter vein of classicism. Attention was given to this subject in the chapter on Brahms and Bruckner, in which it was shown that Bruckner wrote pure music that was more closely related to the modern program effects than that of Brahms. In Mahler's symphonies, the dramatic style is far more in evidence. They are full of such strong contrasts and discordant intensity that they seem like program music with the program left out. They are symphonies in name, but symphonic poems in fact. The suite, or set of pieces, is now an orchestral form in several movements, but the individual movements have more freedom and informality than those of the symphony. Some composers made the suite into a definite form, while others arranged suites from the incidental music that they had written for some play or ballet. Lochner worked purposely in the suite form, writing 8 examples of it. Most famous among Lochner's suites is the one containing his well-known march and an orchestral fugue. In such suites, the form of the first movement may sometimes approach the sonata allegro, but the style is not necessarily as elevated as in symphony. The other movements may have any of the forms enumerated in the preceding chapter. Of the suites built up from incidental or other music, Grieg's 2 Peer Gynt suites and Bizet's 2 Arlésienne suites are the best known. There is no attempt at sonata allegro form in these works. Bizet's 2 compositions, taken from dramatic music to Daudet's play, begin in frank melodious fashion, while the first Grieg work opens with a tone picture of a morning mood that certainly suggests sunrise and the growing light of day. Another well-known suite is the Nutcracker by Tchaikovsky, taken from one of his ballets. The divertimento is somewhat like the suite, but even more light and informal in character. Tchaikovsky made it a single suite movement. The serenade was formerly held to be a piece or set of pieces playable in the evening. It thus became somewhat like the divertimento. Volkmann's Serenade for String Orchestra is an example. The old suite, composed of dances and similar movements, will be described in the following chapter. In all these works, the composers took care to give the proper balance between the styles of the different movements. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Douglas Wood. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Dances and Piano Styles. Dancing has existed from the earliest times, and it probably originated among prehistoric races. From pantomime intended to be descriptive of hunting or martial scenes, many of the early religions adopted dancing as part of their ceremonial, but in historic times it has always been an independent art as well. Circular dances are found to have existed among the old sun worshippers. The biblical dance about the golden calf, or that around the bull Apis, show the same character. A similar round formation existed in the German Regen of early medieval times, which survive in children's games, such as Little Sally Waters and others of the sort. The Grecian dances and the Roman pantomime, described in an earlier chapter, had little effect on medieval dancing. The art received scant encouragement during the Dark Ages, but the troubadours and minnesingers brought in their train a revival of dancing as well as of song. In Germany, a quick dance was often followed by a slow one, while a later return of the quick movement brought about a first rondo effect. In France, The French overture developed from a slow dance followed by a rapid one. There were various religious dances of more or less influence on the popular branch of the art. The Flagellants had a penitential dance, which they employed in times of plague or other calamity. The stately saraband arose directly from the dance of the Spanish altar boys on Holy Thursday. It was a slow dance in triple rhythm. A dance that is now not clearly understood is the English Morris dance. Some claim that the title comes from Morisco and indicates a Moorish origin, if not a relation to the Spanish fandango. In England, it was merged into an old pantomime celebrating Robin Hood. The Morris dance could be made to progress from place to place, and Will Kemp once danced it from London to Norwich. In modern times, Edward German composed a very pleasing Morris dance in his music to Henry VIII. The hornpipe, once cherished by sailors, was originally an English shepherd's dance, the horn being really a shepherd's pipe, as shown by the name English horn. The hornpipe was a lively dance in even rhythm. Another rustic dance in England was the hay, H-A-Y, or hay, H-E-Y. This was a circular arrangement, much used at the May Day gatherings. When Shakespeare makes Titania say, "Come now, a roundel and a fairy song," the roundel refers to the circular hay. Sometimes words were sung to it. In Much Ado About Nothing, Beatrice remarks that wooing, wedding, and repenting is a Scottish jig, a measure, and a cinque pace. The jig in various nations was a lively 6/8 or 12/8 movement. It was often called gigue, G-I-G-U-E, from the German word gig, meaning fiddle, and that instrument was well suited to the rapid style of the dance. The G-I-G-U-E, gigue, was typical of the lover's haste. The measure, derived from passo mezzo, or medium step, was more quiet and regular. When Lochinvar exclaims, "Now tread we a measure," he refers to this dance, and not to a bar of music. Its even course typifies quiet married life, according to Beatrice. The cinque pace, or cinque pass, was an irregular 5-step affair, aptly illustrating the breakup of domestic harmony. Somewhat slower varieties of the gigue were known as the loure and the canary. The gaillard was a more graceful dance, although still fairly lively. In Italy and France it was known from its Roman origins as the romanesca. And Liszt's piano arrangement of this old singing dance will show the graceful style of its music. In even rhythm, it flows along smoothly at first, but hurries before the close. Evidently, the gaillard demanded some agility, for an Old English letter says, "Our gaillards are so curious that they are not for my dancing, for they are so full of tricks and turns, that he which hath no more but the plain single pace is no better accompanied of than a very bombler." The tortillon, or tortillon, was much like the gaillard, but slower and smoother. Another dance mentioned by Shakespeare is the dump, D-U-M-P, but the words "play me some merry dump" are paradoxical, since the dump was a dance of sad and doleful character. It was probably derived from the Bohemian Dumka, the elegiac movement that Dvorak used in his symphonies. The allemande was of German origin. It was a fairly cheerful movement, like an allegretto in 4/4 rhythm. Some have thought that the allemande was not really a dance. The courant was a rapid dance in triple rhythm, with the running effect that its name implied. The bourrée was a fairly rapid dance in 4/4 time, with considerable liveliness of style. It had its origin in Auvergne. Somewhat like the bourrée, but slower, was the gavotte. This was named from the Gavots, G-A-V-O-T-S, or inhabitants of the Gap, near the Pyrenees. It is in 4/4 time, with a suggestion of syncopation owing to its beginning on the third beat of the measure. Its pleasing character is brought about by skipping intervals and short, crisp phrases. The trio of the gavotte was often in the style of the musette, with drone bass effects. The rigodon was another fairly rapid dance, sometimes also sung by the performers. It was invented by Rigaud, R-I-G-A-U-D, the dancing master of Louis VIII. The old song dances were sometimes called ballets, from the Italian word ballare, to dance. The French volte may well have been the precursor of our waltz, the name signifying merely a turn. Toineau Arbeau wrote of it, "You may pursue it thus, through many turnings, whirling now to the right and now to the left." Later he added, "You shall return your partner to her seat, where, do what she may, she will find her shaken-up brain full of swimmings and whirlings, while you will probably not be much better off." Then came the familiar complaint, "I beg you to consider if it be decorous for a young girl to straddle and stride." The passipede, corrupted into passe-pied, was another fairly rapid French dance in triple time. Like the gavotte, it had several strains and reprises. The minuet was of a slower type. Its graceful 3/4 music was to be taken at a decorous pace, though the symphonic minuets were fairly quick. The branle, or brawl, B-R-A-W-L, was another slow dance, given by pairs in imitation of a leading couple. The pavane was also slow and stately, but in even rhythm. The chaconne was another slow and dignified dance. It was usually in triple rhythm, though examples in even rhythm have been found. It is best known now through Bach's famous chaconne for violin alone. The passacaglia was a slow dance in triple rhythm, much like the chaconne, but more often in minor. It was given with much exaggeration and bombast, with couples succeeding one another in a fashion that is now found in the cakewalk. Some derive the name from pasar calle, which is Spanish for walking along the street, but others trace it to paso gallo, or rooster step. The old suite was composed of several of these early dances. The usual succession was allemande, courante, sarabande, and gigue, which suggests the general style of a symphony, with a slow movement coming third. But many other movements were permissible. Between the sarabande and the gigue, intermezzi were sometimes introduced. These were usually dances of a moderate pace, like the gavotte or minuet, which would be in sufficient contrast with the slow tempo preceding them and the rapid tempo that followed. The middle movements could be varied. If this was done by means of slight embellishments, the variation was known as l'agrément, while a more decided alteration was called a double or double. Certain movements that were not dances often entered the suite. A fugue was permissible. Often it came after a toccata, a brilliant piece full of technical display. Less ambitious than the toccata was the toccatina. The air was a simple melody, while the burlesca was playful in style. Somewhat like the burlesca was the scherzo, not to be confused with the symphonic movement of the same name. The suite could begin with a prelude, known under various names of intrada, preambule, fantasia, overture, or even sinfonia. The last word was often applied to any interlude, such as the symphony in Bach's Christmas Oratorio, or the Pastoral Symphony in Handel's Messiah. In Bach's B minor suite is a charming movement entitled Badinerie, which consists of some delightfully chattering flute work against an orchestral background. The partita was an early name for the suite itself. In more recent times, Germany has given to music the Landler, Landler, or country dance of waltz type. The waltz itself was developed in Germany, a cotillion still being known as a German, while the dance itself was a Deutsche. The waltz has been developed into a piano form, not suitable for dancing, by Chopin, Rubinstein, and others. The waltz is written in 3/4 time, but played as if composed in 6/4 rhythm instead. Spain has been devoted to the dance for many centuries. Most popular in that country is the fandango, a 3/4 or 3/8 affair, accompanied by castanets. Local varieties of this are the malagueña, rodania, grandandina, and murciana. The Andalusian cachucha is another dance in triple rhythm, this time fairly rapid. Still another dance of the same sort is the jota, J-O-T-A. The bolero is a dance of moderate pace in 3/4 rhythm, accompanied by castanets in certain alternations of large and small notes. Sometimes the bolero contains a tirana, T-I-R-A-N-A, which is a passage of gentle 6/8 melody. The seguidilla is more rapid and in 6/8 rhythm. Other national dances of this sort are the jaleo, Jaleo, and guaracha. The Spanish gypsies use an attractive 3/8 dance called the polo gitano. The habanera, or Havanese, adopted by Spain from Cuba, is in moderate tempo and usually in triple rhythm, though the one in Bizet's opera Carmen shows even rhythm with frequent triplets. Italy has given music the tarantella, a swift running dance in a 6/8 rhythm. It is said that this dance was named from the tarantula, as its fiery style would incite people to the exertion of rapid dancing that was held necessary in curing that spider's bite. But the Italian tarantula was evidently not the tropical one. The saltarello is an Italian dance of similar style, but containing more skips than the tarantella. Mendelssohn ended his Italian symphony with a saltarello. The furlana, or four-lane, is a rapid 6/8 affair of Venetian origin, much used by the gondoliers. Ponchielli employed it in La Gioconda, and Wolf Ferrari did the same in The Jewels of the Madonna. The Siciliano was a pastoral Sicilian dance, or dance song, of gentle and soothing character, in slow 6/8 or 12/8 rhythm. Among the dances of Provence, the farandole is best known because of Bizet's use of it in his Arlésienne music. It is a lively, rapid dance, sometimes in 4/4 rhythm, but occasionally in 6/8. The Française denotes a graceful French dance in 3/4 rhythm. The galop is a very quick dance, generally 2/4, though other rhythms are sometimes used. Among Slavic dances, the Krakowian, or Krakowiak, is a Polish dance in 2/4 rhythm. The Varsovian is in moderate 3/4 rhythm. The Polaka is similar to this, but somewhat quicker. This must not be confused with the polka, which is the Bohemian polka, a rapid dance in even rhythm. Roth and Rubinstein composed polkas, but the dance does not offer many musical possibilities. The mazurka, or mazurek, is a Polish dance in triple rhythm and rather capricious style. It has frequent accents on the second beat of the measure, which the dancers emphasize by a kick. The polka mazurka is about the same in style, though slower, and with the unexpected accents on the third beat. The polka radowa is faster and has no unusual accents. The radowa itself sometimes alternates 3/4 and 2/4 measures. The czardas, or czardas, is a fiery Hungarian dance. Most stately of all is the polonaise. Originally a dignified dance parade in which the Poles marched before their leader, John Sobieski, when he was given the Polish crown, Chopin made excellent use of both polonaise and mazurka. Norway offers the springdans, 3/4 time, and the halling, 2/4 time, both illustrated in the shorter works of Grieg. The latter is a boisterous affair for men only, at which the performers try to kick the low rafters of the barn or other building where they dance. Russia has many folk dances. The one exerting the most influence on music is the lively dance for men known as the Kamarinskaya, which Tchaikovsky made into a symphonic movement. Scotland is suggested by the schottische, or Scotch dance. This is a slow dance in even rhythm, having a number of short notes in each bar, to which the performers take 3 moderate steps and 2 quick ones. The reel is a very animated affair in rapid, even rhythm. The strathspey is somewhat slower and has what is known as the Scotch snap, a 16th note followed by a dotted 8th note. The contradance, or country dance, known in England and other lands, is a rustic affair, much used in former centuries and somewhat resembling our Virginia reel, for the dancers were placed in opposite rows and made to go through certain figures, accompanied by rapid 4-bar or 8-bar phrases in the music. The quick-step was a sort of march in very rapid 6/8 rhythm. The quadrille was originally a French dance, consisting of 5 movements, which were entitled La Pantalone, La Poulet, L'Été, La Traînisse, or La Pastorelle, and La Finale. These names were to some extent descriptive of the music, which was naturally in 5 divisions, either 6/8 or 2/4. Among modern dances, the two-step and the Brazilian machixe M-A-X-I-X-E, as well, are in fairly rapid 6/8 rhythm. A 4/4 rhythm may be used, but does not fit the dance so well. The tango, coming from the Argentine Republic, is in 4/4 rhythm, consisting largely of eighth notes. The march, which is practically a dance, has been popular with many composers because of its stirring or martial character. It can be in 4/4 or rapid 6/8 rhythm, but a lofty processional effect is attained by the use of the 12/8 rhythm. The Coronation March in Meyerbeer's opera La Prophète is an excellent example of the last sort. An added adjective often shows the character of a march, as in wedding march, funeral march, etc. The ballet, brought into recent prominence by the admirable work of the Russian dancers, is simply a pantomime set to music. The ballet may have several acts and be as long as a moderate-sized opera. Adam's Giselle and Delibes' Coppelia and other similar works are well known as French examples, while in Russia, Tchaikovsky, Glazunov, and the more radical Stravinsky have given much attention to the form. Naturally, no set of laws governs the ballet, which is a series of dances in varying styles and rhythms. Single ballet scenes were often introduced in certain old operas, but these did not usually have any special meaning, whereas in the complete ballet, each dance helps to illustrate or unfold the plot. A number of short musical titles, usually employed for piano pieces, and representing styles rather than forms, may be given here. The Fantasia is a work in free form, which may treat various themes or figures, but does so in a free, fanciful way. The Capriccio is a work of much the same character, but while the Fantasia is generally earnest in style, the Capriccio should be lighter, more capricious, and even bizarre. Both may be cast in various musical forms, but should not let the form hamper their qualities of style. The Rhapsody is another free composition of impassioned and intense character. Liszt used it to show the wild power of the Hungarian gypsy music. Many of the actual gypsy pieces show a two-part structure, the first part, or Lassan, L-A-S-S-A-N, being slow and very melancholy, while the last part, the Friska, F-R-I-S-K-A, is wild and fiery. The prelude is a short piece in free form, written to precede another piece. Thus, a prelude precedes each fugue in Bach's well-tempered clavichord. Chopin treated the prelude as a separate form, and its free, impassioned style suited his genius well. The Reverie is a dreamy, tender composition, often in one of the song forms. The Romanza is a piece expressing romantic feeling, if not aiming at an actual story. It may be written in one of the song forms or rondos, but is usually free in style. The poem is similar to the romanza. The Legende, L-E-G-E-N-D-E, carries with it a suggestion of legendary romance or supernatural mystery. Wieniawski's Legende for violin and piano is an admirable example. The Ballade is another work in poetic and emotional style, with some degree of narrative suggestion. Chopin's ballades are good examples. The Italian term ballata sometimes means ballade, but is more often a dance song or dance-like piece. The Novelette, a title well used by Schumann, is a piece composed of sections so striking and characteristic that they seem to tell a story. The Navellosa carries with it a humorous suggestion. Godard's Navellosa is an admirable illustration. The Cabaletta is a pleasingly melodious piece, of fairly simple style, with an accompaniment of triplets or other notes that will suggest a galloping horse. The Nocturne is a piece in emotional style, representing the poetic feelings aroused by evening or night. Field was a pioneer in this form, but Chopin's nocturnes soon drew attention away from those of the earlier composer. The Berceuse is a cradle song, generally with a lulling 6/8 rhythm. Chopin's Berceuse is an example. The Serenade is an evening song of melodious character, suggesting a love song. Both serenade and nocturne once referred simply to music for evening use. The Aubade, A-U-B-A-D-E, is a morning song. Liszt's transcription of Schubert's Hark, Hark the Lark is an instrumental example. The Pastorale is a piece of rustic suggestion. The Barcarolle is an Italian boat song, suggested in instrumental music. It is generally in swingy 6/8 rhythm. The Gondoliera is similar to the Barcarolle, but carries a definite suggestion of Venetian effects. The Cavatina is a smooth, attractive melody in vocal music, and in piano music must be kept the same style. Roff's expressive Cavatina for piano and violin is an excellent illustration. The Elegy, or dirge, is a melodious piece of sad or mournful style. The Song Without Words is a short, melodious piece of song-like character, composed definitely in one of the song forms. The Moment Musical is a short piece of melodious style. The Bagatelle, meaning trifle, is a short and simple piece. The Albumblatt, or album leaf, is a short piece of improvisational character, such as one might write in an album. The Impromptu is another piece of marked improvisational style. The Etude is primarily a technical study, but may be made of interesting music. Chopin's Etudes are examples in point, being studies in the sense that a painter's sketches are studies. The Intermezzo is a short piece in free style, generally found between others. The entr'acte is a piece to be played between the acts of an opera. Sometimes such a piece is known also as an intermezzo, but the latter may occur at other places, such as the intermezzo in Mascagni's Rustic Chivalry will show. The potpourri is a medley in which various fragments of a musical work are strung together in continuous shape. Potpourris from the famous operas are the most common examples. The pasticcio is a medley of another sort, made up of various single pieces. In an operatic pasticcio, words are set to melodies already existing separately. The pasticcio may be based on works of more than one composer. Orefice's opera Chopin is an example of the pasticcio. In that work, Orefice took various Chopin pieces and blended them into an opera by adding suitable words. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cathy Snyder. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Vocal Forms. The larger forms enumerated in the preceding chapters are not used in vocal music. Vocal rondos exist in second rondo form, but they are never very intricate in construction. Many songs are written in the song forms, while some show the shape of song form with trio, but vocal music has forms and styles of its own. Alessandro Scarlatti developed the da capo aria and used it in his operas. This is practically a vocal song form with trio, consisting of a section, an alternating section, and the repeat of the first section. An example of this shape is found in the solo "He Was Despised" from Handel's Messiah. Sometimes there is only a partial return. Opera at first gave an important place to recitative, which is musical declamation much resembling speech, though always with a definite pitch. As early as Handel's time, there were two varieties, recitativo secco, with no support except occasional chords, and recitativo stromentato, with a much fuller and more varied accompaniment. Both kinds are present in Comfort Ye, the opening number of the Messiah. The accompanied recitative comes first, the change appearing with the words, "the voice of him that crieth." The songs of Handel's time were classed in 5 varieties: aria di bravura, aria di portamento, aria di mezzo carattere, aria parlante, and aria cantabile. The first of these, the aria di bravura, was aimed to display vocal technique. The old solos of this sort, such as Handel's Every Valley or Why Do the Nations So Furiously Rage in the Messiah, make great demands on a singer's ability to give rapid roulades in clean-cut style. These arias are full of beautiful music, wherein they are superior to the meaningless brilliance of certain showy scenes in Italian opera. The aria di bravura was usually given to a female voice, Rejoice Greatly being a good example in the Messiah. The aria di mezzo carattere, as its name implies, was of a more ordinary character and style. Haydn's With Verdure Clad may be taken as an illustration. The aria cantabile was a song of marked smoothness. He shall feed his flock from the Messiah will serve as an example. The aria di portamento called for frequent use of the vocal portamento, which is a sweep of the voice toward the note coming next, before the time of the note given is entirely finished. The song Jerusalem from Mendelssohn's St. Paul shows something of this character, though it is cantabile in style. The aria parlante was more in a spoken style, though less abrupt than recitatif. Its character may be shown by a more modern song, Rubinstein's The Asra. The style of singing in Mozart's time was smooth, light, and fluent. The Rossini operas again called for brilliant execution, but their solos did not show much musical depth or harmonic variety. Gluck had revived recitatif in his works, and after the Italian vogue grew less, Wagner introduced a sort of melodic recitatif, which he called melos. In the meantime, Schubert and the Lied composers had written works that called for a more dramatic and expressive style of singing than the Mozart lyrics necessitated. The German Lied exists in a variety of styles, but all of them show a close union of the music with the words, and an attempt to express in tones the real inwardness of the poem. The French chanson, and to some extent the Italian canzone, placed more emphasis upon daintiness and grace in the melody. The art song is a song in which music is set to the entire poem, while in the strophe form the music is repeated for each stanza. The art form is usually much more artistic. Many beautiful strophe songs exist, but in that style of composition there are two possible defects. The music may become monotonous on repetition, or the character of the melody and accompaniment may fit only certain stanzas and be unsuited to others. The scena is a vocal composition of some size in which the composer is expected to use a variety of styles. The scena will contain some recitative work, a smooth aria section, known here as a cavatina, and an aria or other portion devoted to more brilliant effects. A scena may be either part of an opera or a wholly separate composition. Mendelssohn's Infelice is an independent scena. The hymn is a song or part song with accompaniment set to the words of some sacred poem. Hymns are divided into phrases corresponding with the lines of the poem. For 4-line stanzas, most hymns are in the single period form, antecedent and consequent, each extending for 2 lines. 8-line settings of hymns are usually in the 2-period form, sometimes independent, and sometimes with partial return. The meter of hymns is shown by letters or numbers. SM, or short meter, describes an iambic hymn with 4-line stanzas, each of which consists of 6, 6, 8, and 6 syllables, respectively, in the lines. CM, or common meter, has 4 iambic lines containing respectively 8, 6, 8, and 6 syllables. LM, or long meter, consists wholly of 8-syllabled iambic lines. The letter D after any of the above signifies double-length stanzas and calls for an 8-line tune. Other meters are almost always shown by figures. A single figure will do if all the lines are equal, as, for instance, 7s, signifying 7-syllabled trochaic lines. If the lines are not all equal, it is customary to give the number of syllables in each line, as, for instance, 8, 7, 8, 7, in which trochaic lines of 8 and 7 syllables are alternated. In some cases, the letters PM are used to signify peculiar meter. The anthem is a part song set to sacred words with accompaniment. Anthems are usually much more ambitious and varied in style than hymns. They are often sung by a choir, which will take all the parts, whereas a hymn, if sung by a congregation, is usually given wholly in the soprano part as a unison melody. Chants and canticles form a part of various church services. The canticles, or other music in plainsong or plain chant, make use of the Gregorian modes. In the time of the contrapuntal schools, music was almost entirely vocal. Counterpoint, in its simplest significance, means part writing. Among the contrapuntal forms used for voice, the motet was a sacred part song. It has been derived from motus, or movement, and from mo, meaning the sacred word. The madrigal was the chief rival of the motet. The name has been derived from madre, meaning mother, and explained as designating a song in praise of the Virgin. But this definition is not final, since madrigals treated secular subjects also. In the madrigal, the melody, or cantus, was usually divided among the various parts instead of being kept to one voice. A true madrigal was always sung without accompaniment. The term is often misapplied. The chorales of Luther's time and later were very strong and rugged in character. They often contained suggestions of the harmonic style and a more definite melodic structure than was common in their time. But the most important vocal form of the contrapuntal period was the Mass. The composer's fondness for masses and their use of popular tunes in them has been mentioned already. Masses are written by modern composers also, but these are usually less strictly contrapuntal than the older works. The chief divisions of the Mass are the Kyrie, Lord have mercy, the Gloria, containing also the Qui Tollis, Quoniam, and Cum Sancto Spiritu, the Credo, having as subdivisions Et Incarnatus, Et Resurrexit, and Amen, the Sanctus, the Benedictus, the Agnus Dei, and the Dona Nobis. The varying emotions of the Latin words used in these divisions enable composers to treat the form with due variety and contrast of style. The Requiem Mass is generally shorter. It omits the Gloria and contains instead a Requiem Aeternum, Lux Aeterna, and Dies Irae. The last division is a 13th century poem describing the Day of Judgment. The Stabat Mater is another medieval Latin poem depicting the sufferings of the Virgin Mary at the cross. Horatio Parker made an admirable setting of the early Latin poem entitled Ora Novissima. This work is really an oratorio. Shorter Latin poems that are often set include Veni Creator, O Salutaris, and Ave Maria. The oratorio is a large sacred work using biblical text and treating the various phases of some biblical subject or event. Such a work consists of solos, ensembles of more than one voice, choruses, and even instrumental interludes. Two styles of oratorio are used, being known as the epic and the dramatic. In the former, the singers merely narrate the text in its vocal guise, but in the latter style, each singer represents a certain character. Handel's Messiah is epic, while his Samson is dramatic. Mendelssohn combined the two styles in his St. Paul and Elijah. The Passion is an oratorio dealing with the martyrdom of Christ. The best example is the St. Matthew Passion by Bach. The cantata is a vocal work somewhat similar to the oratorio in general aspect, but treating a secular subject. Cantatas are usually shorter than oratorios, though not necessarily so, and they are generally less contrapuntal. Sacred cantatas exist, treating religious subjects in a brief or informal manner. The traditions of Handel and Mendelssohn have made England the home of oratorio and cantata. In Germany, the epic cantatas of Max Bruch, such as Frithjof, Odysseus, and Arminius, deserve a special mention. The English composer Granville Bantock has recently endeavored to found a new form consisting of separate movements for voices alone. His Atalanta in Calydon divides the voices into several groups and treats the various groups much as an orchestral work would treat its individual instrumental parts. The composition is in 4 sections, and the contrasts of style are much like those of the symphonic movements. Strictly speaking, melodrama is not a vocal form. It is music set as an accompaniment to spoken words and demands a reader instead of a singer. Schumann's melodrama passages in Manfred add excellent orchestral music to parts of Byron's poem, while the Enoch Arden of Richard Strauss places a striking piano accompaniment against Tennyson's words. The Bohemian composer Fiebig has set an entire trilogy, Hippodamia, in this fashion. Melodrama is one of the few forms that have not yet received the attention they deserve. The Singspiel, with music either as a setting for the important parts of a drama or as a diversion in the unimportant parts, has been described already in connection with early opera. The opera itself is too free in style to be called a definite form, but the different schools of opera show various distinctive characteristics. Peri and the Florentines who helped him meant opera to be declamatory, with the music heightening the effect of the action. But opera grew away from that ideal, and by the time of Handel, it was practically a singing concert, with a conventional thread of mythological plot. Mozart made opera fluent and lifelike, but even before his time, Gluck had revived the idea of having operatic music illustrate and echo the text. Gluck still kept the structure of separate operatic numbers. The Rossini school then caused public taste to welcome a revival of the singing concert idea, this time with less musical worth than was shown in Handel's day. Wagner brought about another reversal of public taste, and his great music dramas showed the world that music of a most advanced type could be made to support and intensify the text in wonderful fashion. Wagner was the first to discard the idea of separate numbers in opera and cast his music in the form of a plastic whole instead of a set of loosely joined parts. His continuous melodic recitative has been mentioned already. He was also the first to make prominent operatic use of Leitmotiven, or guiding motives. As stated in the chapter on Wagner, these short, impressive phrases, each one typical of some character or event, enable the composer to make his music remarkably suggestive, and sometimes actually tell a story in tones. More recent composers have not made such successful use of guiding motives, but they do not possess the genius which Wagner brought to the creation and use of these musical figures. Contemporary opera aims to be strongly dramatic and usually employs the continuous style. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie Arsenault. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Chapter 40. When the layman learns that counterpoint is simply part writing, he takes the statement lightly. The student, however, who has been through a course in the heartbreaking rules that govern the leading of parts, appreciate the fact that counterpoint is an important branch of music. The composer finds a knowledge of counterpoint almost indispensable, and the reader will remember that Schubert planned a thorough course in this branch just before his untimely death. While composers in the harmonic style make use of counterpoint in a passing way, and allow suggestions of it to strengthen their works, there are also certain contrapuntal forms that are wholly independent of the harmonic style. Counterpoint is the science of combining melodies, instead of supporting a melody by chords. Counterpoint is classified into 5 different varieties. In the first order, the different parts show note against note. In counterpoint of the second order, 2, or sometimes 3, notes of discant, accompanying part, are used for each one in the cantus firmus, fixed theme. The third order shows 4 notes against 1. The fourth variety consists of syncopated counterpoint, in which each note of the discant begins when a note of the cantus is half done. The fifth variety, florid counterpart, makes use of all the preceding kinds in a single composition. Good examples of counterpoint as used in harmonic works may be found in the last part of the first section of the slow movement in Beethoven's 7th Symphony, and also in the latter part of Wagner's Tannhauser March,
where fairly rapid and regular bass notes are used against the return of the first theme in chords. Counterpoint of the third order is suggested by both examples. When two voices or parts are written in counterpoint, it is possible for the composer to make them of such a nature that they can be transposed as a whole with reference to each other, and made to exchange positions. One part may be transposed an octave, while the other stays in its original position, or the same result can be reached by having one part move up a fifth, while the other is transposed down by a fourth, or one may move up and the other down an octave. Such an inversion of parts is called double counterpoint. In the cases suggested, the change in relative position would always be in octaves, and the transposition is spoken of as double counterpoint at the octave. But other intervals may be used instead of the octaves. Double counterpoint at the 10th is frequently found in the old works. Double counterpoint may be accompanied by one or more free parts in other voices. Triple counterpoint would consist of 3 parts inverted in any order. This is much harder to write than other double counterpoint. Even higher orders than triple counterpoint may exist. Imitation is often used in counterpoint. That consists of the employment of the same figure or figures in more than one part at different times. One part may be made to serve as its own accompaniment by having the same material start in a second voice after it has already begun in the first. As stated earlier in this work, such a use of a theme or melody for its own accompaniment is called a canon. The second part usually begins 1 or 2 measures after the first has begun. The second part may start at any desired interval from the first, making a canon at that interval. If the parts begin an octave apart, a canon at the octave results. In Jadassohn's pianoforte album, Opus 32, are a number of canons, some of which are at the 7th or other intervals. A canon at the unison may exist, the second part starting the theme on the same note with which it began. An example of such procedure is found in Marzial's duet in canon entitled Friendship. In this, the voices take the same melody, one voice beginning a measure later than the other. But if one voice is male and one female, the song becomes a canon at the octave. The old puzzle canons were described in the chapter on the contrapuntal schools. The melody of a crab canon, it will be remembered, is accompanied by the same melody sung backwards. This canon was sometimes known as the canon per recte e rectro. It may also be restated that the phrase out of light, darkness, or vice versa, meant that the white, hollow notes of a melody were to be used in accompaniment as black, solid notes, having a different time value, or vice versa. The study of contrapuntal forms is one that usually arouses the pupil's enthusiasm. Only a few illustrations and analyses can be given here, but by the understanding of these, the student should be enabled to continue by himself and analyze all the music that he studies. If the student will look at the second of Bach's 15 two-part inventions, he will find examples of various points mentioned in the foregoing paragraphs. In the first place, the 10 opening measures form a canon. The lower voice uses the same material as the upper voice does, at an interval of an octave downward. By having the lower voice start 2 measures after the upper one, a canon is made in which the lower voice uses 8 measures of the material found in the upper voice. Then there is a change. One part moves down an 11th, and the other up a 5th, making double counterpoint at the octave, really the double octave. The material is then started by the lower part, while now it is the upper part that enters 2 measures later with the canonic accompaniment, after filling in free material for these 2 measures. When the second canon ends, 2 measures of modulatory character are found, with the lower part in the first one becoming the upper part in the second. The next 4 measures show similar contrapuntal changes, and after them the piece closes. An inspection of other inventions in the set will show that such pieces are not all cast in the same mold. The invention may be defined as a short contrapuntal piece, somewhat in the informal style of an improvisation, but always aimed to show ingenuity. Most varied and interesting of all the contrapuntal forms is the fugue. The name comes from the Latin word fuga, meaning a flight, and different voices take up the fugal theme successively in a manner that makes the term appropriate enough. The fugue is built up from 1 or 2 thematic ideas, which are woven and interwoven into an intricate and beautiful tonal design. The fugue consists of material of 3 sorts: exposition, strettos, and episodes. The exposition comes first, after which strettos and episodes alternate with one another. The exposition consists of the introduction of the theme chosen for the fugue in all the different voices used. The theme enters at first in one voice and is known as the subject. After that, a second voice takes up the theme, transposed a 5th upward or a 4th downward. In this transposed position, the theme is known as the answer. Meanwhile, the first voice goes on, very often using a second theme known as the counter-subject. After this, a third voice takes the theme, now on some octave from its original pitch, and known again as the subject. Meanwhile, the second voice, having finished the answer, takes up the counter-subject in a transposed position, while the first voice, having finished the counter-subject, becomes a free part for the time being. This procedure is continued until subject or answer has appeared in all the voices, and the counter-subject in all but one. The odd-numbered appearances of the theme are always subject, and always begin on the same scale degree, while the even-numbered appearances are always the answer, and always start on the 5th scale degree, or some octave of it, from that on which the subject begins. The word theme is not used in connection with the fugue, at least not in America, but it is employed here for convenience in explanation. The counter-subject, it may be stated, is sometimes shorter than the subject. Reader's note: this paragraph contains a diagram. A schedule is given below, showing the manner in which the parts are employed in one arrangement of the exposition in a 4-voiced fugue. In this arrangement, the voices start from the lowest part upward. Here, the diagram shows, in the left column, soprano, alto, tenor, and bass. In the next column, the bass has the subject. In the second column, the tenor has the answer, and the bass has the counter-subject. In the third column, the alto has the subject, the tenor has the counter-subject, the bass has the free part, and in the final column, the soprano has the answer, the alto has the counter-subject, the tenor has the free part, and the bass also has a free part. There are several other successions in which the voices may enter with good effect. The most usual of these, in addition to the one given, are alto, tenor, bass, soprano, and soprano, alto, tenor, bass. A fugue may have any moderate number of voices, 4 being most usual. Sometimes it has only 2, while Bach, in his Art of Fugue, composed one with 6 voices. Episodes are passages in freestyle. They may be wholly independent, but very often their material is derived from the subject or counter-subject, or both. Strettos are canons made by the appearance of subject or answer in different voices, starting at different times. Such canons may occasionally use the theme in more than 2 voices, thus making a canon of more than 2 parts. At the end of the 5th fugue in Volume 2 of the Well-Tempered Clavichord, there is a stretto which runs through 4 voices. Other treatments of subject and answer are called repercussions. The exposition leads into a first episode, which ends in a passing cadence. After this, the first stretto appears. Then come other episodes, followed in each case by other strettos, until finally the fugue ends with what is called the coda episode. In a strict fugue, the number of strettos and episodes is arranged by rule, and their keys determined in the same way. There may be also a counter-exposition, giving answer and subject in a reversed succession of voices, just after the first episode. Fugues may be classified in a number of ways. 1. A fugue is known by the number of voices that it uses, as, for instance, a 4-voiced fugue, a 3-voiced fugue, etc. 2. A fugue may have more than one subject, a single fugue having 1, a double fugue 2 in succession, etc. 3. When the answer uses exactly the same intervals as the subject, the fugue is called a real fugue. But if the intervals are at all altered in the answer, to keep it in the key, or tone, the fugue is known as a tonal fugue. 4. Fugues may sometimes be classed by the scales they use, as diatonic fugues, without accidentals, chromatic fugues, with a subject wholly chromatic, or even fugues named after one of the Gregorian tones when such a scale is employed. 5. Fugues are classified also by any treatment given to the answer. This may be augmented, inverted, or otherwise changed, giving rise to augmented, inverted, or other fugues. 6. Fugues are classed as strict or free, according to whether they do or do not follow the key schedule and number of strettos and episodes prescribed by the rules for a strict fugue. These rules are seldom respected now, but they may be found in the textbooks on fugal composition. A free fugue is by no means necessarily simpler than a strict one. The fugues in the Well-Tempered Clavichord are very free for the most part, but at the same time they show the greatest originality and the most marked contrapuntal skill. In some of them, the counter-subject is worked up along with the subject. In others, there is no real counter-subject, while still others are composed of double or triple counterpoint instead of strettos and episodes. But every one of them is almost wholly derived by contrapuntal transformations of the material in its exposition. A fuguetta is a very short fugue, consisting of an exposition and a few episodes. A fugato passage is a passage that suggests fugal treatment. For a clear example of fugue, the reader may look at number 7 in Volume 2 of the Well-Tempered Clavichord. It is found to be a 4-voiced fugue with a single subject. It is a tonal fugue because the answer deviates once from the intervals of the subject. It is not an augmented, inverted, or otherwise altered fugue. And lastly, it is a free fugue. The parts enter from the lowest upward. The subject lasts for 6 bars and ends on the first note of the next bar, the answer beginning while this final note of the subject is sounded. The answer starts with a 4th instead of a 5th, but follows the subject in all its later intervals. In spite of a similarity in the accompaniment to the subject or answer, there is no real counter-subject. The answer does not overlap when it ends, and there is even a brief interlude in measure 13 before the subject enters in the alto voice. The same interlude recurs before the subject voice enters with the answer. When the exposition ends, on the first beat of bar 25, the first episode continues it to a cadence 3 measures later. There is no pause at this cadence, however, and in bar 28, the tenor voice starts the answer with its first note shortened so that it fills only the last half of the measure. In bar 29, the subject enters in the bass part, making a stretto. In bar 31, the upper 2 voices stop, giving this stretto full prominence. In measure 35, the alto starts the answer, while the soprano begins the subject in the next measure, forming another stretto. From bar 42 onward, an episode is found, fairly free in shape, but conforming to the general style of the preceding work. In bar 51, the subject reappears in a repercussion taken by the tenor voice in the subdominant key. After this, in bar 57, the answer begins in the soprano, while the subject, entering in the bass part in the next measure, forms another stretto. This stretto is the final one, and it is made majestically prominent by the use of the 2 outside voices, while the 2 middle voices add strength by their accompaniment. The subject ends on the first beat of bar 64, and the coda episode then closes the work. Thus, this fugue is chiefly made of 3 complete canons. Sometimes a climax is brought about near the end of a fugue by the use of what is known as an organ point or pedal point. This is a long sustained note in the bass over which the other parts proceed continuously. In fugue number 5 of the above-mentioned volume, a different structure is found. This is a 4-voiced, single, and free fugue, but examination shows that it is real instead of tonal. The subject consists of the first 9 notes and ends on the first half of the 3rd beat in the 2nd measure. The exposition is consequently very short, and the fugue is found to consist chiefly of strettos and episodes. Strettos will be found in bars 14, 21, 3 voices, 27, 33, and 44. The episodes, it will be noted, are made up chiefly of the subject material. Sometimes the subject or answer appears in a single part during these episodes, but more often they are built largely or wholly of a figure taken directly from the last 4 notes of the subject. The student will find it an interesting exercise to mark with pencil every appearance of this figure. The final stretto of this fugue has been cited already as going through all 4 voices, but it merits still closer attention. Examination will show that the theme enters successively in the soprano, alto, tenor, and bass voices, that the time interval between one appearance and the next is always the same, and that the scale degree difference between one appearance and the next is also kept the same. The scale interval between successive appearances of the theme is always a third, though an extra octave is added between the alto and tenor parts. Such a stretto, in which the time intervals and the scale degree differences are kept equal while the theme appears in all voices in succession, is called a stretto maestrale, or masterly stretto. In the example cited, it occupies less than 3 measures, and this will serve to illustrate the fact that a seemingly simple contrapuntal passage may show the most varied and intricate beauty to those who have learned to appreciate it. The clean-cut musical logic of the fugue is well worth understanding, and whoever learns to follow it will soon come under its spell. With the aid of these chapters on musical form, the student should be enabled to do his own analysis in all but the most exceptional cases. He will also notice a newer and deeper charm in music, and a far more interesting structural design than the outsider can possibly suspect. He will see balance and variety in the song forms, symmetry and well-judged contrast in the rondos, strong thematic effects and great climaxes of development in the sonatas, and tonal designs and derivations of the most amazing skill in contrapuntal pieces. With this knowledge, he will find the beauty of good music enhances 100-fold. End of chapter 40 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie Arsenault. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Contrapuntal Forms.
Chapter 41 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Chapter 41, The Piano and Its Predecessors. The old Assyrian relics show pictures of the instrument that ultimately became our piano. It was a very primitive form of stringed instrument, with the strings running over a flat support. When such an instrument was hung about the neck and played with a quill, it was called a psaltery, and under this title it became popular in medieval as well as ancient times. Similar to the psaltery, but played by striking the strings with a hammer, was the Arabian dulcimer. This instrument, with a compass of 4 octaves, 2 below and 2 above middle C, undoubtedly attracted the attention of pilgrims and crusaders, who brought it back with them to Europe. There it received the German name of Hackbrett, or chopping board, from the hammering motion needed to play it, while the psaltery became the Schweinkopf, or pig's head, from its shape. Perhaps the earliest application of keys to an instrument came in the shape of the light clavicitherium, in which the strings of the chitarra were set in motion by quills on the keys. Little is known about the actual origin of keyed instruments, but by the end of the 15th century there were 2 main kinds in existence. One family consisted of the spinet type, which applied the psaltery principle of plucking the strings. The other variety, represented only by the clavichord, was more like the dulcimer. But where the dulcimer hammer made the strings vibrate through their whole length, just as the piano hammer does today, the clavichord key had what is known as a tangent or tongue, which pressed directly against the string and stayed there, forming one end of the vibrating part. The clavichord tone, formed by the stroke of the tangent at one end of the part that would vibrate, was necessarily soft. By alternating light and heavy pressure on the key, the performer could make the tangent loosen or tighten the string. This recurrent alteration of the tension produced the vibrato effect of the violin, by slight pitch variations, but gave in addition a varying power of tone, greatest when the string was tightest. This tremolo effect, Bebung, made the clavichord very expressive. Beethoven tried to imitate it on the piano by alternately pressing and releasing the soft pedal, but he did not succeed. The clavichord tone, though soft, is of an infinitely appealing sweetness. In the spinet harpsichord type, the keys were provided with quills or jacks, which plucked the string in passing as each key was played. The jacks were sometimes made of leather instead of quill. The smallest instrument of this type was known as the octavina, and consisted of a single octave of keys in a small box. The virginals, which wholly superseded the older clavicitherium, was still box-like in shape, but had 4 octaves. It could give music of some worth, and the English virginal school of composers who flourished in and after the Elizabethan age wrote pieces of astonishing breadth and value for this little instrument. The name virginals comes from the fact that the instrument was a favorite with young girls. As the quill passed over its string to pluck it, a scraping noise was usually audible, and this made the historian Burney to describe the tone as, quote, a scratch with a sound at the end of it, unquote. The name spinet is derived either from spina, a thorn, in suggestion of the pointed quills, or from spinetti, a Venetian maker. The spinet was sometimes square, but more often harp-shaped, like our grand pianos. While the virginals was a mere box set on a table, the spinet had legs of its own. Its longer strings gave a fuller tone, though still somewhat light. The early harpsichords had a compass of less than 5 octaves, but the instrument grew until we find such makers as the Ruckers or Taskin producing harpsichords with 2 large keyboards and half a dozen pedals. The double harpsichord had 2 strings and 2 quills for each tone. The second keyboard had jacks of different material from the first, to obtain a different tone quality. The various pedals could make 1 quill effective instead of 2, or couple the 2 manuals together, or cause the sounding of any note with the octave above or below. Thus, the harpsichord had a great variety of effects, and was a worthy instrument, even though its tone was somewhat tin-panny. There was an upright spinet called the clavicitherium, which must not be confused with the earlier instrument of that name. The piano, German clavier, French pianoforte, Italian pianoforte, differs from all these instruments in going back to the hammer idea used in the dulcimer. Such a hammer action was first brought out by the Italian Cristofori at Padua in 1711. Similar inventions were claimed by the Frenchman Marius, the German Schroeder, and the Englishman Wood, but Cristofori deserves the real credit. The early pianos had 2 strings to a note, where ours have 3. As a result of this, the old term calling for soft pedal was una corda, or 1 string, the other being thrown out of action by the soft pedal. Now, we should say deux cordes, as 2 strings are left in action when the soft pedal takes 1 out. On the old pianos, deux cordes signified a release of the soft pedal. At present, this is called for by the words tres cordes. The piano did not at once displace the older instruments. This was especially true of the clavichord, on which the soft, tender tones were wholly different from the piano quality. Bach kept to the clavichord, while the harpsichord continued to hold its own, even in Mozart's time. It was Beethoven who turned the scale definitely in favor of the piano, for his broad and massive effects were too strong for the harpsichord. The piano of today may be grand, square, or upright in shape, though the square pianos are not now manufactured. The upper notes have 3 strings to a tone, the lowest notes having 1 and some other low notes too. The deepest strings are wound with copper wire to make them heavy enough to be strung tightly without getting too high a pitch. The tension increases as the pitch of the strings rises. To hold all this pull, modern pianos are provided with metal frames. One end of each wire is fastened around a pin, which may be turned by a piano hammer, causing a tightening or loosening of the wire strings. The other end of each string goes over a bridge that rests upon the sounding board, which is of spruce front and maple back. When a piano key is played, it works as a lever and throws up a felt-covered hammer against the strings. There is a complicated action governing the hammer, which allows it to fall back a little after it hits the strings. When the key is played, it also raises off the strings a felt damper, so that the hammer stroke causes free vibrations. When the key is released, this damper drops back upon the strings and stops the tone. The key itself moves in a way governed by oval pins that extend into felt-lined cavities on its underside. The damper pedal of the piano, often miscalled the loud pedal, operates by moving all the dampers up off the strings. The highest notes have no dampers, as their tones are made short by the extreme tightness of the wires. But all except these have dampers. When the dampers are lifted off the strings, the tones will not only last until they die away of themselves, but will make some of the other strings vibrate in sympathy with them. Low notes will last longer than high ones when the damper pedal is used. The soft pedal operates in different ways according to the style of piano used. In grand pianos, it shifts the action to one side so that the hammers strike only 2 strings out of 3. In upright pianos, it usually moves the hammers so near to the wires that their stroke lacks the power obtained by a long swing. In the square piano, the soft pedal sometimes muffles the tone by making tongues of soft leather or felt come between the hammer and the strings. In all cases, the object is to soften the tone. Some pianos have a sostenuto pedal, which will hold notes only if it is put into use after they have been played. The performer may thus strike a note or chord that he wishes to sustain, and then put down the sostenuto pedal, after which the tone will last, even though he releases the keys and uses his hands elsewhere. Other instruments have bass damper pedals, which will sustain all the lower tones of the piano, but none of the higher ones. It will be seen from the mechanism of the piano that after a note has been played and the hammer has dropped back from the strings, the player can in no way influence the quality of the tone. Yet it is not unusual for great artists to be seen wiggling their fingers on the key, as if they expected in some mysterious way to make the tone expressive by such procedure. There are differences in the quality of tones, but these are caused by the varying degrees of strength with which the key is struck in the first place. There are at present 2 main methods of piano practice, that of finger strength, represented by Leschetizky, and that of weight, represented by Breithout. There is little doubt of the correctness of the finger strength method. Those who study by it are easily able to help their performance by weight of hand and arm, but those who neglect to develop their fingers sufficiently will never do great work. The weight school, however, is not without its finger exercises. The good pianist is known by his all-round musicianship. He does not merely depend on the technique necessary to dazzle an audience, but he shows also an expressive power that is properly used in the interpretation of great works. If he is lacking in the expressive qualities and depends too much on technique and mechanical ability, he is called a virtuoso. Insofar as it means lack of expressive power, the term is a reproach. But some pianists have sufficient musicianly feeling and are called virtuosos only because they have such remarkable technique that it attracts more notice than the other qualities. The technical points for an auditor to look for in piano playing may be easily enumerated. They have to do with finger dexterity, or with the use of the wrist, forearm, or upper arm and shoulder. The finger skill is by far the most noticeable point in a good pianist's work. If his rapid passages, trills, and other embellishments are clear, even, and well controlled, as well as fast, then he has mastered the technical side of his art. If the pianist's hands are visible, it may be of interest to see how he holds his fingers. Most performers incline rather to the flat than to the high-arched finger position, though the artist will vary his hand position for different effects. The skill with which a pianist makes rapid skips of some length is another point worth watching. This will involve control of hand and forearm, as well as fingers. Octave passages are played by a rapid fluttering swing of the wrist, which is guided by the forearm. Clearness and rapidity in these is made a special point of practice. The same procedure may be used in playing light, rapid chords. For heavy chords, however, the full arm stroke is used. The weight players make it a point to have the knuckles well bent to take the weight of an arm stroke, but this is a natural position which the players of the finger school adopt of themselves. Technique is properly used as a means to the end of artistic expression. In the matter of power, every great pianist is more than sufficiently equipped. In other words, he is able to pound the piano so forcibly that even the best instrument will give forth only a blur of noise. The artistic effects are obtained by control and variation of power, not by abuse of it. The same is true of speed. The pianist does not usually play a piece as fast as he can, but takes the pace suited to the work, and gives it expression by changes of speed as well as of power. By using the proper accelerations and retards, and the most effective changes of pace, as well as proper accents and balance of force, the pianist may bring much out of a piece, and make it notably expressive. The hearer may always ask himself questions on these points. Does the performer make the right contrasts of speed and power, or are they minimized or exaggerated too much? Does he bring out the melody and form of a piece properly, or is it overemphasized or left obscure? Variations in power, variations in speed, and the proper use of control and contrast are what the hearer must train himself to notice and estimate. He will then be able to tell whether a performance is quiet or passionate, repressed or exaggerated, well-balanced or eccentric. He can also tell whether the pianist is striving to interpret a piece logically or trying to display his own powers at the expense of the composer's meaning. The use or abuse of the pedal is another point worthy of attention. The nature of the piece played is often a guide, as different schools of piano music require different treatment. Thus, the early sonatas of Scarlatti and the music of Couperin, Rameau, and others of their sort demand a light ease of control and more than usual directness in style. The Mozart pieces admit of more expression, though still direct and straightforward. With Beethoven's great sonatas, the dramatic element plays a more prominent part. In connection with these, there has been much discussion over the fitness or unfitness of rubato. That is a change of pace within the measure of a phrase, a prolonging of certain notes at the expense of others for the sake of expression. Paderewski claims that Beethoven's works should have rubato, but the young pianist will do well to use it in very moderate quantities. Modern works of the Liszt type may be given the fullest degree of dramatic expression. Works of contrapuntal character demand a special treatment of their own. They are based on a system of part writing in which each part or voice has its own importance. In harmonic, homophonic music, there is one chief melody, supported by an accompaniment of chords. In strict counterpoint, such as is found in the fugue, each voice has its own melodic line, and the voices blend with each other, like colored strands twisted to form a variegated rope. There are many pieces that come between the two extremes, and have some contrapuntal, polyphonic or many-voiced, effects, while being mostly harmonic in style, or vice versa. In polyphonic music, such as the fugues of Bach, Mendelssohn, and others, the pianist must bring out each part. Instead of having a single melody to be made prominent against a background of chords and harmonies, he now has several melodies which must be balanced against each other in such a way that the important parts of all are brought out. This is hard work, and its success marks the true musician. But in spite of general rules, there is still much latitude in the rendering of a piece. We may, therefore, judge the pianist by his own individual work. If he plays with control and variety of speed and power, brings out his themes expressively without tearing them to tatters, and balances section against section or voice against voice in proper fashion, expressing the very best effects of which a piece is capable, then we may feel sure that he is a great artist. Footnote: for an estimate of the work of certain players, see the chapter Some Famous Pianists in this work. End of footnote. The use of electricity to vibrate wires has been embodied in an instrument known as the coralcello. This looks like a double upright piano. Electric magnets, controlled by properly interrupted currents, attract and release the wires, thus making them vibrate at the desired rates. The result is a very pure and pleasing tone quality of flute-like or organ-like character. The coralcello has also an ordinary piano action, which may be used by itself or in combination with the electrically produced tones. Recent improvements in the instrument include the use of bars, plates, and chains of various sizes, which give many pleasing tone colors. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The organ, German Orgel, French orgue, Italian organo, has been called the king of instruments, but if the title is correct, it has had a much longer reign than usually falls to the lot of royalty. The just designs of Greece, which the poet Collins seemed to think superior to Cecilia's mingled world of sound, had no place for the organ, unless we accept as a primitive organ the syrinx or set of panpipes. That the organ sometimes took such a small form is shown by the regals of Monteverdi's 17th century orchestra, which was a tiny portable organ, somewhat resembling the syrinx. The larger stationary organ of Monteverdi's day was known as the positive, and this term is still kept to describe the choir organ in France and Germany. Rome had a somewhat mysterious water organ, worked by hydraulic pressure. Its construction is not now known, in spite of references to it by Vitruvius and others. The Eastern Empire kept the organ, though with human instead of hydraulic motor power. In the 8th century, the Byzantine emperor sent an organ as a present to King Pepin of France. These early organs were noisy affairs, without the selective power that comes with the use of stops, and when a note was played, all the pipes of that pitch gave their tone together. It is on record that a lady at Charlemagne's court was driven crazy by hearing the organ unexpectedly for the first time. A century or more later, the organ at Winchester, England, was described by the monk Wulstan as having a noise like thunder. The idea of stops grew up gradually in the Middle Ages. Stops depend on the simple principle of having two operations necessary instead of one to let the air into an organ pipe. Pressing down a key must be preceded by drawing out or other adjustment of the stop. Each stop operates a bar, known as a slider, which keeps its set of pipes closed until certain holes in the slider are brought directly under the corresponding pipe openings. after one or more sets of pipes are prepared for use by the stop adjustment, the pressing down of a key will sound only the pipe of the desired pitch in each set that has been prepared for use by the stops. While the key is intended to let air into all pipes of a given pitch, the stops admit the air only to those pipes where its action is desired, and exclude the air from all other pipes controlled by the key. From the 17th century onward, the organ has grown continually in size. The small forms, with pipe ranks parallel to the keys and just behind them, were developed into larger sizes, in which some of the pipes were set off at a distance and controlled from a roller board that operated with strings or wires. The mechanical organ developed first, but now there are pneumatic and electric organs also. The mechanical organ is operated by systems of rods and levers. Pressing down the key pushes up a sticker or push rod. This works a lever or backfall. The backfall, either directly or by means of the roller board, pulls down a tracker or pull rod under the pipe to be used. The tracker, in its turn, drags with it a pull-down or wire that passes up into the wind closet. And lastly, this pull-down moves a pallet or valve, the motion of the pallet opening the pipe and letting the air rush into it to make it sound. In the pneumatic organs, each key is provided with an air tube extending to the wind chest. This tube contains air under pressure when not in use. When the key is played, some air is released from the tube. The pallet is so arranged and connected that when the air pressure in the tube is lowered, an opposing air pressure overbalances it and forces the pallet to open. In electric organs, each key is provided with wires. When the key is played, an electric contact is formed, and the current causes a release in the wind chest that allows the pallet to open. The electric organs thus resemble the pneumatic ones, except that the long part of the air tube outside the wind chest is here replaced by wire, and the release effected by the key electrically instead of pneumatically. The largest organs have 5 different keyboards, known, from the lowest up, as the great, swell, choir, solo, and echo organs. There is a pedal board also, played by the feet. Each manual, or keyboard, and the pedal board too, has a number of different sets of pipes connected to it, each set shown by a stop. Organ pipes come in various sizes. In the first place, any set of pipes must range from large to small to give the scale, halving the length always giving an octave higher, and so on. But on the organ, a set is also designated by the length of pipe connected with the key known as great C, 2 octaves below the middle C of the piano. An open pipe, about 8 feet long, will give this note. Any series of pipes sounding the pitch of the note is called, from this, an 8-foot series, and the tones that sound the pitch of the key played are called 8-foot tones. This is thus a designation for those pipes that sound the pitch of the key played, even though the pipes above great C are shorter than 8 feet, and those sounding below it are longer. The other figures used to designate sets of organ pipes enable us to compare them with the 8-foot sets or stops. Thus, a 16-foot stop is one whose pipes may be twice as large for the same pitch as those of an 8-foot set. At any rate, the 16-foot set must sound an octave deeper for any given key than the 8-foot set. There are 32-foot sets of pipes that sound an octave deeper yet for a given key. It will thus be seen that one key on the organ, unlike one on the piano, may give several different tones. The 8-foot stops are called foundations, and the 16-foot stops doubles, while stops smaller than 8 feet are known as mutations. Of these smaller stops, the 4-foot sounds an octave above the key played, and the 2-foot 2 octaves above it. The interval of fifth is used also, a stop of 5 1/3 feet giving a fifth above the foundations, while one of 2 2/3 feet gives an octave and a fifth, the 12th, above the foundations. There are also stops of 10 and 2/3 feet, giving the fifth above the doubles, but these are used chiefly for the pedals. Sets of 2 or 3 ranks of very small pipes sounding together are called furniture or mixture. They are used in combination with heavy tones to brighten them. The doubles and foundations are often played together with enough mutation and mixture to get the desired effect. The fifth is never used alone, but is combined with other stops to brighten them. It will be seen on reflection that a single large organ will have a great number of pipes. Each of the 5 manuals, as well as the pedals, will have many stops, and each stop represents a set of pipes, usually containing 1 for each key. The organ at the Town Building in Sydney, like the still larger one recently erected at Liverpool, has about 10,000 pipes. Pipes may be open or closed, the latter being stopped at one end and sounding an octave deeper than open pipes of the same length. Pipes may be wide or narrow in proportion to their length, the narrow ones giving the more brilliant tone. Pipes may be made of wood or of metal. Finally, they may be provided with reed mouthpieces, or simply have air openings instead, being known as flue pipes. The organ builder combines all these possibilities so as to produce the maximum variety in tone colour. Incidentally, his instrument has to be voiced to the church or hall where it is set up. This consists in trying out all the tones and making them even wherever necessary. If this is not done, certain pipes in a rank or stop, which are reinforced when their wavelength happens to fit the building, would sound too loud. Steiner, in his book on the organ, gives a classification of the stops that is quoted here for reference. His table is still useful, though descriptions of other stops may be found in the works of Hopkins and Rambo or Audsley. Manual flue stops. 16 foot. Double-stopped diapason or Borden, soft and sweet. Double gamba or contragamba, reedy, generally soft. Double, open diapason metal, full, rich tone. 8 foot. Stop diapason. Lieblich gedacht, clarinet flute, Rohrflute are all soft and sweet. Whole flute, harmonic flute, are sweet but fuller toned. Selectional or salisette, dulciana, carolophone are soft and reedy. Gamba or viol de gamba, very reedy. Gemshorn, spitzflute, viol d'amour are thin and delicate. Small open diapason, more powerful. Large open diapason, full and rich. Bell diapason, flute à pavillon, gamba, full-toned, or bell gamba, very rich, full, and very reedy. 4 foot. Flute, val de flute, flute d'amour, sweet and bright. Salisette flute, Gemshorn, Geigensprintable, Spitzflute, reedy and very bright. Principal or octave, full-toned. 2 foot pipes. Piccolo, flageolet, very bright but fluty. Spitzflute, Gemshorn, very bright, almost shrill. 15th or super octave, bright and full-toned. 5 1/3 foot, quint, full tone, adds breadth and dignity in combination. 2 2/3 feet, 12th, full tone, adds richness in combination. Compounds, echo cornet, soft in combination. Sesquialtera, adds fullness. Furniture, mixture, and sharp mixture, adds brilliancy. Manual reed stops, 16 foot. Tenorune or contra oboe, double bassoon, soft and rich, generally on the swell organ. Double trumpet, trombone, contrapassone, full-toned and rich. 8 foot. Oboe, orchestral, clarinet, corno di bassetto, cor anglais, vox humana. Of special quality of tone, generally used independently as solo stops. Hautboy, soft and sweet, used on swell as foundation stop. Horn, cornopian, trumpet, full and rich on swell. Posone, tromba, loud and rich. Harmonic trumpet, tuba mirabilis, very loud and brilliant on high wind pressure. 4 foot. Octave hautboy, bright. Clarion, very bright. Pedal, flue stops, 32 foot. Sub-bass, double stop diapason or contra bourdon, very soft, little used except in combination. Double diapason, rich and full, lowest notes used in combination. 16 foot. Bourdon, 16 foot tone. Violin, soft and most useful. Open diapason, full and heavy. 8 foot. Stopped flute, 8 foot. Violoncello, sweet and soft, generally useful. Principal or octave, full-toned, most useful to strengthen bass. 4 foot, 15th or super octave, adds brightness. 10 2/3 feet, quint, produces a very heavy tone in combination. 5 1/3, 12th, adds brightness. Pedal reed stops, 32 foot, contrafagotto, soft but useful only in combination. Contrapassone, contrabombard, most useful addition to full power. 16 foot. Fagotto or bassoon, soft and frequently useful. Trombone, posaune, add weight to a forte combination. Bombard, ophiclade, of great power and grandeur. 8 foot. Bassoon, soft and useful. Clarion or trumpet, gives brilliancy to a forte combination. 4 foot. Octave clarion, adds brilliancy. The compound stops vary a good deal on different organs, but they are always used for the same purpose, to reinforce the higher overtones of a note when brilliancy is desired. The tremulant is a device used with certain pipes which interrupts the wind flow at regular intervals of time. Another sort of tremolo is obtained by having 2 ranks of selectional, salcional, or dulciana pipes, one rank being slightly flatter than the other, in which case the vibrations of the 2 ranks will coincide a certain number of times per minute, causing a beat or increase in tone volume each time they coincide. Such combinations of ranks are given new names like vox angelica, under maris, etc. The pipes of the swell organ are enclosed in a box with shutters. These may be partly opened by pressing a pedal, so that the player can cause swells and subsidences as he opens or closes the box. Sometimes other pipes than those joined to the swell manual are given a second swell box. But the chief variations in power come from the performer's use of different stops, which are not all equally strong. The art of using the proper stops is known as registration. At times, the composer marks his registration pretty fully, but often it is left to the decision of the performer. The latter is sometimes hard put to it to change the stops without interrupting the flow of a piece. To aid him in this, modern organs are often supplied with combination pistons, so arranged that the player can group several stops together under the control of one piston. Experience is the best guide for the combination of stops, for the reason that different organs may differ greatly in effect. But there are certain main principles of combinations that are given in the organ handbooks. Thus, the softer bourdons and diapasons, perhaps stopped, form the basis of soft notes, and with some smooth stop added to make them blend well. These will be mainly 8-foot tones on the manuals and 16-foot on the pedals. An open diapason increases the tone, while the addition of other 8-foot and 4-foot stops brings fair power. For loud notes, the doubles are used to add the lower octave, while still more foundations, mutations, and mixtures are thrown in. The auditor, then, will look most of all for quality of tone when hearing the instrument. If he can see the player manipulate the stops, so much the better, but he can hear changes of any importance in the tone. He will find himself able, with very few trials, to tell whether the deep 16-foot stops are present or absent, and he may even learn to detect the presence and probable amount of mutation stops. There are not many special points of finger technique for him to watch. The performer's touch must simply be clear enough and quick enough to get a clean-cut entrance of the wind into the pipes, while he plays the pedals with a heel and toe movement that does not challenge attention. But if the player handles his registration properly, he will give broad effects and built up grand climaxes that fully justify the organ's claim to a regal title. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Rowe. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Voice. The human voice, German Stimme, French Voix, Italian Voce, is an instrument of the same type as the oboe or bassoon. These instruments have what is known as a double reed mouthpiece, and in similar fashion the throat is provided with two membranes, called the vocal cords, which swing toward and away from each other when producing a tone, and let out successive air puffs of the requisite number per second for the pitch of the note sung. The lungs and the muscles controlling them supply the necessary air. When we breathe with an open throat, the air current is exhaled without impediment. But when the vocal cords are in action, closing the throat except for the release of air puffs, the muscles controlling the lungs may be in definite action, forcing the air out if a tone of any volume is to be obtained. The muscles governing the lungs act in three ways. The diaphragm, a broad, flat-arched muscle at the base of the lungs, contracts downward to inhale air, and relaxes upward to let the air be exhaled, or even pushes upward in making a tone. The rib muscles may expand the lungs by enlarging the chest circumference. Still another sort of inhalation may be made by lifting the chest and elongating the lungs upward by means of the shoulders. There is a great deal of discussion as to what is the best method of breathing for singers, but many of them are now agreed that an enlargement of the lower ribs, helped by a slight back expansion and raising of the shoulder blades, is the proper method of inhalation. The student may train his back in breathing by inhaling in a sitting position, leaning forward until the face almost touches the knees. After the inhalation, the burden of action in tone producing is shifted to the diaphragm, which controls the tone best during exhalation. Breathing by the diaphragm is the most wholesome procedure in ordinary life, but the singer must train for special results. The larynx, which may be felt as the Adam's apple, is the apparatus at the top of the windpipe, trachea, that acts as vibrating mouthpiece in producing a tone. The larynx consists of several cartilages united by muscles and covered by membranes, the whole being suspended from the hyoid or tongue bone. Lowest of all is the cricoid cartilage, named from the Greek to show its resemblance to a signet ring. This is joined to the top of the windpipe by a circular ligament. The widest, highest part is in the back. The thyroid cartilage is much larger. It rests on top of the cricoid and forms the main part of the Adam's apple. It is not a complete ring, but is shaped much like two square shields facing diagonally forward. The back ends are joined by the thyrohyoid membrane. From the back ends rise rod-like projections connecting the cartilage to the hyoid bone. At the upper front part of this cartilage is the flexible tongue known as the epiglottis. When we swallow food, the epiglottis bends back to let the food pass over it, across the top of the larynx to the gullet or esophagus, which is behind the windpipe. On top of the high back part of the cricoid cartilage are two little hillocks, known as the arytenoid cartilages. On top of these are the two very small Santorini cartilages, and beside the arytenoids are the two tiny Risberg cartilages. The vocal cords are membranes, one on each side of the larynx, looking not unlike the halves of a drum membrane, with an open slit or passage called the glottis, extending from front to back. When the cords are loose, this slit is more like a round hole. The front end of the cords is attached to the thyroid cartilage, and the back ends are united to the arytenoid cartilages, one to each. When the cords are tightened by the muscles governing the cartilages, the slit becomes narrow enough to make the air escape and the intermittent puffs needed to produce a tone. The cords are smooth membranes of greyish-white colour, though inflammation may make them red or cover them with lumpy nodules. Above the vocal cords are two so-called false vocal cords, and between the two pairs are recesses known as the Morgagni pockets. The use of the false cords and pockets is not clearly understood. Some think they direct the tone upward through the throat. Others believe that they make the tone quality soft and rich. Still others think that the false cords actually take part in tone production and replace the real ones when the latter are out of condition. The false cords are red folds of the mucous membrane and secrete enough moisture to keep the true cords from getting dry and hard. The cavity above the larynx, formed by the nose and mouth coming together, is known as the pharynx. The cavities of the nose and mouth act as resonating chambers. The shape of the mouth is subject to alteration, while that of the nose remains practically constant. Nasal tones have good penetrating power. Alteration of the shape of the mouth by means of tongue movements causes a change in the tone quality which enables us to distinguish between different vowels. The oo sound, as in food, has the fewest overtones. A gradual opening of the lips will make the mouth correspond to a conical rather than a cylindrical tube, giving more overtones and a brighter quality. As we open the lips, we pass through the vowel sounds found in the word foot, fun, not, and or, while with the sound of ah, the mouth should be fully open. A further emphasis of the conical shape is then made by gradually closing the back of the mouth cavity by raising the tongue. We pass through the sounds of the vowels in mat and met until with the sound in meet, the passage between the tongue and the roof of the mouth is at its narrowest. The presence of overtones in different proportion is also shown by the fact that each voice has its own quality. If two voices produce tones having the same proportion of overtones in union with the fundamental tone, they would sound alike. The action of the throat should not be self-conscious. The singer knows what pitch he wishes to get, and he strikes it without thinking of working the cricothyroid muscles or stretching the vocal cords. Yet there is evidently a very accurate relation between idea and fact, for the vocal cords at once adopt the tension necessary to produce the required pitch. This tension may be obtained in two ways, however, and the singer knows which one he is going to use. The so-called chest register, better named chest quality, is obtained when the vocal cords vibrate at full length along their straight edges, which are thus held tight to narrow the opening known as the glottis or chink of the glottis. In this method of singing, increased tones mean increased tension. As the pitch rises, the Adam's apple, which carries the front ends of the cords, rises also and takes a stiffer and stiffer position, demanding more and more muscular effort. To sing high notes in the chest register with chest quality is very fatiguing. The chest notes in a man's voice have the fullness and quality obtained in ordinary shouting. If the singer uses the so-called head register, he will obtain a tone of much smoother quality. To get such head tones, the throat must be left lax and the nose open. Such tones are often developed by humming through the nose. In these, the authorities tell us, the vocal cords vibrate more in a lateral direction, like a pin that is stuck in a wall and twanged. The head register requires none of the fatiguing stiffening of the throat that is needed for chest notes. It has a much smoother quality of tone, being almost like the falsetto voice in character. In reality, the falsetto is simply a very high part of the head register. The head tones have nothing of the gruff character of the shout, but have the smoother, lighter quality of a whine. The good singer will use the head tones as much as the nature of his voice permits. With men, this blending of a maximum of head quality with the tone may be done at all pitches, but more especially in the high ones. Sir Morrell Mackenzie said that sopranos use a maximum of chest register, while contraltos depend much more on head quality for their high notes. But this statement is many years old, and probably the sopranos now make a much greater use of the head register than formerly. Oertel studied head tones by means of an instrument called the stroboscope, connected with the laryngoscope. The latter is an arrangement of mirrors enabling an observer to see into the throat. The former is based on the idea of a revolving plate with a hole in it, permitting vision only when the hole reaches a certain spot in its path of revolution. If the stroboscope revolves, for example, 250 times a second, and the vocal cords under the laryngoscope are vibrating 251 times a second, then each revolution of the stroboscope will show the cords in a position slightly advanced from that seen previously. In this way, a sort of moving picture is obtained, showing the vocal cords in action apparently at the rate of 1 vibration per second. By using this, Oertel found that in head tones the vocal cords were divided into segments lengthwise, the segments vibrating laterally. In the latest sections on tubular instruments, it is shown that the length of the vibrating air column producing a tone varies inversely as the pitch. The vocal cords are controlled by muscles, while the mouthpieces of reed instruments are not. We may therefore make the vocal cords give any rate of vibration that they can, and the length of the vibrating air column will vary in accordance with their rate. But where the air wave in a clarinet, for instance, is 4 times the length of the tube, that of a vocal tone may be many more times the length from vocal cords to lips. Yet there is some shortening of the column in the throat as the pitch is raised. With chest tones, the thyroid cartilage shortens the airspace by rising as the pitch rises, and chest singers often throw the head back for high notes. For head tones, there seems to be a lowering of the upper part of the larynx toward the cords, producing the sensation of drinking in the tone. All this, no doubt, leads to rather abstruse considerations. There is, however, much room for further investigation of the larynx in action, and the reader may not find it amiss to have these hints of what the investigator's problems are like. From the hearer's point of view, too, the above items may be of value. He can watch what method of breathing a singer adopts, or tell whether he or she blends head and chest tones skillfully. Voices are classified in many ways. Taking them in general divisions from the bottom up, we have the basso profundo, the basso cantante, the baritone, the tenore robusto, the lyric tenore di grazia, the contralto, the mezzo-soprano, and the full soprano. The voice of the basso profundo is full and deep, while that of the basso cantante is smoother and more fluent. Similarly, the tenore robusto has a voice of heroic proportions, while the lyric tenor, tenore di grazia, has less strength, but more smoothness and sweetness of tone. The saccharine quality of the lyric tenor's tones is apt to grow monotonous, and it caused von Bülow to remark that tenor is not a voice, but a disease. The true contralto, alto voice, too, is broad and strong in quality, while that of the mezzo-soprano, with almost the same range, is more lyrical. Sopranos have the same division, the strong voices being suited to the dramatic school, while the more fluent and smooth voices of the so-called coloratura sopranos can be managed with the most brilliant flexibility. The last-named voices are those that are displayed in the runs, embellishments, and rapid passages of the conventional mad scenes in Italian opera of the Rossini or Donizetti school. Men's voices sing music in the G clef an octave lower than it is written. Vocal execution is a matter in which the singer must keep up constant practice. In the piano field, Rubinstein is alleged to have said, "If I neglect practice one day, I know it. 2 days my friends know it, and 3 days the public knows it." Something of the sort is true of the singer also. The singer must not only practice execution, but he must develop tone quality as well. Where the pianist cannot vary his tone color, the singer can modify his tones noticeably by practice. A good voice is in part a natural gift, but it may be much improved, and in some cases singers have attained success without it. Thus, Ludwig Wöllner, renowned for his rendering of German art songs, obtains his effects by his mastery of technical management, and advertises himself as the singer without a voice. When judging of a singer, the listener may first of all note the quality of his voice. If the performer is a man, the voice may be of either lyric or robust style. If a woman, her tones may be broadly dramatic, or may have the pure, clear quality of the voix blanche, the clean-cut, somewhat cold tone color shown by certain coloratura singers. Breathing and breath management are worthy of notice. Does the singer breathe naturally with only the slightest pause and no apparent effort, or does he make hard work of it? Also, does he pause for breath at the proper times, or does he let his inhalations divide the phrases wrongly? In some songs, there is little chance for the vocalist to go astray. In the old Handel airs, however, such as Every Valley and The Messiah, there are long roulades, in which any misjudgment will receive its full share of prominence. The quality of tone is kept at its best if the tone is given proper resonance by the nose and more especially by the mouth. We hear many teachers tell their pupils to focus the tone on the teeth. This does not mean that the teeth have any share in the tone, but that the student is to let the tone resound clearly and not be smothered by the mouth or throat. The tremolo is a fault that depends on breath management. If a singer has good control of the muscles governing his lungs, he should not be troubled with any objectionable tremolo. Inaccuracy in pitch may come from the singer's inability to hear certain notes mentally. It is apt to show itself on long-held notes of very high or very low position in a singer's range. A singer need not be blamed greatly for an infrequent lapse on a single note, but if such carelessness grows to be a habit, it is naturally an important defect. The attack of tone is the way in which a singer begins it. This should be even and clean-cut, unless other effects are used purposely. If a singer is heard to feel for a tone lightly and searchingly, instead of starting it cleanly at full power, his audience will soon grow tired of him. The singer often experiences a temptation to slide up to a high note with a scoop, but he must resist this feeling. The only permissible case of such sliding is the portamento, in which a singer ends a note by carrying it rapidly up or down to the pitch of the next, before pronouncing the syllable that goes with the second note. Portamento work should not be overused, or it will grow wearisome in its effect. The release of a tone, like the attack, should be clean-cut and sudden. The proper tone, according to Santley, is started full, held evenly, and released cleanly, forming what he calls a rectangle of sound. After these technical points are noted, there comes the subject of musical expression. The singer, like the pianist, has many gradations of speed and power, almost an infinite variety in the case of the voice. These, under his management, constitute his rendering of a song. and if they are employed with due regard for balance, contrast, and unity of the entire effect, they mark the singer as an artist. The singer has one admirable guide that the pianist lacks: the sense of the words. These usually give him the general outline of the effects he desires, his practice merely refining the details. Yet even here there is room for judgment. Thus an opera singer will often exaggerate the effect of recital songs and try to make them too dramatic, a fault usually avoided successfully by the concert artist. It will be seen that the song singer and the opera singer have different standards, and an artist who changes from one field to the other, even temporarily, should remember this fact. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie. The Violin. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Violin. While the piano demands the maximum amount of effort from the performer, the violin, German, Geige, French, violon, Italian, violino, is the instrument that is capable of the greatest variety of expression. Like the human voice, it may echo every emotion. The origin of the violin, as already intimated, is shrouded in mystery. The rebab of Arabia, the ravanastron of India, the early Welsh harp known as the croth, or even the primitive instruments of Africa, may have played their part in its development. Grillsamer, a French authority, now claims that it may have come from the kithara, because of the expansion of one of the latter's sides to a violin-like body in certain early medieval specimens. The term fiddle, also viol, is derived from the Latin fidicula, meaning a stringed instrument. The early viols, which came into general use in the time of the jongleurs, were flatter in shape than the present violin. Their tone was different, being less incisive and brilliant, but more calmly sweet and plaintive. Viols of various sizes remained in use some time after the violin had developed. When the early 16th century music is revived for modern ears, the viols are often used in place of violins, and with very pleasing effect if heard with harpsichord, for example. Gasparo da Salo and the Amati family were pioneers in violin making, the former living in the Tyrol and the latter in Cremona. Andrea Amati, the pioneer in the Cremona manufacture, was born in 1520. His two sons, Antonio and Geronimo, continued the work, but it was brought to greater perfection by the latter's son Niccolo. The last named was the teacher of the greatest of violin makers, Antonio Stradivarius, 1650 to 1737. Another famous family of violin makers was that of Guarnerius, of whom Joseph, 1683 to 1745, called Del Gesù, is known through having one of his instruments used by the great Paganini. Other famous violin makers were the Medinis, the Ruggieris, the Guadagninis, the Ceretis, and Storioni. The violins of these men are valued for their excellence of tone. This comes in part from age, or rather continued use, because the constant vibration of the violin box makes it give tones of constantly increasing fullness and purity. But age is not the only quality, else all the old instruments would be equally good. There were secrets in the making and using of the varnish, the seasoning of the wood, and so on. These points, or others of the sort, are still open to discovery, and modern makers sometimes produce unusual results. Thus, a famous New York firm, which exhibited some of its new violins at a Vienna fair, was refused the prize at first on the ground that its instruments were too good to be really new. The chief parts of a violin are the body and neck, made of maple or pine, a thin wooden bridge of maple supporting the strings, an ebony bar into which the strings are knotted beyond the bridge, an ebony fingerboard over which they run, a peg box in which the ends of the strings are wrapped around pegs that are used for tuning, and the 4 strings themselves. The strings are called catgut, but in the instrumental field, at least, the cat is innocent, as the strings come from the sheep or the goat when not artificially made. The deepest string is wound with wire. With the violin comes a bow of horsehair and a metal or wooden clamp, the mute or sordino. The bow is drawn over the strings to set them in motion, whereupon the vibrations are transferred by the bridge to the body of the instrument, which acts as a sounding board and vibrates in sympathy with the string, but much more powerfully. The mute is stuck on the bridge in clothespin fashion when in use, and diminishes the volume of tone by letting less powerful vibrations reach the sounding box. The muted tone is peculiarly sweet as well as soft. When the mute is to be put on or taken off, the composer always puts some rests into the player's part, so that he may have time to dig the mute from his vest pocket and adjust it on the bridge, or to reverse the process. The violin strings are tuned in fifths to G, D, A, and E in ascending order, beginning with the G just below middle C. Since making a string shorter causes it to give a higher tone, the player may get tones of higher pitch than that of the whole string, open string, by pressing his finger on it at different distances from the peg box, in which case the part of the string between the bridge and the player's finger is what vibrates and gives the tone. In principle, it is simple, but in practice, the procedure is varied and difficult. The violinist's left hand, which is used to finger the strings, is trained to a most delicate perfection of activity, a perfection that is injured by the slightest bruise, so that the performer may not indulge in anything so violent as baseball, for instance. The use of the bow, too, demands a perfect adjustment of arm, wrist, hand, and fingers. So it must have been a very ignorant man who said, when asked if he could play the violin, "I don't know. I never tried." The violinist, when playing, supports the neck of his instrument in the hollow between the thumb and first finger of his left hand. This brings his 4 fingers over the strings in such a way that any one of them may press the string against the fingerboard, known as stopping the string. When the hand is nearest to the peg box, it is in what is called the first position. By moving in towards the body of the violin, so that each finger gives a note 1 tone higher than before, it reaches the second position. In ordinary playing, 6 positions are used. For the upper positions, or for any note still higher on the E string, the fingers must do some reaching, as the body of the instrument prevents the hand from moving in as a whole. In Beethoven's time, the compass of the violin was considered to be 1 tone over 3 octaves. Since then, the composers have called for still higher notes from it, and Wagner, in the music depicting the Holy Grail in the prelude to Lohengrin, demanded unusually high notes, whose thin, clear quality, blended with flute notes, gave an excellent picture of celestial bliss. In this case, Wagner used what are known as harmonics, besides employing the ordinary tones. Harmonics, known also as overtones or upper partials, are formed when a string of the violin is made to vibrate in fractional parts instead of in one large swing along its entire length. To produce such an effect, the player touches the string lightly at a certain point instead of pressing it down firmly. If he touches the string in the middle, it vibrates in halves, sounding an octave higher than if vibrated as a whole. If touched 1/3 of its length from the peg box end, it vibrates in thirds, giving a still higher tone, and the pitch may be still further raised by making the string divide into fourths, fifths, etc. The playing of harmonics is one of the points in which a good performer shows his skill. He must be perfectly accurate in fingering, as the slightest deviation from the exact location will cause a series of meaningless squeaks. The so-called artificial or stopped harmonics are derived from a stopped tone in which one finger presses the string down in the ordinary way, while another makes this shortened length of string divide into fractional parts. The use of thin strings aids greatly in the production of these tones, and Paganini, the most famous technical master of the violin that the world has known, could in this manner make the string subdivide into as many as 12 parts. Most concert violinists do not go above 8 or 9. The hearer can soon learn to distinguish the thin, piping, flageolet tone quality of the harmonics, and if he is near enough to see the player's fingers, he may note the light touch on the string needed to produce them. The most common style of the violin is a smooth legato, melodic and expressive, in which the composer uses a slur to show which notes are to be played in a single bow stroke, and sometimes indicates whether it is the up or down stroke. Among other technical points to be watched for, the most common is double stopping, or the playing of 2 strings at once. On ordinary violins, the bow cannot touch 3 strings at once, although the performer may alternate notes on 2 adjacent strings so quickly that he seems to be playing in 3 or 4 part harmony. He may also sweep his bow over 3 or 4 strings in very rapid succession, giving a chord of 3 or 4 notes in the harp-like style known as arpeggio. It is said that Old Bull had a special violin bridge made, with its top more nearly flat than usual, so that by bearing on heavily with the bow, he could touch 3 strings at once. But usually such chord effects, as seen in the great Chaconne for solo violin by Bach, are made by the arpeggio sweep, and only 1 or 2 of the notes really sustained for any time. In orchestral music, where there are two groups of violins, the same effect is obtained by dividing the forces as much as desired. Thus Wagner, in the Forest Rustling in Siegfried, divided his first violins into 3 parts, with a solo violin besides, while the second violins played in 4 parts, and the lower strings were also divided. This gave a many-voiced effect that represented very successfully the rustlings and murmurings of the forest. Such procedure, divisi, is common now with all the orchestral instruments, and produces a much broader or more massive tone than the older method of scoring for unison parts. The violin tremolo, which is so often heard in our melodramas, where the villain is about to kill the heroine or some other blood-curdling event takes place, is produced on a single tone by swinging the bow rapidly to and fro on the string. This effect was originated by Monteverde in the 17th century, though, if he had known to what base uses it would come, he might have refrained from inventing it. The vibrato is used to give a series of apparent swells and subsidences to a single smooth tone. It is caused in reality by slight regular changes in pitch, for in producing it the player sways his hand rhythmically and more or less rapidly while keeping his finger on the string. Staccato notes, which are short and quick, may be produced by the stopping of the bow on the string, in which case the tone ceases at once. Such a staccato is called détaché or martellato. Another staccato is produced by letting the bow drop on the string and rebound quickly by its own elasticity. This is known as the flying staccato or arco saltando. When the string is lightly brushed and the bow lifted off it between each tone, the so-called spiccato is produced. The violin strings may be plucked like those of a guitar. This procedure, known as pizzicato, may be used for guitar-like accompaniments, but it has a mysterious and striking effect that is valuable for its own sake also. Skillful solo players will sometimes give pieces that demand pizzicato effects in combination with bowing, and while a tone of the usual sort is going on, they will be seen to pluck a string also with one of the free fingers of the left hand. The pizzicato, like the tremolo, was invented by Monteverde. A tone produced by tapping the string with the back of the bow is called collegno, meaning with the wood. This effect is too light for solo use and is rare even in orchestral work. The mute or sordino has been mentioned above. The muted tone is too smoothly sweet for lengthy use, but in short passages it makes a good contrast to the more brilliant tones of the unmuted strings. Trills are produced by a rapid alteration of 2 notes, the lower one being held or consisting of an open tone, while the upper one is played and released very quickly. The glissando is the effect produced when a finger is slid along the string while the bow is playing on it. This procedure and others are often burlesqued in vaudeville, but when properly used are decidedly effective. Embellishments of various sorts, such as turns, trills, mordents, and rapid runs, are much used in violin music. The player's left hand is continually in action, and a close watch of its nimble fingers will show a constant overcoming of difficulties that are not all recognized as such by the ear alone. The violin is capable of expressing every emotion, from the deepest pathos to the wildest gaiety or the utmost frenzy. Its use as a solo instrument is widespread, and it plays the most important part in the orchestra. It lends itself to the expression of every shade of feeling, and while many instruments have only one or two distinctive tone colors, the violin possesses them all. A very great deal of this expressive power depends on the performer's use of the bow. This is a matter of lifelong attention from the student's earliest days. The fingers stop the strings to get the correct pitch, but it is always the infinite variety in the speed and pressure of the bow that brings out the tone quality. The broad and beautiful notes of an Ysaye or a Kreisler depend wholly upon the correct and artistic use of the bow. In the orchestra, the first of the violin players, known as the Concertmeister, ranks next to the conductor himself, and should be able to replace the latter if necessary. He is always a performer of high merit, and best able to play the solo passages that abound in modern scores. Sometimes special tunings of the violin are used. Thus, Cézanne, in his Danse Macabre, depicting the skeletons dancing at midnight, had a solo violin tuned with its upper string a semitone flat. This gave a peculiarly weird effect when Death began to tune up his violin for the skeleton's dance. Paganini would often tune all his strings a semitone too high and finger the pieces a semitone lower than they were written, combining the correct pitch with the brilliance obtained from tight strings. Many others have used special effects in tuning. When the layman attends a violin recital, he will be able to notice many of the points enumerated here. He will almost surely see much double stopping, many harmonics, pizzicato passages, and other bits of technical display. These he may follow in part with the eye by watching the fingers of the player's left hand, but the artist's chief glory is to be judged by the ear. If he shows breadth and purity of tone, true expressive power, real delicacy of feeling, and an emotional warmth that is well marked without being unduly exaggerated, then he is truly great. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Douglas Wood. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Other bowed instruments. The viola, German braccio, French alto, Italian viola, is exactly similar to the violin, except that it is 1/5 larger and has heavier strings. It is tuned a fifth below the violin, its strings thus giving C, G, D, and A, the deepest tone being an octave below middle C on the piano. Its two lowest strings are wired. The viola is played in a manner similar to that used for the violin, except for the greater stretches in fingering, due to the greater length of the strings. All the technical points of violin execution are possible on the viola, but owing to the veiled quality of its high tones, its music is confined to the first 5 positions, giving the viola a compass of about 3 octaves. The dull, mournful tone color of the viola comes from the fact that its strings are thick. Its increased length over the violin would make its tones only a third below those of the violin if the same thickness of string were used. The extra depth is attained by increasing the thickness of the strings, which always makes the tone lose brilliancy. Thus, the viola gets a tone color of brooding melancholy. If overused, it becomes tiresome. When Méhul aimed to portray the lofty melancholy of the oceanic poetry in his Uthal, he tried the experiment, at Napoleon's request, of leaving out violins and making the viola the chief instrument of the string group. The result was decidedly too successful, for the tone color of the piece became so monotonous that Grétry, after listening to the end, exclaimed, "I'd give 100 francs to hear a violin." Among more recent composers, Mendelssohn has used the viola beautifully in the slow movement of his Italian symphony, while Berlioz employed the instrument admirably to personify the dreamy and contemplative hero in his Childe Harold Symphony. In the second movement of that work, it has some delicate tones which are played very near the bridge, a style known as sul ponticello. The viola plays the third part in the string quartet, which consists of a first and second violin, a viola, and a violoncello. This does not mean that it is always below the two violins in pitch, for the string quartet depends upon interest and variety in the leading of its four parts, and sometimes the viola may be playing the highest note of a chord. In orchestral work, the viola has much the same duty. It is often called upon for its special tone color, but usually it is found playing in four-part harmony with the first and second violins and the violoncellos. In the 18th century, its role was more humble, and it was often compelled to follow the bass viol. Yet Gluck gave a strong example of its power in his Iphigenia in a Tauride. In that work, Orestes, pursued by the Furies, sinks down, overcome in prison, but the gloomy muttering of the violas shows that his rest is due not to peace of mind, but to exhaustion. The viola de amore is not really a viola, but belongs to the old viol type, and is nearly obsolete now. It had 7 catgut strings and 7 steel strings vibrating in symphony with them. Its sweet tones are called for in the music of Bach's time, but are very infrequently demanded in later works. Loeffler, however, used them in his Mort des Tintagiles. An attempt has been made to substitute for the present viola an instrument with brighter tone. A German musician named Ritter brought out a large affair which he called the viola alta, but which the musical world now knows as the Ritter viola. It is half as large again as the ordinary viola. For this reason, its tones are brilliant and resonant, and its size gives the required depth in pitch without the need of having the strings thickened. Orchestras have not adopted it because it is too large, and only men with very long arms can play it. As a whole, music is the most conservative of the arts, and even a successful innovation is not adopted for many years. The violoncello, or cello, German violoncelle, French violoncelle, Italian violoncello, takes the fourth part among the strings, both in the quartet of solo instruments and in the orchestra. Of course, in the latter case, any instrument may be used for a solo or obbligato passage, whenever a composer desires to make its tone color prominent. But in tutti passages, when all the instruments play together, it takes the low notes of the string group. The name should never be spelled violoncello. The term is derived not from the violin, but from the violone, the old Italian name for double bass. Here again there is a slight lack of accuracy, for the violone is of the flat viol type, while the cello has the more rounded violin form. In England the cello is sometimes called the bass viol. The strings of the cello are an octave deeper than those of the viola, the two lower ones in each case being wound with wire, but while the viola tone is dull from thick strings, the cello is so much larger that its deep pitch is obtained by the length of the string, without disproportionate increase in size. The instrument is so large that its body is rested on the floor during performance, instead of on the player's arm. In fingering, a large stretch is needed to produce the necessary changes in pitch. Various positions are used, as with the violin, but while the very high positions are difficult on the violin because the fingers are crowded together, they are very easy on the cello because the large stretch needed in the lower positions diminishes to a comfortable size. The compass of the cello is therefore extensive, being nearly 4 octaves. The cello player will sometimes use his thumb to stop a string. The early Puritans seem to have possessed a decided predilection for the cello. Just why they chose this instrument for participation in their religious services is hard to see, for they regarded the violin as a device of the evil one, and looked askance at nearly all music except congregational singing. When Thomas Brattle imported an organ in the early years of the 18th century, he wished to give it to a Puritan church. He quoted Scripture, telling the elders to play skillfully and with a loud noise. But even with this sage advice, they would not accept the gift, and he passed it on to an Episcopal church. Yet the Puritans adopted the cello in their services, sometimes even paying the player as much as $70 a year. Owing to the length and comparative thinness of its strings, the cello has as much variety of expression as the violin, but its utterance is of a deeper and more masculine sort. Great composers often indulge in the device of writing an antiphonal dialogue between two different instruments, and the violin and cello form a pair well suited for this procedure. An excellent example of such a dialogue between them is found in the slow movement of Beethoven's Eighth Symphony. Beethoven usually obtained the maximum of effect from the instruments he used and made them speak out in their most characteristic tones. In solo execution, all the technical points of the violin are practicable on the cello. There are, however, certain limitations. Thus, double stopping is regulated by the size of the instrument, and intervals practicable on the violin or viola are often impossible on the cello. Arpeggio chords for the cello must be written with due regard for the size of the human hand and generally include at least one open string. Tremolo, vibrato, and glissando effects are easily obtained. The mute can play its part. Arco saltando and other devices of bowing are perfectly applicable. The pizzicato is excellent, as long as the strings of the cello give a full tone when plucked. Harmonics of good quality may be played, especially on the upper string, where they resemble muted violin tones in effect. Artificial harmonics on the cello are limited by the performer's reach. They are not often called for, though Verdi used them very effectively in the Nile section of Aida. The cello is a favorite instrument in orchestral expression. Cherubini wrote 3 real parts for his cellos in the opening scene of his opera, Faniska. Rossini called for 5 solo cellos in the William Tell overture, though the passage is now generally arranged for 1. The cello is very effective with the voice, as in the song Be Thou Faithful Unto Death from Mendelssohn's oratorio St. Paul. Cello playing was of slow growth, as the old 6-stringed viola da gamba was hard to displace, but the more powerful cello tone blended better with the violins, and the instrument came into use in the time of Corelli and Tartini, while Haydn and others placed it in the string quartet. The French player Duport introduced chromatic fingering, an important step forward. So well did Duport play the cello that Voltaire said to him, "You make me believe in miracles, for you can create a nightingale out of an ox." At this time it was customary for players to display their ability by performing difficult violin pieces, such as Tartini's Trill du Diable on the cello, but the most wonderful master of the instrument was, by all odds, Adrian François Servais, who lived until 1866. His compositions are tremendously difficult, like those of Paganini for the violin. The contrabass, or double bass viol, German Contrabass, French contrabasse, Italian contrabasso, formerly known in Italy as the violone, is the largest of the bowed instruments. Its size, which is its most striking feature, was emphasized by the old English custom of giving trios with one such instrument. The traveling performer would play on it and add a second part with his voice, while a third part came from the voice of a boy concealed in the instrument. The English contrabasses used to have 3 strings, but those now in large orchestras have 4. They are tuned in fourths to the notes E, A, D, and G, the first being the lowest E on the piano. The compass runs nearly to middle C. By common consent, contrabass music is written an octave higher than the actual pitch to avoid the use of many extra lines below the staff, ledger lines. It therefore sounds an octave lower than it is written. Special tunings are sometimes demanded. Thus, Berlioz advises that half the contrabasses be tuned differently from the rest. Wagner, at the beginning of his Rheingold, had the contrabass players tune their lowest strings to E flat, which is held as a sustained bass for wavy harmonies that represent the flowing of the river. Beethoven went even further down and called for a low C, a fact which led the German Karl Otho to bring out a 5-stringed contrabass with C for its lowest note. The thickness of the strings necessitates great strength to stop them, and double stopping is almost impossible unless one of the tones comes from an open string. In orchestral work, of course, the contrabasses may be divided into parts, as at the beginning of Tchaikovsky's Pathétique Symphony. The tone color of the contrabass is heavy, gruff, ponderous. It takes the bass part in the orchestra, but it may be used in solo passages with telling significance. It may also be used to burlesque the effects of lighter instruments. In swift passages, it can never be entirely clear, for its long, heavy strings are slow to cease vibrating. Yet Mendelssohn, in his setting of the 114th Psalm, had the contrabass play 16th notes at a metronome mark of 116 for a quarter note, giving a rate of 464 notes per minute in the playing. Another hard nut for the contrabass player to crack is the accompaniment to Mozart's song Per questa bella mano, in which the chord effects and high notes suggest that the music might have been played 2 octaves lower than written. Solo playing on the contrabass would seem at first sight to have all the delicacy that an elephant would display while dancing. The contrabass harmonies are of little value. The mute produces no change in quality, the repeated notes and tremolo are effective enough, and the pizzicato excellently strong, but the tone quality seems too heavy for solo work. Yet there have been great solo performers on the contrabass, such as Dragonetti or Bottesini. Dragonetti possessed a fine instrument, upon which he could obtain many striking effects. It was with this contrabass that he imitated the approach of a thunderstorm, scaring the monks of San Giustina, near Padua, until they came out of their cells in the dead of night. The pizzicato has been well used by Weber in the overture to Der Freischütz, in which piece it gives a strikingly somber effect just after the opening horn quartet. Rossini, in the overture to William Tell, divides the contrabasses to obtain effects of pizzicato and bowing combined. Another famous use of the contrabass pizzicato is found in the Symphonie Fantastique of Berlioz, where the hero, after being led by jealousy to murder his sweetheart, is marched to execution. Bach used the contrabass well in Ye Lightnings, Ye Thunders, and Gluck employed it in his glissando passages to imitate the barking of Cerberus in Orpheus. But Beethoven, who brought out most wonderfully the possibilities of his instruments, was the first to make the contrabass important in the orchestra. At the end of his 4th symphony is a rapid contrabass passage that demands all the player's skill. When this work first came out, Weber, often at odds with the more serious and irascible Beethoven, wrote a satire on the contrabass passage, which was printed in a musical periodical. He pictured a concert hall in which this symphony had just been performed. After the departure of the musicians, the instruments came to life and began to hold an indignation meeting against the merciless composer who forced them to do such hard work. When the smaller instruments had aired their grievances, the contrabass arose gravely and said, "Your troubles may be real enough, but what do you think of mine? Instead of letting me proceed in a quiet and orderly manner, as befits my dignity, this intolerable composer makes me jump and skip about in the craziest way, just as if I were a giddy young violin." At this, the instruments burst into cries of anger, causing such an uproar that the janitor heard the disturbance and came into the hall. On realizing the trouble, he ordered the instruments to stop their noise instantly, or he would get Mr. Beethoven to write another symphony. At this, the tumult was hushed, for all the instruments grew mute with terror. Beethoven's reply to adverse criticism usually consisted of equal parts of personal abuse and profanity, but he remained true to his ideals of art, and he used the contrabass prominently again in the scherzo of his 5th symphony. In the 6th, or pastoral, symphony, he pictured thunder by having the contrabass play groups of 4 notes against groups of 5 on the cello. Orchestral thunderstorms are very popular, and all of them the contrabass plays an important part. But if Beethoven gave the contrabass a share in the hard work, he atoned by giving it some wonderfully impressive passages in the 9th Symphony. Beethoven was a lover of liberty, a dreamer of human brotherhood. His heroic symphony, the 3rd, was dedicated to Napoleon at first, being made impersonal only after Napoleon showed self-seeking tendencies by taking the imperial throne. The 9th Symphony is really a picture of the millennium to come, in contrast with the strife and tumult of the world. Beethoven introduced into his finale the words of Schiller's Ode to Joy, and used the contrabasses as a transition from the instrumental to the vocal part. The earlier movements of this work have their share of beauty, but it is made to seem transient and temporary. The 4th movement opens tragically, as if with a cry of agony and anguish at human misery. Then comes a dialogue between the contrabasses and the rest of the orchestra. Phrases from the earlier movements return, as if to suggest some remedy for the turmoil, but in vain. They are interrupted in turn by passages of solemn dignity on the contrabass, which seem like the voice rebuking the world for its impotent passions. Even the tender theme of the slow movement seems unacceptable and dies away into silence. Then the contrabasses enter with the melody that is to be used later with the words, and their broad, full tones give it with wonderfully impressive effect. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of The Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LuellaMargaret. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Chapter 46. Pluck-String Instruments. Of those instruments whose strings are plucked instead of being rubbed by a bow, the most important by far is the harp. German, Harfe. French, Arp. Italian, Arpa. It undoubtedly originated from the twanging bowstring of early savages, and the nanga, a modern form of Negro harp, is practically a bow with 5 strings instead of 1. Nearly all the ancient races had harps of some form, and as the harp was the best instrument known in old times, its use was ascribed to celestial beings as well as mortals. The ancient harps varied in size and number of strings, but as they lacked the vertical pillar that makes our harp a triangle, they must have been hard to keep in tune. The Hebrew harp, or kinnor, was probably copied from the Egyptian instrument, while the Greek word kithara has been translated indifferently as harp, lyre, lute, or guitar. The Irish claim to have originated the harp. Undoubtedly, the Oriental harps were earlier, though the Roman legions brought the Irish harp back from Britain. Its use in the Apulian city of Arpi may have given the instrument its name, though Max Müller claims a Teutonic origin for the term. The ancient races of the East gave the instrument various names, while the Germanic tribes knew it under its present appellation. The old Irish harp, in its largest form, had 3 rows of strings, 2 outer rows of 29 each giving diatonic tones, while the middle row of 20 gave the chromatic intervals. The instrument existed in other forms, and as late as 1608 we find Monteverde calling for a double harp, evidently with 2 rows of strings. The triple form lasted until nearly 1800. The old laws of Wales mention the use of the harp as one of 3 points that distinguished the freeman from the slave, and pretenders were often discovered by their unskilful use of it. Only the king, his musicians, and the gentlemen of the realm could own a harp, and slaves were forbidden even to touch the instrument. The harp was exempt from seizure for debt, as its loss was presumed to mean degradation to the ranks of the slaves. The Welsh musical festivals, or eisteddfods, were originally very important affairs, participated in by those who had reached the rank of chief minstrel. Candidates had to pass a 3 years initiation, and other periods of practice for higher degrees. The Anglo-Saxons cherished the harp, and respected the wandering minstrel. As early as the year 495, when Colgrim was besieged in York, his brother went through the hostile camp disguised as a minstrel to get the information that enabled him to relieve the place. A similar story is told of King Alfred, who disguised himself as a harper to enter the Danish camp. At festivals it was customary for the guests to sing and play in turn. Once the poet Cadman, who had neglected music for more purely intellectual accomplishments, found himself unable to play when his turn came in such a gathering, whereupon he rose from the table and went home to hide his shame. The Minnesingers of Germany made frequent use of the harp, instead of the guitar that the troubadours sometimes favored. The effect may be seen in Wagner's Tannhäuser, in which the contestants indulge in a tournament of song. In England the lute and viol gradually replaced the harp, while the spinet and virginals, which were similar forms of the harpsichord, drove it still further into obscurity. Yet in 1720 Handel called for harp music in his oratorio Esther, the parts being performed by 2 Welsh harpists. The invention of pedals for the harp has been ascribed to Hochbrucker in 1720, and Paul Velter in 1730. The modern concert harp, however, is the work of Sebastian Erard, who perfected it in 1810. This has what are known as double-action pedals. The harp is tuned in the scale of C-flat when its strings are open. There are 7 pedals, 1 for each note of the scale. Pressing a pedal halfway down will cause a set of metal pins on revolving discs to clamp all the strings giving that note, and raise the pitch a semitone by shortening the length of the string. Thus for the key of C, all the pedals would be depressed halfway, while for A-flat, as an instance, the pedals for C, F, and G would be pressed down. the others not. By pressing a pedal down to its full capacity, the player brings into action a second set of discs, shortening the strings still more, and causing sharps to sound instead of natural tones. The harp pedals, unlike those of the piano, are used simply to regulate pitch, and it was a very ignorant critic who once wrote of a harpist's having overused the pedals. The harp strings are vertical, running from the curved neck to the slanting soundboard, while the third side of the harp is formed by a vertical pillar. An eighth pedal is sometimes used to close holes in the soundbox, reversing the principle of the swell box for organ pipes, but this extra pedal is of little value, and is frequently omitted. To aid the performer, the C strings of the harp are colored red, and the F strings blue. Harp music is written for two hands, on the two staffs used for piano music. Flat keys sound best, because then most of the strings are open, vibrating at full length. Thus Prout, in his cantata Elfred, has F sharp for the key of the piece, but writes the harp part in G flat. Gounod was not so careful, and in Faust there was a long harp passage in B that would have sounded better in C flat. Wagner made inordinate demands on his harpists, both in the magic fire music and in the entrance of the gods into Valhalla, the latter scene being in the Heingold. As the little finger is not used, harp chords should contain not more than 4 notes for one hand. Chord effects are excellent upon the harp. Quick sweeps of broken chords in succession are known as arpeggio, or harp-like, even when used on other instruments. The harpist gives these by alternating his hands. With the exception of chromatic passages, nearly everything suitable for the piano will sound well on the harp. Harmonics also are practicable except on the highest and lowest strings. The first harmonic, an octave above the full string pitch, is the only one used. It is obtained by touching the string lightly in the middle with the ball of the hand and plucking with the thumb or first finger. An abrupt staccato may be obtained from about the same position, the string being plucked and the tone quickly stopped by heavy pressure of the hand. All tones may be ended by laying the open palm on the strings, and this point gave Longfellow the idea of a beautiful simile in his Golden Legend. Time hath laid his hand upon my heart, gently, not smiting it, but as the harper lays his open palm upon the strings to deaden their vibration. If the harp strings are plucked near the end instead of the middle, a more twangy tone, with more overtones, is the result. Harp trills are possible, but not much used. The harp glissando is a sweep along the strings. The tremolo, or repetition of a single note, is obtained by tuning 2 adjacent strings to the same pitch, except for the notes D, G, and A. In similar fashion, a harp may be tuned so that a sweep of its strings will give the chord of minor thirds instead of a scale. The harp has the fullest and richest tone of all the plucked string instruments, and is well suited to accompany the voice. Bach did not use the early harp, and Handel gave it very few trials. Beethoven employed it only once, in Prometheus. Weber would not use the improved harp in any of his operas, but Spohr wrote much for it. This may have been a matter of domestic as well as musical harmony, for he married the harpist Dorette Scheidler, and wrote many sonatas for harp and violin, in which she took the former instrument while he played the latter. Berlioz, in his Childe Harold Symphony, produced bell effects by combining harp and horn, or harp and flute. Across the Channel, Cowan used much harp work to add local color to his Welsh symphony. Today the harp has given way to the more popular piano, but in Araud's time it held its own. Once its popularity was threatened by the guitar, when a troupe of Spanish players toured England, but Araud was equal to the occasion. He bought a large number of guitars, and presented them, with a printed method, to clerks, shopgirls, and so on. When the fashionable people saw the new instrument in the hands of such humble folk, they at once gave up their newly formed plans of learning it, and continued to buy Araud harps. In 1898, the French firm of Pleyel, Wolf and Company brought out a chromatic harp. Its strings are arranged in 2 sets, chromatic and diatonic, and they slant so as to cross each other in the middle. This instrument has good tones, as its strings are always open, and need no pedals, but it has not become very popular as yet. The guitar is not considered to belong to the orchestra. Sometimes it is used for special effects, as in the accomplishment of Almaviva's air in Rossini's Barber of Seville, but the great composers call for it never. Paganini, who once gave up the violin for the guitar while he was guest of a certain noble lady, wrote quartets for strings with guitar, but these works have not made any great impression. The guitar tones are rather too soft for combination or orchestral work, so they are used chiefly in solos or to accompany the voice. The guitar has 6 strings, of which 3 are usually catgut, and the others, the lower 3, made of silk wound with fine wire. They are tuned in fourths with 1/3, giving the notes E, A, D, G, B, and E in ascending order. The lowest E, as written, is the one just below middle C, but the guitar is a transposing instrument and sounds an octave deeper than the written part. For sharp keys, the strings may be tuned to E, B, E, G sharp, B, and E. On the neck are frets, little horizontal ridges, to show where the strings are to be pressed. The fingering is done by the left hand. The little finger rests on the face of the instrument, while the other 3 fingers take the upper strings, and the thumb the lower ones. The strings are plucked by the thumb and fingers of the right hand, and may be played either in the chord style or in more open, running fashion. The tones of the instrument are dreamy and melancholy in character. The guitar, like the mandolin and banjo, is too often devoted to commonplace music. But there is a good guitar repertoire, and the gifted Spanish performers can make the instrument remarkably expressive. The bandurria is an extra-large Spanish guitar. The Hawaiian ukulele is a small instrument of guitar-like shape and tone quality. The mandolin comes in several forms, but the most usual one has 4 pairs of strings, tuned like the violin strings. The lowest pair are catgut, covered with silver wire, the next 2 copper, the 3rd pair steel, and the upper ones catgut. They are played by a pick or plectrum. The mandolin can give chords, but is more effective in rapid melodic work. Its tones are thin and tangy in quality, but original and striking enough in effect. Composers call for it occasionally, and Mozart used it in Don Giovanni to accompany that amorous hero's serenade, though nowadays the violin pizzicato is used instead. This passage figured in an anecdote of Joachim, the great violinist. He was to play at once at Leipzig, but just before he began, someone, probably a conservatory pupil, managed to get some split peas into the sounding box of the instrument. Instead of the usual dainty pizzicato runs, the soloist produced an unexpected series of sudden rattlings. This illustrated the fact that the tone of the instrument is caused by the vibrations of the sounding box, and not the strings alone. But probably the artist was too surprised at the time to care much about acoustical principles. The banjo is essentially an American product. Some derive it from the bandur, and others from the Senegambian banya. But wherever the name came from, the instrument was perfected in the United States. It carries a Negro suggestion, but is more used in reality by white men than by Negroes. It consists of a flat tambourine-like parchment soundboard, if the term board is permissible, held by a flat, hollow cylinder of metal, a long neck with frets, and 5 strings. The latter are tuned upward from the A just below middle C, and give, in ascending order, the notes A, E, G sharp, B, and E. The bass tuned to B style is the same except that the lowest string is raised a tone. 6-stringed banjos exist, but are not common. The banjo quality is rather tin-panny. The instrument has not entered the orchestra. The Russian balalaika is a 3-stringed affair with a triangular wooden soundbox. This instrument comes in various sizes. It is not powerful in solo work, but bands composed of balalaikas have an excellent effect. Its tone resembles that of the guitar. The lute is now obsolete, but was an important instrument 2 or 3 centuries ago. Sometimes it had a large pear-shaped body, and as many as 13 or more pairs of strings. As each pair had to be tuned into unison, as with the mandolin today. Matheson claimed that if a lute player lived to the age of 80, he must have spent 60 years of his life in tuning his instrument. Elizabethan England had some gifted lute composers, such as Dowland and Ford. The lute gave rise to systems of musical writing known as tablatures, which represented the music by some characters other than the usual staff notation. For the lute, the tablatures consisted of numbers showing where the strings were to be fingered. The lute music was light in character, but very dainty and attractive. The zither is really a successor of the lute. It consists of a rectangular sounding board, lying flat on a table or other support, with 30 horizontal strings. The lower ones are played with a pick on a ring worn on the performer's thumb, while the upper ones are plucked. The zither is much used in Switzerland. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Flute and Piccolo. The great antiquity of the flute and its prominence in Roman music has been already described. It must be kept in mind, however, that the term flute, as used by the ancients, often included instruments with reed mouthpieces of various sorts, like our oboes, clarinets, etc. In old times, some of the flutes were held straight out from the mouth and played by direct blowing into the tube. This type was known as the flutebeck, and afterwards called beak flute, from its resemblance to a bird's beak. Sometimes such a flute would branch into two tubes, in which case one may have played a drone-bass accompaniment. The use of the flute in the Grecian games has been already mentioned. Flute playing was considered part of the necessary education of the rich Greek youths. Great flute players grew very popular, and the account of their rivalries reads very much like the story of opera singers' disagreements in our own day. At one time, Alcibiades checked the growing popularity of the flute somewhat, refusing to play the instrument because he feared that the large mouthpiece would spoil the shape of his mouth. His prestige was so great that he altered the fashion for a time, but some unknown flute maker obviated the difficulty by producing a flute with a smaller mouthpiece than usual. Flutes were much prized, the most ornate ones selling for sums as great as $3,000. The salaries of the best professional players were also very large. One of them, Nicomachus, earned by his playing enough money to buy an immense collection of jewels. Even theatrical flute players were well paid, receiving more from the choragus, director, than all the members of the chorus. This must have been a comfortable salary, for the Athenians had a proverb stating that the way to ruin a man was to have him made a choragus. Egypt had its flute music also. In the year 280 B.C., Ptolemy Philadelphus gave a great festival at Alexandria, with singers, kithara players, and flutists, amounting to 600 in all. A century later, Ptolemy Physcon was a great patron of flute music. He evidently had his full share of temperament, for on marrying his brother's wife he killed the latter's son, and after a later marriage with his niece, then his stepdaughter, he dispatched all the family. Probably he regarded music as a solace for family troubles. After another century came Ptolemy Auletes, father of Cleopatra, his surname of flute lover showing his fondness for that instrument. In Rome, flutes were used on almost every public occasion. They were employed at funerals, but the ostension and luxury of these events grew so great that a law was passed limiting the number of flute players to 10 at each funeral. The flute was used also as a pitch pipe. Many great orators, including Caius Gracchus, would have a slave stand behind them while they spoke, and sound a flute at intervals to give them the proper pitch for the declamatory efforts. In medieval times, the flute was rather overshadowed in importance by the harps and the viols of the troubadours, but it continued in use nevertheless, in both the straight and the transverse form. The latter, in which the tube is held sidewise, became known gradually as the German flute. The Old English beak flute was known as the recorders, and is mentioned by Shakespeare in Hamlet. The recorder type of flute had a large hole in the tube, covered with thin bladder, giving it a distinctive tone color. In the time of Henry VIII, it was described as producing the best effects in the middle register, but manifold fingering and stops bringeth high notes from its clear tones. Another royal devotee of the flute was Frederick the Great. In 1728, while still crown prince, he heard the famous flute player Quantz at Berlin, and was so captivated that he arranged immediately to have the great performer visit him periodically and teach him the flute. The old king, Frederick I, was a narrow martinet who cared nothing for art, so the lessons were taken under difficulties. Once the king threatened that if the lessons were not stopped, he would break the flute over his son's head and hang the teacher. It is pretty sure that he would have done this, for once, when the prince ran away from his father's harsh rule. The latter had him condemned to death as a deserter, and spared him only at the intercession of the English ambassador. It was therefore with no little fear that the royal pupil and his teacher saw the old king approach during a later lesson. All that saved the situation was a friendly chimney, up which Quantz was forced to crawl. But better days were in store, and when the prince became king, he made Quantz the court composer. Frederick was a good musician and composer himself, writing operas and playing the flute with much taste. For accompanist he had another famous protégé, Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, the son of the great John Sebastian Bach. The old form of concert flute, German flûte, French flauté, Italian flauto, was a slightly tapered tube, with a large hole near one end serving as mouthpiece, and 6 finger holes near the other end. With the finger holes closed, the flute sounds D above middle C. As the tone is produced by the vibration of the air column in the tube, the opening of the finger holes, beginning furthest from the mouthpiece, will continually shorten the column of air and give higher tones. The 6 holes are so located as to sound the diatonic scale of D. There are also keys which may be pressed, resulting in the formation of sharps and flats. 2 extra keys give the D flat, and C below the lowest D. By increasing the force of blowing, the player can make the air column divide into halves, giving a new scale an octave higher than the first one, and still harder blowing causes a further subdivision, and higher notes yet. The compass of the flute is rated at 3 octaves. The action of the flute and other wind instruments is described in detail in the chapter on acoustics. On the old flute it was rather hard for the player to manage all the holes and keys. To do away with such difficulties, Theobald Boehm improved the flute in 1832 by a new system of rings and levers, in combination with keys, which brought the fingering into much smaller space than before. The Boehm flute has a cylindrical tube. When Boehm took his improved instrument to show to Rossini, he found that composer shaving. While waiting in the anteroom, Boehm started to demonstrate the worth of his invention by playing all sorts of trills, runs, and roulades, including many that were impossible on the older instrument. Rossini listened with growing wonder, and at last rushed in with the soap still on his face. "You can't play that," irried the composer. "It's impossible." "But I am playing it," replied the inventor. From that moment Rossini became an ardent devotee of the new flute. The technical points of flute playing have reference to both blowing and fingering. The tone color varies according to the register or pitch, the lowest octave being dull and soft, the middle register sweet and full, and the highest notes shrill and piercing. In general, flute tones express a melancholy sweetness that is noticeably characteristic of the instrument. Gluck used flutes excellently in portraying the calm and passionless joy of the Elysian fields. A staccato on the flute is given by the mouth and not the fingers. If the player wishes a full and abrupt effect, he interrupts his breath by pronouncing the letter T. To obtain a slightly less marked effect, he will use the sound of K. Often he will alternate the two, as if pronouncing the words ticker or tucker. This effect is called double tonguing, and the use of still another consonant results in triple tonguing. The fingering is called into execution by the many rapid runs and trills found in flute music. A striking instance of such musical agility is found in the aria "Sweet Bird that Shunst the Noise of Folly" from Handel's Penseroso. In this number both voice and flute give alternate imitations of a feathered warbler, indulging in all sorts of runs, trills, and fiorature. The flute is in constant service in the orchestra, taking the melody for the woodwind group, just as the violin does for the strings. Often it is combined with the violin for this purpose. The lower woodwind instruments have for some time consisted of the oboe, the clarinet, and the bassoon, while more recently the group has grown to include the English horn, contrabassoon, and a bass clarinet. The flute is the highest of these, and is surpassed in pitch only by the piccolo, which is a half-size flute used chiefly for special effects. The flute has often served to picture birds, and Beethoven used it in his Pastoral Symphony to represent the nightingale. Mozart was not fond of the instrument, although he wrote a concerto for harp and flute, and the well-known opera The Magic Flute. Scarlatti detested wind instruments, saying that they were never in tune. Cherubini disliked the instrument very much, and said, "The only thing worse than a flute is two flutes." Mendelssohn, on the other hand, admired the smooth flute tones very greatly. In his Reformation Symphony, when he wished to perform a gradual climax on the chorale in Feste Burg ist unser Gott, he started by giving the melody to the flutes alone, an effect that was really too soft, although the later climax, of course, brought full power. Among solo flute composers, the name of Kuhlau is so prominent that he has been called the Beethoven of the flute. A more recent flute devotee was the poet Sidney Lanier, who made the rather too partisan prophecy that a time would come when orchestras would have as many flutes as violins. 2 flutes were enough for the early classical composers, but now 3 and even 4 are used in the standard orchestras. There are at present no flutes of lower compass than the one here described. The flauto d'amore, which sounded a minor third lower than our flute, is now obsolete. Massenet had a bass flute made, a fourth lower than ours, but it is not in common use. It is probable that this deep instrument of the flute family will be a success, for the soft, smooth quality of its tone sounds well in the low notes. It is sometimes called the alto flute. There is a flute, rarely used, which is a semitone higher than the ordinary flute. This is called the D-flat flute, from the pitch of its lowest note. There is also an instrument with E-flat for its lowest note. This is called the tierce flute, and its crystalline tones were well used by Gade in the Crusaders. In keeping the fingering the same on all 3 kinds of flute, the pitch will vary, and in order to make the pitch the same when different flutes are used, the fingering must be varied. Thus, the fingering for C would give E-flat on the E-flat flute, and in order to make this flute actually sound the C, the fingering for the A below would have to be used. Thus, if an instrument transposes up any interval for a certain fingering, its part must be written at that same interval below where it is to sound, in order to prevent alterations in fingering. This point will be more fully treated in connection with the clarinets. The piccolo, German, kleine Flette, French, petite flette, Italian, ottavina, sometimes classified as a separate instrument, is really a half-size flute, giving tones an octave above those of the flute. Its full Italian name, flauto piccolo, means simply little flute. It is a transposing instrument, sounding an octave higher than the written part. In the orchestra, the piccolo is sometimes interchangeable with one of the flutes, the flute player using the smaller instrument for a time. As the piccolo transposes up an octave, he fingers it exactly the same as he would a flute part. Large modern orchestras have a separate player for the piccolo. The compass of the piccolo is nearly 3 octaves. It begins with D instead of C, an octave above the lowest flute D, and extends up to the highest B on the piano. Any tone above that is too piercingly shrill to be useful. As the last sentence suggests, the piccolo is the shrillest of the orchestral instruments. Its keenly brilliant tone color is almost always called for in picturing wild, frenzied merriment or infernal revelry. Like the flute, it has 3 distinct registers. Its lower octave is too weak and hollow for orchestral use. Its second octave is bright and joyous, while its upper notes have the piercing quality that gives the infernal suggestion to this imp of the orchestra. The high notes may also give a martial effect, as in Meyerbeer's Huguenots, and in the cadence of Beethoven's Egmont Overture. Gluck, in his Iphigenie in Taurus, pictured the frenzy of the barbarous Scythians by using piccolo with violin, tambourine, and cymbals. Beethoven made rising notes on the piccolo portray the wind in the storm of his pastoral symphony, but it can have softer uses, as in the aria Ye Pretty Warbling Choirs, from Handel's Assis and Galatea. Usually 1 piccolo is more than enough for its purpose, but Weber, by using 2 a third apart, produced an inimitably diabolic sneer in Kaspar's drinking song, from Der Frieschitz. Spontini, in his Fernando Cortes, used 2 piccolos, with almost everything else that would make a noise, to picture the march of the Mexicans. Berlioz, who is very fond of exaggerated infernal pictures, called for 3 piccolos in the third part of his Faust, and even added the shrill tones of an E-flat clarinet. There are 2 transposing piccolos, giving still higher tones, but these are restricted to military bands. The flageolet is a small and shrill survivor of the old straight flute type. It is not used in the orchestra, though Mozart, in his Entführung aus dem Cyril, called for a flageolet in G, sounding a 12th higher than written. The tiny and innocent appearance of the flageolet once misled a non-musical minister who used it to illustrate his point. He was speaking of building a character thoroughly in its smallest details, and mentioned the orchestra as an example. During a certain rehearsal, he said, the director suddenly rapped on his desk to demand a halt, and said, "Flageolet, you are silent." In the midst of all the mingled sounds he had noticed the absence of 1 tiny flageolet. Unfortunately for his illustration, that 1 little instrument could make more noise than almost all the others together, and none but a deaf man could fail to notice the difference between its presence and absence in the music. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie Arsenault. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Oboe and English Horn. The oboe family is distinguished by having a mouthpiece consisting of 2 small tongues of reed. Such reed mouthpieces are of great antiquity, being represented in the sculpture and painting of ancient Egypt. Early specimens have found with straws beside them, probably for making the mouthpiece. The oboe, as well as the clarinet, was mentioned by medieval authors as the scalmi, chalumeau, sham, etc. There was also a family of old oboes called bombardi, or palmers. The double reed used today consists of 2 thin slips of cane, with a narrow air passage between them. They are fastened by silk thread to the thin brass tube, called staple, that fits into the end of the main tube. The English horn, bassoon, and contrabassoon have similar mouthpieces of larger size. These are deeper instruments, so that while the flute type has only a soprano range, the double reed type has a much larger and deeper compass. The name oboe, German oboe, French hautbois, Italian oboe, comes from the French term hautbois, or high wooden instrument. The oboe has a conical tube expanding away from the mouthpiece, which results in brightness of tone and increased strength for the overtones. The natural oboe scale is that of D, reaching up 2 octaves and a minor third from the D above middle C. It has extra keys to close holes so that it reaches to the B below middle C, and the French instruments go a semitone lower. The second octave is produced from the octave harmonic, obtained by increased strength of blowing. The highest notes are obtained by cross-fingering, producing still higher harmonics. The oboe can give trills, runs, and rapid passages, but these grow more difficult as the key of the piece is farther removed from D. This does not refer to distance in the scale, but to the number of sharps or flats called for. The lowest notes of the oboe are rather harsh and nasal in quality. The middle register, which is the best, has a reedy and penetrating quality, still somewhat nasal, while the highest notes are thin and more piercing. As the oboe resembles a shepherd's pipe, it is admirably suited to portray effects of pastoral simplicity. It is also used to picture rustic merriment. Still another effect, arising from the artless simplicity of its tones, is that of pathos and grief. The older oboe, retained in some foreign orchestras, is fuller and more nasal, but the lighter tone of our instrument is amply effective and has been aptly likened to a silver thread in the orchestral web of sound. Unlike most wind instruments, the oboe demands less than the natural amount of breath. The player, therefore, has too little work for his lungs, and in long passages he must pause to exhale before taking breath to start again. The older composers often wrote long oboe passages, which the performer has to divide into sections. Schumann once made the same error, and in the second of his 3 romances for oboe and piano, there is a passage of 84 bars without a rest. There is not much solo music for the oboe. In addition to the Schumann pieces, there are 6 concertos for it by Handel, one by Mozart, now lost, another by Kaliwada, and a 4-movement trio by Beethoven for 2 oboes and an English horn. Among recent composers, Arthur Foote has produced a set of 3 pieces for oboe and piano. In orchestral music, the situation is different, and the incisive tone of the oboe makes it a favorite. The scores of Handel are full of striking passages for it, and in his time it has come near being a rival to the violin. The old composers, in fact, had many more wind instruments than we use, and sometimes there were nearly as many oboes as violins. With Haydn, the oboe is more of a solo instrument, in light and playful melodies. It is often used antiphonally with the bassoon in the musette-like trios found in his symphonies, but it is employed also in The Seasons to represent the crowing of the cock. Saint-Saëns used it in similar fashion in his Danse Macabre, where the dance of the riotous skeletons come to an abrupt end at dawn. Mozart employed the oboe freely, and in his 12th Mass, providing he wrote that work, there is a famous solo passage for it. Gluck used the oboe effectively in his operas to represent pathos. But it was Beethoven who brought out most fully the capabilities of his instruments, and we find him employing the oboe freely. Its effect of sadness is prominently used in the funeral march of the Heroic Symphony, and cleverly abandoned for cellos before it could become monotonous. In the scherzo of the Pastoral Symphony, The oboe plays a large part in the rustic gaiety that pictures a village festival. In the opera Fidelio, the oboe is employed prominently when the hero, Florestan, awaits death by starvation, a rather distant fate to judge by the size of many opera singers. Among other instances, the Egmont music contains an effective oboe passage, this time in the florid style. Among very many later examples, Raff lets the oboe take the theme almost alone in the finale of his Fourth Symphony. Most striking, however, is the dialogue between oboe and English horn in the Symphonie Fantastique of Berlioz. This represents a conversation between a shepherd and a shepherdess in the fields, and leads into one of the many orchestral thunderstorms. After the storm, the English horn resumes, as if inquiring, but there is no reply from the oboe, its absence giving a striking suggestion of tragedy. The oboe tone quality is very frequently injured by tuning or any alteration in pitch. It was used, therefore, to give the pitch for the rest of the orchestra to adopt. The custom has continued from Handel's time to the present, although the clarinet, which was not at first in the orchestra, is even harder to tune. Another difficulty with woodwind instruments results from the fact that the pitch alters as they expand with the heat of the player's breath. When an orchestra is ready to tune, the oboe gives a long-held A. The stringed instruments are soon set at the proper pitch, but the clarinet player will continue to tootle away. He is not doing this for exercise, but to warm the tube of his instrument so that it will not vary in pitch later on. The oboe is not now a transposing instrument, but transposing oboes have existed in the past. In Handel's Flavio, there is a song in B-flat minor, for which the oboe part is in A minor, suggesting an oboe a semitone higher than usual. But such an instrument is not found elsewhere. The old oboe d'amour, much used by Bach, was a minor third deeper than our oboe. Another old form was the oboe di caccia, a fifth, sometimes a sixth, below our instrument. This was in use as late as Haydn's day, and we even find Rossini calling for it in his William Tell overture, to imitate the alpine horn when giving the Range des Vaches, though this passage is now given by the English horn. The English horn, German, Englisches Horn, French, Cor Anglais, Italian, Corno Inglese, is simply an oboe half as large again as the smaller instrument, and in consequence of its size, its pitch is a fifth lower. When the oboe player had to take the English horn also, the music for the latter was written a fifth higher than it was to sound, so that the oboe fingering could be used, while the size of the instrument gave the lower pitch desired. Thus, for a piece in D, the English horn part would be written a fifth higher in A, but would sound in D. At present, a separate man is needed in large orchestras for the English horn, so the part could be written in the proper key and played by him accordingly, but the custom of using the transposition has not yet been changed. The English horn is not really a horn, but is named from the old shepherd's pipe used in England and known as the hornpipe. This is mentioned by Chaucer in his Roman of the Rose, in the lines, "Controve he wold, and foul fail, with hornpipes of Cornwall." The word controve means to compose, and has the same root as trouver. Some claim that the instrument was the cornpipe, made from cornstalks, just as the chalamo was named from the Latin calamus, a reed. But the corn may also come from the Latin cornu, a horn, as the case with the word cornet. The natural scale of the English horn is that of G major, starting just below middle C. It has extra keys which extend its compass downward to E. Its upward limit is the B flat 2½ octaves higher. The lowest scale of G comes from the natural tones. The next scale is produced from the first overtone, obtained by harder blowing, while the highest notes are obtained by cross-fingering, opening the holes near the mouthpiece and stopping others to obtain still shorter vibrating air columns. The tone quality of the English horn is quieter and more solid than that of the oboe. In place of the oboe's appealing pathos, we have here a dreamy melancholy. The middle and lower register is especially full, rich, and sonorous. The early masters used this instrument very little. It is now admitted to Bach's music, but only to replace the oboe di caccia. Haydn and Mozart called for it a very few times. Beethoven may have used it in the trio with 2 oboes, but more probably called for an oboe di caccia. Schubert, Weber, and Mendelssohn did not write for it at all. It would have been most appropriate after the storm in the Pastoral Symphony, instead of the clarinet-horn combination that Beethoven used. Schumann avoided the English horn for the most part, but he gave it one prominent passage in his Manfred, where that hero hears a shepherd's pipe in the Alps. The pipes in the liberal air, about which the hero pauses to moralize, are well represented by the English horn. Cowan used the instrument excellently in his Scandinavian Symphony, where it depicts the loneliness of the impressive fjords. The French composers showed more appreciation of the instrument, and Meyerbeer gave it due prominence in the 4th act of his Huguenots. Wagner understood its use in pastoral scenes and in Tannhauser. When the hero emerges from the mountain of Venus, he finds an excellent English horn player tending sheep in the fields nearby. An expressive English horn theme is found in the slow movement of Dvorak's beautiful New World Symphony. In modern orchestras, the English horn is regarded as indispensable. Sibelius uses it most admirably in his Swan of Tuonela, a mythical bird that sings mournfully while floating on the river of death. There have been attempts to make double bass oboes, deeper than the English horn, but these have not yet been successful. A small oboe in E-flat, found in some bands, is a minor third higher than the ordinary instrument. The musette is an instrument somewhat like a bagpipe, but with 2 pipes where the latter has 3. It has the very penetrating quality of the small double reed instruments. The bagpipe, which has 2 tubes giving a drone bass, while the third, or chanter, plays the melody, has been found in many forms, such as the ordinary Highland bagpipe, the old German Sackpfeifer, the French cornemuse, the biniou of Brittany, the Calabrian Zumpogna, and the old Irish bagpipe, all blown by the mouth, while the French musette, the lowland bagpipe, and some other forms were blown by the bellows. The heckelphone, made by the German Heckel, is practically a baritone oboe, nearly an octave lower than the ordinary oboe. Its double reed is between those of the English horn and the bassoon in size. The Heckel clarend, invented by the same maker, has the single reed of the clarinets. It was intended for the English horn solo in the 3rd act of Tristan. The tarogato is another conical wooden pipe with clarinet reed and has been used for the same purpose. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Bassoons. The bassoon, German fagot, French basson, Italian fagotto, is probably an instrument of great antiquity. Its name suggests an instrument taking a bass part, just as a tenorune has been used for one taking the tenor part. But the Arabians had an instrument named bassoon, while the Egyptian term for deep-toned pipe was zamara bisoan. The use of the term busain or buisin in medieval manuscripts points to an oriental origin for the instrument. Its Italian name, fagotto, comes from the fancied resemblance to a bundle of sticks, also called fagotto. The Grecians probably had instruments of this type for the sombre effect of their nom of Cradias, or march to execution, had just the sort of impressive gloom that the bassoon could give. The present bassoon is the work of Afranio, canon of Ferrara, in 1540. It consists of a tapering tube doubled upon itself, and provided with a brass crook to hold its rather large mouthpiece. Like that of the oboe, this consists of 2 pieces of reed. The bassoon scale is singularly hard to play, but all efforts to obviate this seem to have injured the tone color. The natural scale of the bassoon is that of G major, but it has a number of extra keys that enable it to reach down to the B flat over 2 octaves below middle C. Its compass extends up to the A flat above middle C, giving it a range of nearly 3 octaves. The lower register forms a good base to the woodwind quartet, which in later classical times consisted of flutes, oboes, clarinets, and bassoons. The middle register of the bassoon is dull and hollow, while the upper tones have a penetrating power that is not unlike a cry of agony. The tone color of the bassoon is sometimes impressively sombre, but it is well suited to grotesque effects also, and has been called the clown of the orchestra. As the music of the bassoon is written in either bass or tenor clef, it may be well to enumerate the clefs here. Taken in order from the highest to the lowest, they alter the pitch of any written note by thirds. The highest clef is the so-called French violin clef, placing the G above middle C on the lowest line of the staff. This clef is not used now. The usual G clef puts this G on the second line of the staff, with middle C on the first line below. Then there is a set of C clefs, placing middle C on the various lines of the staff. With C on the lowest line we have the soprano clef, on the second the mezzo-soprano, on the third the alto, and on the fourth the tenor. The baritone clef brings the F below middle C on the third line of the staff, while the bass clef puts this F on the next line above that, next to the top line. The G clef and the bass clef are used in piano music, but for orchestral work some of the others are called for, notably the alto and tenor clefs. Any change of clefs has for its object the keeping of the notes on or near the staff, so that there will be no need for many extra lines, ledger lines, above or below the staff. The C clefs were often employed in old vocal music. Rapid passages on the bassoon sound best in its natural key of G, or in closely related keys. Trills are practicable, though not on every note. Staccato notes have a good effect, as in the Allegro of Beethoven's Fourth Symphony. But in general the tone color of the instrument is so striking that the composer need only write passages of straightforward character for it, without making it do technical tricks. In Cambert's Pomone, given at Paris in 1671, we find the bassoon used merely as a bass instrument, but the introduction of still lower instruments, and the improvement in the bassoon's upper, Vox Humana notes, has left it free for special effects. Handel used the bassoon little, though in his soul he gave it effective phrases when the Witch of Endor raised the ghost of Samuel. Bach sometimes let it do a little more than reinforce the bass part, but it did not come into its own until the time of Haydn, who used its expressive upper notes very freely. Mozart employed its comic effects in the G minor symphony by making it imitate a violin figure. Beethoven showed unusual fondness for the bassoon, and it was really his favorite instrument. He called for it continually, and evidently understood its tone color absolutely. In the first movement of his 8th symphony, it is used with exquisite humor, but its most comical effects are shown in the scherzo of the Pastoral, 6th symphony. In this is a picture of village revelry, in which a rustic band takes part. The bassoon player of the band is inspired by the occasion, and perhaps by something more definitely exhilarating. He is depicted as having seen better days, being now condemned to play on an instrument which has only 3 keys left. These keys give F, C, and F in descending order, and the bassoonist comes in heavily with them every time they are needed, and even indulges in them once or twice when they could be spared. The humor of the great composers would form a book in itself, and not the least important part of it would be that dealing with the comical effects they have produced with the instruments. Thus, Mozart once wrote a musicalischer Spaß, or musical joke, in which he pictured a young composer struggling to write an ambitious piece. The weak character of the themes and the flimsy attempts at development are duly portrayed, and at the end, when the neophyte tries to introduce the complex form of a fugue, he is soon tangled up, and has to cover his retreat with a blare of noise. Where Beethoven used the bassoon in rather grotesque fashion, Mendelssohn handled it more daintily. The latter composer gave the bassoon many bits of inimitable humor in his Midsummer Night's Dream music. Most noticeable among them are the quaint clown's march for 2 bassoons a third part, the imitation of a rustic band in the funeral march, with the bassoon making a ludicrous cadence by itself on a low note, and in the overture the braying of the transformed bottom. Wagner's sense of humor wins unbounded admiration, and in his Master Singers of Nuremberg it is worthy to rank with that of a Shakespeare or an Aristophanes. The libretto, which he wrote, is such a superb comedy that it has become a textbook in the German schools, but the score too is full of delightful passages, such as the tapping of Sachs' hammer while he listens to Beckmesser, the confusion of themes in the riot scene, the discordant horn of the watchman, the painful attempts of the beaten Beckmesser to sit down, or the latter's fearful and wonderful efforts to recollect the melody of the prize song. But the woodwind's share of fun comes in the long prelude. Here the story of the opera is foreshadowed, and the music shows how the narrow masters fail at first to recognize the freer genius of the hero, Walther, who tries to enter their guild in order to win a bride. After Walther's first song has been suggested, the master's theme reasserts itself. It is given to the woodwind group, and made to sound inimitably fussy and self-conceited. Fragments of Walther's trial song recur, but are constantly interrupted by bits of the master's theme, until there is practically a free fight in the orchestra, calmed only by the appearance of Walther's second trial song, which the masters ultimately crown with a prize. In all this the bassoon plays a most prominent part. The French composers used the bassoon freely, Cherubini writing a great solo for it in his May Day. Meyerbeer, in Robert le Diable, used the hollow middle register with blood-curdling effect in the scene where the hero plucks a branch of cypress from his mother's grave amid the ghosts of faithless nuns. Berlioz, with his usual wholesale tendencies, called for 7 bassoons in his Damnation de Faust, but he showed that he knew the instrument by his use of it in the 4th movement of his Symphonie Fantastique, where it gives a wonderful picture of the insistent footsteps of the crowd surging about the victim on his way to the scaffold. Ambroise Thomas employed the bassoon to represent Caliban in his ballet The Tempest, and our own Professor John K. Payne did the same in his symphonic poem on that subject. A more recent French composer to use the bassoon with infinite humour is Paul Ducasse, in his Apprenti Sorcier, picturing the magician's pupil who made a broom produce a torrent of water, but forgot how to shut it off. Various skips and passages on the bassoon lend an inimitably comic flavour to the rushing of the water and the growing apprehensions of the unlucky apprentice. There is a smaller size of bassoon, known as the basson quinte, because it sounds a 5th higher than the ordinary instrument. It is used as a transposing instrument, and therefore must be written a 5th lower than desired, to allow of the same fingering as the usual instrument. It is not used in the orchestra, and is not of great importance, since its upper register is much like the tone of the English horn. The contrabassoon, double bassoon, is a still larger and deeper instrument of the double reed family. It has a tapering tube about 16 feet long, and gives an octave below the bassoon, just as the contrabass sounds an octave below the cello. The contrabassoon can reach as low as the lowest D on the piano, while some contrabassoons even reach the B flat below that. It is therefore the deepest instrument of the orchestra. Its compass extends up about 2 octaves from the lowest D. It can give some higher notes, but these are better obtained on the bassoon. The contrabassoon is a transposing instrument, sounding an octave deeper than the written part. The contrabassoon forms a broad and effective bass for the woodwind group, sounding like the tone of a deep-voiced organ pipe. Rapid passages are not suited to an instrument of this large size, though Beethoven wrote some quick phrases for it in his 9th Symphony. It was first used by Handel at the coronation of George II in 1727. Haydn employed it well in The Creation to represent footsteps at the phrase, "By heavy beasts the ground is trod." Mozart and Sofer used it in nonettes for wind instruments. Beethoven, in the grave-digging scene of Fidelio, called for it in combination with 2 bassoons, and when one of the trio of players was absent from a rehearsal, Beethoven grew very angry with Prince Lobkowitz, one of his patrons, for suggesting mildly that perhaps 2 performers would do. Beethoven was often irascible, but the value of his music amply excused his temper. Some decades ago, a Frenchman named Saurus adapted reed mouthpieces to brass tubes. His instruments have not entered the orchestra, though they are much used in military bands, where they are very effective. One of them, the saurusophone, has a double reed mouthpiece, and the same system of keys as that used on the woodwind instruments. Like all the instruments described in this and the preceding chapter, it may be classed as a member of the oboe family. It sometimes replaces the contrabassoon. End of chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Clarinets. While the instruments of the oboe family have 2 bits of reed in their mouthpieces, the clarinets have only 1. This is a broad strip, narrowing at the top to a very sharp edge. It is attached to the mouthpiece of the instrument by 2 metallic bands, provided with screws. The player presses the end of the reed against his lower lip while performing, and the vibrations of the reed cause the air column in the tube to vibrate also, and produce the tone. The early instruments known as shawms, and probably some of the old Greek alloy, were of this type. But the clarinet as we know it is due to Johann Christopher Denner of Nuremberg, who perfected it in 1690. This instrument was improved by Stadler of Vienna and by Sachs of Paris, but it is not suited for the Boehm system of keys. The main part of its tube is cylindrical, which has some effect, but the size of the reed is really responsible. While the flute and oboe act like open pipes, the clarinet behaves like a stopped pipe, closed at one end. One result is a deeper pitch, the clarinet sounding an octave below a flute of the same size, while another effect is found in the fact that stopped pipes do not give the odd-numbered harmonics. This point is explained in the chapter on acoustics. The first harmonic, an octave above the normal tone and pitch, is used to get a second octave scale in the flute or oboe, but it does not exist on the clarinet. The overblowing in the latter case causes the air column to vibrate in thirds instead of halves, giving a rise in pitch of a twelfth instead of an octave. Thus, a fingering based on octaves must be supplemented in some way. The clarinet, German clarinet, French clarinet, Italian clarino, has 6 finger holes, played by 3 fingers on each hand. These give the scale of G major, a fifth below that of the flute. There are extra keys to close holes at the end away from the mouthpiece, thus lengthening the air column and lowering the compass to the E below middle C. The usual keys for sharps and flats are present, completing a scale from G to F sharp. By overblowing the lowest E, the B a twelfth above it is produced, but between the F sharp and the B are 4 semitones which must be obtained by special devices. One of these is produced by lifting the thumb off an extra finger hole, while the other 3 are provided for by keys which open holes near the mouthpiece. The fingering begins again at the 12th instead of the octave, while the highest tones are produced by cross-fingering. The compass of the clarinet is from E below middle C to the C 3 octaves above it. This compass is divided into 4 registers, though some authorities speak of only 3. The natural scale, sometimes including the medium notes with special keys, is called the Chalumeau register, after the obsolete instrument of that name. It has a rich, full, and somewhat reedy tone. The acute register is the scale which the keys obtain from the harmonic of the 12th, while the upper register includes the highest notes. With its many registers, the clarinet is also capable of many gradations and power of tone. This makes it the most expressive of the woodwind group. Owing to the complex fingering, it is hard to play the C clarinet in keys containing many sharps or flats. Many trills are practicable, but in certain signatures some of these become impossible, as the finger would have to skip from key to key. Rapid passages in the medium register are impracticable because of the fingering, while passages that cross and recross the break, or change in pressure of blowing, can never be played at all swiftly. In these changes there is always danger that the tone may break into harsh noises called quacks. To obviate these difficulties, the clarinet is made in several pitches. The one already described is called a clarinet in C. For flat keys there is a B-flat clarinet, sounding a tone lower, and for sharp keys an A clarinet, a minor third lower. As the Germans speak of our B-flat as B, our B being called H, German scores will call for the B clarinet, meaning what we know as the B-flat instrument. The 2 lower clarinets are transposing instruments. The same fingering that gives C on the C clarinet would give B-flat and A on the 2 lower instruments. So, to keep the fingering the same, the part for the B-flat clarinet is written a tone above, where the instrument will make its sound, and for the A clarinet a minor third above. The same player will use these different instruments in different pieces, so that here at least the transposition is still of use to the player. But modern performers could dispense with it, and many efforts are now being made to do away with such transpositions, and have all parts written as they sound, even though the player has to alter his fingering. At present, if a piece in D calls for the A clarinet, the part must be written in F and fingered for F to sound in D. For a piece in E, the A clarinet would be fingered as if for G, thus making the player figure for only 1 sharp, whereas 4 sharps would be necessary if the C clarinet were used. But if the clarinet part were written in E and meant to sound there, the player using the A clarinet could play it just as easily, as he would know instantly that he would need the G fingering anyway. It will be seen from all this that orchestral keys, unlike those on the piano, are limited by the nature of certain instruments. The keys with few sharps or flats are most practicable. Of course, other considerations guide the composer, such as bringing out the best registers of certain instruments, but he ought not to call for such keys as G-flat or D-flat or B, for example. Some of Liszt's Hungarian rhapsodies, when taken from the piano and scored for orchestra, are purposely transposed to make the instrumental work easier. Composers favor the B-flat clarinet, and after that the A clarinet, because both of them have a sweeter and richer tone than the instrument in C. The tone color of the clarinet is weird and somber in the chalumeau register, and full and clear in the second scale. The clarinet, like the oboe, is influenced by heat, and the player must blow into the tube to warm it up before he starts. The process of tuning an orchestra is not the most agreeable in the world, although a Chinese dignitary once applauded it and preferred it to the later numbers that he heard. The oboe, as already stated, gives the pitch by sounding a prolonged and repeated A. The string players then get their A strings to this pitch, after which they tune the others in a series of empty fifths and fourths that would shock a harmony teacher. Then the clarinetists begin tootling on their instruments to warm up the tubes and adjust them to the pitch. The other woodwind instruments do the same, while grunts from the tubas and other brass instruments add to the varied mixture of tone. Handel once tried to obviate this disturbance by having the instruments tuned beforehand. But while the audience was coming in, some practical joker got at the orchestra and put a number of instruments out of tune. In due time the players took their places, but when the leader gave the signal for the opening chord, there was a grand crash. The composer tumbled over a few instruments in his hurry to find out who would do such a wicked thing, but he never discovered the joker. The clarinet was the last instrument to enter the classical orchestra. Handel left an incomplete work for 2 clarinets and a horn, while Johann Christian Bach, son of the great Bach, used the clarinet in 1763 in his Orion. Gluck employed the old chalumeau in his early scores, and Haydn wrote some clarinet passages in his oratorios. But Mozart was the first to bring out its chief possibilities. One of his 3 last and greatest symphonies, the one in E-flat, is often called the Clarinet Symphony, from the prominence he gave to the instrument when writing it. The clarinets now used in Handel's Messiah were introduced into the score by Mozart. Beethoven was very fond of the clarinet. In the Pastoral Symphony it imitates the call of the yellowhammer. In the first movement of that work it has a difficult passage that includes the break, while after the thunderstorm it is combined with horns to give the shepherd's call. Weber made wonderful use of the clarinet's ghostly chalumeau effects in the supernatural scenes of Der Freischütz. Mendelssohn employed it admirably in the Scotch Symphony. The clarinet is an integral part of the modern orchestra. It has a solo repertoire, and Spohr wrote a concerto for clarinet and orchestra. Still other clarinets exist. Thus Mozart, in his Idomeneo, called for a clarinet in B, transposing a semitone, and very useful in keys with many sharps. It is not in use now, however. Clarinets which transpose upwards are found in the keys of D, E-flat, F, and A-flat. Wagner and Cherubini have used the instrument in D. That in E-flat is too shrill for orchestral use, but Berlioz, the great experimenter, called for it in his Symphonie Fantastique. In that gory work, a lover has killed his sweetheart in a fit of jealousy. He is marched to execution and beheaded by the full orchestra. But he is not allowed to rest even then. An extra movement shows his reception into the infernal regions. In this movement the E-flat clarinet aids the piccolo in making the revels truly satanic. The F clarinet, still more piercing, was formerly employed by German military bands, while that in A-flat, the shrillest instrument in existence, is used in Austria. Tenor clarinets exist, which transpose a fifth and sixth downward, but the former is practically the same as the basset horn. The basset horn thus bear the same relation to the C clarinet as the English horn does to the oboe. The basset horn is a transposing instrument, with the compass beginning an octave below middle C. It is less brilliant than the clarinet, but has a sombre richness of tone, well suited to religious or funereal subjects. Mozart used it well in his Requiem, in which the only reed instruments are two bassette horns and two bassoons. He employed it also in the temple scene of the Magic Flute. The bass clarinet is a still larger and deeper instrument of this family. It has a kirk for the mouthpiece, and a large bell at the other end. The usual form sounds an octave below the B-flat clarinet. It is treated as a transposing instrument, sounding a ninth lower than written. A bass clarinet in C exists, and Wagner called for a deeper one in A. The compass of the B-flat instrument ranges from the D nearly 2 octaves below middle C to the F an octave and a half above that C. The highest notes are seldom used. The lower register, corresponding to the chalumeau of the clarinet, is the best. It is excellent in combination, and may be made to have either the weird quality of the chalumeau or the solemn effect of an organ pipe. It has been well used by Meyerbeer in his Huguenots, and it even takes the melody for a time in the Coronation March from his Prophet. In recent years, a Parisian maker named Besson has produced a clarinet an octave deeper than the preceding, known as the pedal clarinet. This instrument can reach the lowest D on the piano. Like the double reed, the clarinet reed has been adapted to brass tubes. The resulting instruments are known as saxophones, from the name of their inventor, Adolphe Sax. The saxophones come in several sizes and resemble the clarinets in appearance. The saxophones have tapering tubes and, unlike the clarinets, can produce all the overtones. The fingering, therefore, resembles that of the oboe. There are in all 12 varieties of saxophone in the 6 classes of sopranino, soprano, alto, tenor, baritone, and bass. All the instruments except the one in C are transposing. They are much used in the French military bands, but have not entered the orchestra. Gavert describes the saxophone color as, quote, a voice rich and penetrating, the rather veiled quality of which partakes at once of the cello, the English horn, and the clarinet, with the more fullness of tone, unquote. Thus it would almost seem to be an orchestra in itself. Bizet, in his ever beautiful Arlequin music, wrote a charming melody for the alto saxophone in E-flat with orchestra, but up to the present very few have followed this lead. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian, Hendrie. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Horns, trumpets, and cornets. The woodwind group of instruments derive their tone from the vibration of reeds, even the flute being considered to have an air reed, or space of compressed air near the blowhole, acting like a reed. In the brass instruments there is no such device. The player presses his lips against a brass mouthpiece and blows through a narrow opening between them. If his lips are loose, no tone will result, but if he stiffens them, they vibrate regularly and transmit their vibrations to the air column in the tube. By increasing the stiffness of the lips, the player can make them vibrate more quickly and cause the air column to subdivide, giving overtones. While only a few such overtones are used in the woodwind group, obtained by increased force of blowing, a much larger number of overtones can be produced on the brass instruments. In the so-called natural instruments, such as the bugle or the Waldhorn, forest horn, these overtones, harmonics, are the only notes that can be obtained. On the valve instruments, there are valves, keys, which act by throwing in extra sections of tubing and lowering the pitch. Still other brass instruments, such as the trombone and slide trumpet, are made with inner and outer tubes, so that the length of tube used can be altered by pulling or pushing, as with a telescope. The mouthpiece of the brass instruments is a metal cup or cone, against which the lips are pressed. The simplest brass instrument is the natural horn, or Waldhorn. This is merely a tube with a mouthpiece. Horns of this sort have been known from ancient times. They were much used for military signals, and in the Middle Ages for hunting calls. The simplest horn of today, the post horn, consists of a mouthpiece and a straight tube. The hunting horn was bent in a single curve at first, and later on in a threefold circle, so that it could be hung on the shoulder. Louis XV, with his Master of the Hunt, systematized the horn calls, giving a meaning to each, and making some of them quite intricate. The horn, German horn, French cor, Italian corno, was used as an orchestral instrument by Scarlatti, Bach, and Handel, while Gossec introduced it in Paris. It seems strange to think that the horn was opposed at first, for now its smooth tones are highly prized among the orchestral colours. Yet when it first entered the orchestra, it was considered coarse and vulgar, and unfit to mingle with the more delicate violins and oboes. The natural horn, without keys or valves, is an expanding tube curved upon itself, having a tapering mouthpiece at the narrow end and a large bell or expanded opening at the other end. When the player puts his lips firmly against the mouthpiece and blows to make them vibrate, he produces only the harmonic series, without ever being able to get the fundamental note from which the harmonics are derived. Thus, a tube 8 feet long should give the C 2 octaves below middle C, but the 8-foot horn, C alto, starts with the C only 1 octave below middle C, which is the first harmonic of its series. This series consists of the following notes in ascending order: C, G, C, E, G, B flat, C, D, E, F sharp, G, and so on in decreasing intervals. It may be stated in passing that the bugle cannot sound even the first harmonic with any good effect, but begins with the second. Thus its tones have intervals corresponding to the notes G, C, E, and G in ascending order. The lack of intermediate notes in the lower register of the natural horn prevents the solo player from getting any real melody. But as horns exist in many keys, orchestral composers could call for horns in several keys and combine them into chords. The C alto horn, little used now, is the highest of the family, and is written as it sounds. The lower horns, transposing downwards in accordance with their pitch, are in B flat alto, A flat, G, F, E flat, D, C, and B flat basso, the last transposing downward a major ninth. The natural horns are provided with crooks of various sizes, or in rare cases a slide, which may alter the length of the tube and enable the player to get all keys. The lowest horn is 18 feet long. As longer tubes give more overtones, it follows that the compass of the lower horns is greater than that of the higher ones. But the low notes sound best on the shorter instruments. The natural tones are best on the horns in F, E, and E flat. Extreme intervals are not easy on the horn, as they imply a sudden and great change in force of blowing and stiffness of lips. Trills are practicable only in the high register, the compass of these horns being nearly 3 octaves. The beauty of the horn tones is seen in nearly every orchestral piece. Among the most famous examples is the great horn passage in the scherzo of Beethoven's Heroic Symphony. In the finale of Schubert's C major symphony, these instruments come in softly, like, quote, horns of Elfland, faintly blowing, end quote, and gradually swell into the richest of harmonies. The horn quartet in Der Freischütz is another well-known example, and still another is found in the third movement of Mendelssohn's Italian Symphony. The performer must influence the tones of the horn by inserting his hand into the bell more or less deeply and relaxing his lips. The lowest open note can thus be lowered by several semitones, the new notes being called factitious or artificial. The upper harmonics are similarly treated, and for deep insertions the tone is called stopped or muted. Such tones have a veiled quality, but when blown loudly become very harsh and ugly. Muted horn tones are freely used to picture evil, as when Faust is asked to sign the contract with Mephistopheles in Gounod's opera, or when Siegfried is killed in the second act of Wagner's Götterdämmerung. Massenet found a clever use for muted horns when he let them represent the cracked village bell in the Angelus movement of his Scène pittoresque. The valve horn now replaces the natural form and gives tones that are almost as good, though some difference is caused by the valves or ventiles. These are 3 in number. The first valve throws into use enough extra tubing to lower the pitch a tone. The second will lower the pitch a semitone, and the third a tone and a half. The first 2 played together give about the same result as the third, but are sometimes used in preference, as the third is played by a weaker finger. The largest interval between 2 horn tones is the 5th between the first and second harmonics. Again, taking the C horn as an illustration, this interval will be from the lowest C to the G above it. Now, on the valve horn, the second valve will lower the G to F sharp, the first will lower it to F, the third, or the first and second, to E, the second and third to E flat, the first and third to D, and all 3 valves together will lower the G to D flat. This, it will be seen, makes the complete scale possible upon the horn. As each of these altered pitches has its own series of harmonics, it becomes possible for the player to produce high notes in several different ways. Although all tones in its compass are possible on the valve horn, which can thus modulate freely, it is still advisable for the composer to keep to the natural tones as much as possible, as they sound best. But since the horn in F has about the best quality, composers will often call for it, even when the piece is not in F, and write its part in the requisite key. If the horn part written in C sounds in F on the F horn, then, for example, if a piece is in A, the part for the F horn must be written in E. The post horn is a straight tube 4 feet in length, usually in the key of C or B flat, giving the first 5 harmonics. The bugle gives the same number of harmonics, though in both instruments the lowest one, being dull in quality, is not used. The trumpet was widely known in ancient times, playing its part in the fall of Jericho, and even in the Trojan War. The Roman litus was a curved affair coming from the Oscan models, while the tuba was of Etruscan origin. Trumpets were martial and royal instruments through the Middle Ages, and the Trumpeters' Guild became important and influential. This guild existed down to the 19th century, when we find the Duke of Saxe-Weimar having to pass an examination for admission under just the same rules that applied to the humblest aspirant. The trumpet, German Trompete, French trompette, Italian tromba, differs from the horn in having its tube cylindrical, except near the bell or enlarged open end. Its mouthpiece is a hemispherical cup instead of a cone, and its shape nearly oblong. The trumpet in C is 8 feet long, like the C alto horn. Its lowest note is the first harmonic, but the real trumpet quality begins with the second. As with the horns, crooks of different length may be inserted to vary the key, while the music is written in C. There are trumpets transposing upward in F, E, E flat, and D, that in C sounding as written, and the one in B flat transposing a tone downward. The trumpet compass, like that of the horn, is rated at 3 octaves, but it rarely extends over 2.5. In Monteverdi's time, we find 2 kinds of trumpet: the clarino, clarion, a small, high instrument, and the tromba, larger and deeper. The music of Bach and Handel shows this distinction, the so-called Clarinbläser taking the upper parts, while the Principalbläser gave the lower tones. The Clarinbläser had a shallow mouthpiece, by the aid of which they could give the most brilliant passages. In the classical period of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven, the trumpet was less prominent. Wagner employed it well in some of his operas, though it has not regained its old-time brilliance. The trumpet, like the horn, is provided with a mute, a pear-shaped affair that can be held in the bell in place of the performer's fist. Muted trumpets are not much used, though Wagner had them imitate the tiny trumpets of the Toymakers' Guild in Die Meistersinger. The usual colour of the trumpet is bold and martial, and its ringing fanfares can be heard easily through the tones of an entire orchestra. The older composers were fond of writing duets for voice and trumpet. Such a duet for bass is "The Trumpet Shall Sound" in Handel's Messiah. Another instance is the song "Let the Bright Seraphim," this time for soprano. The trumpet does not always win in such a comparison. Thus the great basso La Blache could dominate an entire orchestra with his voice. The famous tenor Farinelli once outsang a trumpet and held his tones much longer than those the trumpeter could give. Mrs. Billington, the famous English soprano, so exceeded the trumpet in volume of tone that once a conductor and trumpeter almost came to blows because of the latter's inability to balance her voice. The natural trumpet has been modified by slides and by valves. Thomas Harper, a famous English trumpeter of the 18th century, used the slide trumpet, in which the tube has a double joint so that it can be elongated slightly, like the trombone, though drawn toward the player. The slide can be used to correct certain harmonics that are out of pitch with our scale, such as the 6th and the 10th, which would be the B-flat and the F-sharp in the series from C given above. The valve trumpet has 3 valves, similar to those of the horn. The old florid passages can be readily played with the aid of the valves, but the natural, open tones are still the best in quality. Wagner has used a bass trumpet, a valve instrument an octave deeper than the usual form, but its tones lack the nobility of the higher trumpets. The cornet, known also as the cornet à piston, is a tapering brass tube a little over 4 feet in length, and with a bore that is noticeably wide in proportion. Its natural key is B-flat, though crooks may be used to set it in A, A-flat or G. It is treated like the transposing instruments of the woodwind, having its part written in C when the key in which it is set is used. The small size of the cornet makes it sound an octave higher than the trumpet in the same key. Thus, when the trumpet and cornet play the same scale, the cornet is giving lower harmonics, based on a higher fundamental note than that of the trumpet. From this it follows that there will be fewer changes of blowing on the cornet and more notes in a given scale derived from a single harmonic. This is the cause of the great fluency shown by the cornet in comparison with the trumpet. The cornetist can give rapid passages, trills, and other embellishments with great ease. The tone colour of the cornet is below that of the trumpet in value. Where the trumpet tones are bold and clear, those of the cornet sound blatant and vulgar, although the skilful cornetist will make its note sound fairly agreeable. Cornets are so much easier to play than trumpets that many small orchestras make this substitution, but when a really good conductor comes along, he will insist on banishing the cornet and recalling the trumpet. The tone colour of the cornet is due in part to the width of its tube, and in part to its mouthpiece, which is a deeper cup than that of the trumpet. Sometimes the performers put a cornet mouthpiece on a trumpet tube. The cornet has been used brilliantly in Italian opera. The French composers have at times employed the instrument for its own colour, but it has never been really accepted in the orchestra. Berlioz, with his usual fondness for novelty, tried cornets and trumpets in combination. He claimed that this gave a good effect, but later composers have not agreed with him. Meanwhile, the fluent character of the cornet makes it a favourite at popular concerts, where it has no real rival. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Douglas Wood. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Trombones and Tubas. 52. Trombones and Tubas. The trombone, like the trumpet, is of ancient origin. The principle of the slide, or elongation of tubes within tubes, has been ascribed to Tyrtaeus in 685 B.C., and even to the mythical Osiris. Such slides have not been found in ancient relics, but the early writers describe them. Arcadius, writing in A.D. 200, used as a simile the contrivance that could make the aulos elongate. Another ancient passage, attributed to Apuleius, states that when the channels, canales, of the trumpet, tuba, are moved in or out by the right hand, different musical sounds are produced. At the close of the Middle Ages, trombones were well known in Germany, Hans Menschel being a celebrated trombone maker in 1520. A century later, Praetorius gave pictures of trombones in sizes corresponding to the alto, tenor, bass, and contrabass instrument. Bach used these various sizes, as well as a still smaller soprano trombone. The soprano trombone stood in B-flat, its first harmonic being a tone below middle C. This, like the other forms, was sometimes used to reinforce the voice part in concerted music. The alto trombone was a fourth lower in F. The tenor trombone, the one usually employed now, is a fifth lower yet, in B-flat, with its first harmonic a ninth below middle C, while the bass trombone is in G, F, or E-flat. Wagner called for a contrabass trombone, an octave below the tenor form. With the use of the slide, it can get down to the lowest E on our pianos, and this tonal growl is found in the opera Siegfried. The name trombone, German Posaune, French trombone, Italian trombone, comes from tromba and means a large trumpet, just as a violon means a large viol. The Old English name of sackbut is said to have been derived from the Moorish word sacabush, meaning pump, and this term is decidedly expressive in suggesting the player's motions as he draws the slide in or out. The slide is entirely separate from the rest of the instrument. Both ends of the U fit over tubes, one of these carrying the mouthpiece, while the other continues the instrument to the bell. The sliding U can be made to lengthen the tube. When nearest the performer, it is in the first position, and he can move it away through 6 other positions, each one lowering the pitch a semitone. He can also give any intermediate tone, or correct the pitch of the 6th harmonic, or create glissando effect. The trombone most used in orchestral work is the tenor instrument. Its tube is about 9 feet long, giving the B-flat a ninth below middle C as its first harmonic. The trombone compass is smaller than that of the horn, running up only 2 octaves from its first harmonic, although solo players sometimes go higher. Like the valve instruments, the slide trombone can give high notes in more than one way. Thus, for example, the B-flat just below middle C could be either the 3rd harmonic from the 1st position or the 4th harmonic from the 5th position. But while the trombone cannot go so high in proportion as the horn, it can give its fundamental note, an octave below the 1st harmonic, which is impossible on the smaller brass instruments. Theoretically, each of the 7 positions has its own fundamental or pedal tone. The French maker Sax devised a piston to produce the notes between the lowest harmonic and the highest pedal tone, but it is not used much. On the tenor trombone, the pedal tones may be obtained in reality only from the first 4 positions, but these few tones are considered quite valuable, having a gruff and ponderous quality that is often very striking and well repays the performer for the rather difficult task of mastering them. Pedal tones on the bass trombone are unusually fierce in character. The orchestras of the present generally contain 3 tenor trombones, though when they are used in separate parts, the names given to them are somewhat misleading. The trombone parts are written as they sound. The parts for the smaller instruments were in various clefs, but the tenor trombone alone may have its music in the alto, tenor, or bass clef. The bass trombone, with its music in the bass clef, is called for only when its lowest tones are desired. It is hard to play, as it demands much breath from the player. Composers therefore employ it for only a few notes at a time, with frequent rests. The use of the slide makes fairly rapid passages possible on the trombone, especially if they lie largely in one of the harmonic series and can be blown without much change of position. Passages that demand the same harmonic in different positions, or that do not have any abrupt changes in blowing, are limited in speed only by the strength of the performer's arm as he moves the slide. Rapid execution may be used by a solo player to dazzle an audience, but in orchestral work the trombone is treated more slowly. The trombone is a most important instrument in picturing heroic emotions, as its tones in orchestral work may be made grand and noble. It may portray almost every broad emotion, from sacred calm to the wildest strains of martial glory. It also has a portentous and threatening quality, and its somber tones are thus excellently fitted for the tragic effects also. The threatening color of the trombone has been well used by Gluck to accompany the chorus of the Furies in his Iphigenia in Taurus. In his Alceste, also, they give a wrathful chord in response to Alceste's defiance of the powers of death. Mozart obtained a similar effect in Don Giovanni, where that hero's ribald invitation to the statue of his victim to sup with him brings an unexpected acceptance amid trombone chords of solemn warning. The impressive quality of the trombones is present also in the religious service of the magic flute. Beethoven knew something of the instrument, but did not use it in his earlier works. It entered the symphonic orchestra when he wrote his 5th symphony, but here, as in the 6th, it does not play an important part. When Beethoven's career was nearly over, in 1823, he put many eager questions to a visiting trombone player, inquiring especially about the use of the instrument in high passages. His resultant knowledge is shown in the 9th symphony, and in a letter that he wrote afterwards to his publisher, Schott. Having occasion to make a complaint in the letter, he ended it with a few lines of half-humorous abuse, and added to his signature a trombone trill with the word minacciando, threateningly, on a bit of staff scored for the 16-foot bass instrument. Mendelssohn admired the trombone very much, reserving it for the most solemn occasions. Schubert obtained good effects by using soft trombone tones against the strings. The wholesale Berlioz, in picturing the Day of Judgment in his Requiem, called for 4 extra groups of brasses, including trombones. His score required a complete band of strings, 4 flutes, 2 oboes, 4 clarinets, 8 bassoons, an English horn, 12 brass horns, 4 cornets, 16 tenor trombones, 2 tubas, 4 ophicleides, 12 trumpets, 16 kettle drums, 2 bass drums, 3 pairs of cymbals, and a gong, certainly enough instruments to represent the crack of doom. Trombone chords make an admirably triumphant effect in Liszt's Tasso. A valve trombone exists, which has no slide, but obtains its scale by means of ventils, or pistons, similar to those used on the other brass instruments. This is easier to play than the slide form, and admits of more rapid execution, but this advantage is more than offset by its inferiority of tone color. For this reason, most orchestras do not use it, and it is found chiefly in military bands. The modern tuba, German Tube, French tuba, Italian tuba, like the trombone, exists in many sizes. There are 6 of these: soprano, alto, tenor, baritone, bass, and contrabass. The smaller members of this family are not found in the orchestra, but take part in military bands, especially in France, under the name of sax horns. The tenor tuba and a small-bored baritone instrument are called alt horns. These 2 lowest instruments are known as tubas and used in modern orchestral scores. The bass tuba, or bombardon, is the usual form employed. It consists of a rather wide tapering brass tube, curved in a fairly short and rounded oblong, and provided with a mouthpiece like that of the trombone. It has the usual pistons or valves, but is provided with an extra one that lowers the pitch, a fork. The 4 pistons thus enable the player to produce a scale of an octave below any given open tone on the instrument. Sometimes a combination of pistons will throw a tone off its proper pitch, but as the tuba is played with comparatively loose lips, the performer can correct such tones by regulating his blowing. In passing, it may be said of valves that as a general rule they injure tone quality somewhat by making the air column pass through too many curves, each piston lengthening the tube by making the air go through a short additional curved section of tube. The bass tuba can give the lowest E flat on the piano and stands in the key of that note. Its deeper tones are full and somewhat forcible, almost brutal in quality. Its compass extends upward about 2½ octaves. A form of tenor tuba, known as the euphonium, sounds a fifth higher in the key of B flat and is in unison with the tenor trombone. Its notes are weaker than those of the bombardon. The contrabass tuba is an octave lower than the euphonium and gives gruff, heavy notes. Wagner gave an impetus to the use of tubas, calling for 5 in his trilogy. Here the 2 bass tubas are in F instead of E flat. The tuba has been used as bass for 3 trombones in 4-part harmony. It often takes the bass part of the brass group, sometimes in unison with the deeper trombones, and it has even been employed as a bass for strings. The tuba has not the smooth quality of the trombone, but its gruff harshness can be made very effective. Wagner employed this tone color in the first act of Die Walküre to picture the fierce character of Hunding. The weary Sigismund, driven by storm and pursuit, has taken refuge in Hunding's forest hut. Soon the footsteps of the returning warrior are heard outside, and just as he enters the door, the 4 tubas play the short, pregnant motive that represents him in the music. The effect of these tubas by themselves is impressively savage. In Siegfried, when the hero has found the lair of the dragon, that redoubtable monster utters many dragonine curses on the tubas before meeting a well-merited death. The group of keyed bugles was at one time much in evidence, but is not now found in the orchestra. Its most prominent member was the ophicleide, used until recent years, but now superseded by the tuba. The name ophicleide is derived from 2 Greek words meaning key and serpent, which describe the instrument appropriately, as it has a curved form and was provided with keys. Alto ophicleides exist. Their quality was unpleasant, and their pitch inaccurate. Bass ophicleides in C and in B flat were frequently employed, while the contrabass form, still deeper, demanded excessive lung power. The ophicleide tone is powerful and obtrusive, and does not blend well with other instruments, which is one reason why it has given way to the tubas, but it is often found in old scores. In fairly recent times, Schumann used it in his Paradise and the Peri, but its most famous employment is in Mendelssohn's Midsummer Night's Dream music, where it gives a comical picture of the snores produced by Bottom, the weaver, in his drunken slumber. The serpent, now entirely obsolete, was a wooden tube a trifle over 8 feet long, provided with keys. The old cornetto was a smaller member of the serpent family, and not, as the unwary might think, a cornet. The serpent is named from its shape. It was sparingly used by Beethoven and Mendelssohn, and Wagner admitted it only to his earlier scores. Its tone was powerful, but very rough, so that Handel, on hearing it for the first time, said that he held it too unattractive to have been the serpent that seduced Eve. End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dustin Porter. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The preceding instruments have been more or less suited to melodic work, and have been played by bowing, plucking, or blowing. Besides these, there are a large number of instruments which are simply struck with a drumstick, hammer, or a similar object, and which are mostly incapable of melody. Instruments that are struck are known as percussion instruments, and sometimes alluded to in an orchestra as the battery. The instruments of percussion may be further divided into those that have a definite pitch and those that do not. By far the most important are the kettle drums, German Pauken, French timbale, Italian timpani. These consist of hollow hemispheres of copper supported on tripods and covered with a parchment called the head. The head is attached to the body of the drum by a metal ring, in which are screws that may be used to tighten or loosen it. The kettle drum, or simply drum, as it is often called in the orchestra, has a definite pitch, in spite of its drum-like character, and the screws are used to tune it. Not only does the kettle drum have pitch, but a skillful player can make its tone vary in quality also. 2 pairs of drumsticks come with it, one pair of wood and the other with tips of fairly soft sponge. Sometimes a third pair, tipped with leather, is used, while Strauss once called for birch rods. These different kinds of stick give different sorts of tone, and the performer can also vary the tone by striking at different places. A stroke near the side gives the sharpest and brightest tone, while one in the middle is duller. The usual spot chosen is about halfway between these two. The drum may also be muffled, for which purpose it is covered by a piece of cloth, which will deaden and shorten the tone. In the orchestra are at least 2 kettle drums, of different sizes and pitches, played by one performer. The larger drum can be tuned to any note of the fifth between F and C, an octave below middle C. The smaller drum can be tuned to any note from the B flat of the large drum to the F next above it. The notes of the drum are now written as played, except for the fact that no accidentals are used. Thus, a drum part in B flat would use the note B natural, though timpani and B flat, or some such phrase, would be written at the beginning of the score. For a long time, the drums were tuned to the tonic and the dominant of the key used in a piece, and employed merely for rhythm or noise. Thus, Haydn, in his Surprise Symphony, creates the surprise by having a forcible drum stroke come at the close of a soft passage. The drums can give fairly long tones, or be stopped off short, and are also capable of sustained rolls or trills. When more than 2 drums are used, they can give an actual melodic phrase. And this can be done even with 2 notes, as shown in the First Symphony by Sibelius. In that work, a much-used figure is repeated accurately by 2 drums. Beethoven made the kettle drum more important than his predecessors did, sometimes using it on other degrees than the tonic or dominant. Mendelssohn also gave it various tunings. In his time, the orchestral composers began to use 3 drums, the third being often tuned to the subdominant or 4th note of the scale, the dominant being the 5th. The thunderstorm in Symphonie Fantastique of Berlioz is one of the most famous uses of the instrument. Wagner, who led the way to our complex modern orchestration, gave the kettle drum a new employment by using it to emphasize suspense or dread. In a moment of sudden orchestral silence, he makes the drums give soft, irregular strokes that intensify the emotion. and seem almost like anxious heartbeats. This device is found in Lohengrin, where Telramund drops dead at the sight of the holy sword of the knightly hero. In Flying Dutchman, when Senta is suddenly confronted by that unfortunate mariner, and in Die Gotterdammerung, when Siegfried is killed. Another striking solo phrase for the kettle drum is found in Die Walküre, where it echoes the rhythm of the Hunding motive. The most extensive use of this instrument was made by Berlioz, who called for 16 kettle drums and 10 drummers in his Requiem. The famous kettle drummer Funt tried to introduce an instrument that would be tuned mechanically by a rod that moved a system of levers, but it has not proven a success. Funt also published a kettle drum method. He became able to produce remarkably fine tones. Once, however, he created an unusual effect. He was very miserly and dunned a fellow performer unmercifully for the return of a small loan. The latter finally brought the money in pennies and spread them secretly around the rim of the drum, so that Funt's first stroke was followed by an unexpected shower of coppers. The kettle drummer has few notes and long rests in orchestral music. He should count these, but in practice he either knows the music, or has a bit of it written out to give him the cue, or gets the signal from the conductor. There is a story that the kettle drummer of Richter's Vienna Orchestra could count automatically, which enabled him to go out for refreshment in long pauses and return on time, but it sounds a little apocryphal. There is no real solo repertoire for the instrument, yet the English drummer Gordon Cleaver wrote a concerto for kettle drums and rapped it out in front of the orchestra on 6 drums of various pitch. The German composer Tausch wrote a similar work calling for 5 drums. Paderewski has perfected an affair that he calls the Tonitruon, which he has used in some of his works to imitate thunder. But the new instrument has not replaced the kettle drum for this purpose. The subject of Storms suggests the wind machine used by Richard Strauss in his Don Quixote. This contrivance, borrowed from the theater, consists of a simple sheet of canvas held against a revolving cylinder. As the cylinder increases in speed, the realistic sound grows higher in pitch, and vice versa. It is used in the passage representing Don Quixote's blindfold flight in the air. The bass drum, German Grosstrommel, French Grosse-Caisse, Italian Gran Cassa, has not the definite pitch of the kettle drum. Bass drums are used for their aid in a rhythmic capacity. They are played with different sticks, one small and one large, while the French have a stick called the maillotche, which is held in the middle by the player and has a knob on each end. A roll on the bass drum may also be given with the kettle drum sticks. Berlioz, Verdi, and others have tried to obtain different pitch on the bass drum, but without success. The ordinary drum, known also as the snare drum or side drum, German Kleintrommel, French tambour, Italian tamburo, can be suitably used for martial scenes. It can give both single taps and long rolls, and can aid in working up great climaxes, such as the scene of the benediction of the poniards in Meyerbeer's Huguenots. An oddly dull and rattling sound can be produced by playing with the drumhead somewhat loosened. A medium-sized drum exists, known as the tenor drum. The tambourine, Basque drum, is practically a very flat drum with one end open. It is struck by the hand, though the performer may vary this effect by rubbing it with his thumb. It has bits of metal attached, which give a jingling noise when it's struck. The tambourine is used in connection with Spanish or gypsy effects, while Berlioz employed it also in his Roman Carnival Overture and his Childe Harold Symphony. Bells, German Glocken, French cloche, Italian campane, are used, when desired, as instruments of definite pitch. Wagner in his Parsifal has a striking four-toned bell figure, but in this case the sound comes from steel bars struck by hammers. Some composers have used a piano note from behind the scenes to give bell effects. Tchaikovsky's Overture 1812, which celebrates the Russian victory over Napoleon, was first given at an outdoor festival, with real cathedral bells joining in the jubilant finale. Long steel tubes are often used for bell notes. An actual bell may be used in some cases, but the tone of a large bell is not always pure. The glockenspiel, or carillon, is a set of flat steel plates, giving a series of sweet bell-like tones when struck with a mallet. The bell harmonica, in which musical glasses are struck, has a somewhat similar tone. The glockenspiel can give entire melodies, though each of its strips can only sound a single pitch. Mozart used its saccharine tones in the Magic Flute, and Wagner called for them in the slumber scene of Die Walküre, as well as at the entrance of the Toymakers Guild in Die Meistersinger. The usual compass of the glockenspiel is about 2 octaves, giving an octave above middle C, but written an octave lower than it sounds. The celesta is a modern bell instrument, looking much like an upright piano, with an upper 4, formerly 5, piano octaves. Its keys are played by hand, causing the hammers inside the instrument to strike steel plates placed over wooden resonators. Tchaikovsky employed the celesta with good effect in his Casse-Noisette music. The dulcitone, or typophone, is somewhat like the celesta, but less powerful. The gong, or tam-tam, is sometimes heard with the orchestra. Like many large bells, it does not produce a pure tone, but gives a note that is blended with a mixture of so-called bitones. Its sharp and noticeable effect has been employed in representing any sudden catastrophe. Soft strokes on the gong produce a weird result. Meyerbeer has called for them in Robert le Diable, to go with the rising of the ghostly nuns, and Rossini used them in Semi-Remede, when the tomb of Ninus opens to show that monarch's spirit. Still another bell-like tone comes from the triangle, German triangle, French triangle, Italian triangolo. This is a small steel bar bent into a triangular shape, which is held on a string and played by a pencil-like rod from the inside. Its high, tinkling note has no very definite pitch. It is used whenever a tinkling effect is desired, and sometimes merely to mark rhythm. Its proper place is in rather light music, though it is found in scores of Haydn, Beethoven, and Schumann. Weber used it to add color to the gypsy scenes in his Preciosa. Its most important occurrence to date is in Liszt's Piano Concerto in E-flat, where it starts a theme by announcing its rhythm and solo notes. Cymbals, German Becken, French cymbale, Italian piatti, consist of a pair of round metallic plates made of copper and tin to be clashed together by the performer. They are of Oriental origin, coming from either Turkey or Arabia. Sometimes they are played by the bass drummer, with one of the pair of plates tied to his instrument. But a better tone is produced if they are held in the hands and struck against each other slatingly. Their notes are often considered the same as those of the bass drum, which are with a double stem when the cymbals are desired also. The loud tones of the cymbals do not last very long, but they may be stopped abruptly if the plates are held against the performer's coat. Such loud strokes give an excellent suggestion of combat or of wild revelry. Wagner used them thus in the Venus scenes of Tannhäuser. In the same place he produced a mysterious tremolo effect by having the 2 plates rattled together softly. Elsewhere he has created new effects by a single stroke, and a drum roll also on a hanging cymbal. The cymbals give no definite pitch, as their vibrations are too irregular. In the Symphonie Fantastique, the last note, if it can be called a note, is a drumstick stroke on a hanging cymbal. Castanets, or castagnettes, are bits of ebony and boxwood to be clicked together by hand. These, like the tambourines, are much used for Spanish or gypsy music, or in tropical dances. They are employed for such suggestions by the composers, though they rarely appear in the concert orchestra. They figure excellently in the dance scene of the second act in Bizet's beautiful Carmen. The xylophone resembles the glockenspiel, but has its plates made of wood instead of steel. The xylophone can thus play melodies, but its tone color is not exactly musical. Its first important passage in the orchestra is found in the Danse Macabre of Saint-Saëns, already mentioned for several of its instrumental devices. In this piece, which represents the skeletons dancing to the fiddle of death, the xylophone is used to represent the bones of the skeleton knocking together. Reznicek called for a xylophone in his Schlemiel to aid in picturing revelry. With the exception of the kettle drum, the percussion instruments are not held to be a regular part of the orchestra, but all large orchestras have them, as they are called for in many modern works. In the old days, when musical beauty was its own excuse for being, they were not especially needed. But at present, when almost every composer is trying to write program music and picture some definite scene or event, they have nearly all come into constant use. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of The Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Chapter 54, Some Famous Pianists. Nearly 2 centuries ago, in a large German city, a certain man sat playing industriously at a harpsichord, while a second man listened from a concealed nook. There came from the performer's fingers a series of beautiful works in many-voiced and orderly succession. But the hidden hearer did not seem pleased, and after a time he took a secret but hurried departure. The player was Bach, the listener Marchand. Bach's works do not usually drive their hearers away, but Marchand was to have met Bach in a contest in harpsichord playing. And after hearing his rival, Marchand knew that he could not hold his own in such an unequal competition. Yet Marchand was rated highly in his native France. Once he had boasted that he could add an embellishment to every note. The many turns, trills, and other fioratura of the 18th century music came into being because the clavichord and harpsichord could not sustain their tones for any length of time. Any long-held note needed to be prolonged by some embellishment to prevent a period of silence before the next note. But embellishments were used also because of their decorative effect. Before Bach's time, the thumb was not generally used in playing, and scales were given by letting the fingers overpass one another. When the thumb came in, it was first marked by an O, and later by an X, the fingers being numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, son of the great Johann Sebastian, was a master of expression, as is shown by his book on The True Art of Playing the Clavier. The term clavier was used to designate all keyboard instruments. But his brother, Johann Christian Bach, who settled in London, was the real piano devotee of the family. Handel, like Bach, was a masterly player. Handel used to conduct his own operas from the keyboard of a harpsichord, as custom then dictated. Domenico Scarlatti was the pioneer in the early Italian school, introducing many new effects. One of these was cross-hand work. When he grew old and fat and unable to reach across easily, he dropped the cross-hand work from his compositions. Scarlatti met Handel at Venice in one of the usual competitions. A draw resulted at the harpsichord, but Handel was awarded the victory at the organ. It is said that after this event, Scarlatti would cross himself whenever he heard Handel's name mentioned. Muzio Clementi was a leader among the early pianists, his Gradus ad Parnassum being still considered a valuable training in technique for the student. Mozart was a child prodigy in piano playing as well as composing, and traveled about with his sister under paternal care, giving concerts when only 6 years old. When he reached the age of 20, one critic said of him, "Mozart plays with great power and reads whatever is put before him, but that is all that can be said. Wieck is far greater." Later on, however, Reader speaks of Mozart's bold flights of fancy, heavenly harmonies, and skill in improvisation. Mozart and Clementi indulged in one of the usual competitions, after which the latter set to work to unite Mozart's singing touch with his own technical skill. A concert given by Mozart at Mantua shows that genius was expected to display itself in many ways. The program included a symphony of his own, a piano concerto to be read by him at sight, a sonata to which he should add variations with repeat in a new key, the words of a song which he should sing, improvising both melody and accompaniment, themes given by the audience upon which he would make a sonata and a fugue, a trio for which he would improvise the violin part, and another of his symphonies. Franz Duschek was a Viennese pianist of the Mozart school. Another was Anton Eberl, who imitated Mozart's style of composition so well that his works were sometimes said to be by Mozart. Another of this school was Johann Nepomuk Hummel, who studied with Mozart when young. Hummel once visited John Field in St. Petersburg. As his name was not announced, he pretended to be merely a humble stranger, anxious to hear the great Field. The latter played for a time, and then thought of having some amusement by making his visitor play. Field expected the strumming and stumbling of some fourth-rater, but instead he heard a most brilliant performance, which made him cry out, "You must be Hummel!" Field played in a rather suave fashion, well suited to the smooth style of his own nocturnes. Beethoven displayed the breadth of the Clementi school. He showed passionate strength and made technique a means to an end. Beethoven improvised wonderfully, and the passing nature of his extemporizations must be a great loss to art. Daniel Steibelt was a precocious virtuoso. His later showpieces have caused him to be called a charlatan, but he had real technique. Once he challenged Beethoven to a contest, but he ran away after hearing the great composer play. Johann Ladislaus Dussek was the first to sit sideways on the stage. He introduced the harmonica, or set of musical glasses invented by Benjamin Franklin. Johann Baptist Kramer was Beethoven's favorite, perhaps because he devoted himself to Beethoven's works. Kramer showed enough spirit at first, but when he grew older his work was called dry, wooden, harsh, and without cantileno. Joseph Wörfel, another rival of Beethoven, had very large hands. He, too, could extemporize readily, and once, when a passing band disturbed his tempo, he changed the rhythm to suit that of the band, and kept with it until it was out of hearing. Czerny spoke of, quote, Wörfel, distinguished for bravura playing, Gelinek, popular because of his brilliant and elegant execution, and Lepansky, a great sight reader renowned for his playing of the Bach fugues. End quote. Czerny was a good pianist, but better known as a teacher, as his much-used velocity school would indicate. Among his pupils were Liszt, Thalberg, and Queen Victoria. Ferdinand Ries, Beethoven's pupil, adopted his master's powerful methods of expression. The critics often spoke of his romantic fire, but his emphatic manner led one of them to call him a wood-chopper at the piano. Ries composed sonatas and concertos and wrote interesting reminiscences of Beethoven. Francesco Paolini was a Mozart pupil who became prominent in Italy. Kalkbrenner was another child prodigy and grew up into a brilliant, if rather mechanical, performer. The Englishman, Cipriani Potter, excelled him in expressive power. Kalkbrenner invented a guide bar to support the wrist, but it was not of great use. Mechanical aids to the hand have never seemed really effective. Schumann tried to strengthen his fourth fingers by a pulley and weight system, but only succeeded in injuring his hand. This was the world's gain, as it drove him into composition. Few pianists excel in this field, though Liszt and Rubinstein managed to do so. Usually, the pianist is too busy to compose well, while the composer does not play enough to be a great pianist. The latter case is illustrated by Schubert, who has been mentioned as breaking down several times in one of his own fantasias. Ignaz Moscheles, who lived until 1870, was held foremost in his day. He was precise, exact, and vigorous in his playing, with accurate attention to rhythm and accent. These qualities were well suited to the more important classics which he favored. He could not appreciate the nuances of the Romantic school as exemplified by Chopin and Liszt. Mendelssohn was one of his pupils and admirers. Chopin's playing was essentially soft and delicate. Even in his moments of fiery ardor, his fortissimo was less than that of Moscheles, and much less than Liszt's. A critic called Chopin's performance light and airy, and said that his fingers, quote, seemed to glide sidewise, as if all technique were a glissando, end quote. Chopin was naturally a master of the rubato that his works demand, an expressive retarding or hurrying of the melody over an accompaniment that goes on steadily. In playing, as well as by his compositions, he fairly earned the title of the poet of the piano. Stephen Heller was another performer of excessive refinement. He was too sensitively organized to be a steady success in public, but when in proper mood he played with much grace and vivacity. Like nearly all the pianists, he composed for his instrument, producing works that show much sentiment and poetry. Adolf Henselt was a pianist of phenomenal power and expression. His legato was remarkably good, and he composed special studies to develop a large reach in this style. His other works include a concerto, many excellent etudes, and some attractive solo pieces. He was always nervous at concerts and retired from public playing in later life. When appearing with an orchestra, he would rush on at the last instant, and once he caused great amusement by forgetting to leave his cigar behind. Henselt was a great Bach player, and used to practice that master's fugues with the piano strings muffled by quills. When young, he despaired of success on hearing Thalberg's singing tone, but he soon set to work and acquired it himself. Alexander Dreischock's repertoire was limited mostly to his own works, and these showed display rather than depth. He excelled in handling tremendously difficult passages in thirds, sixths, or octaves. He became very proficient in works for the left hand alone. Sigismund Thalberg was another who devoted himself largely to his own works. In his case, however, the compositions were expressive enough. He inclined somewhat to the light type known as salon music, but he excelled in both melodic and brilliant passages. He could embroider accompaniment about a melody with such skill that it seemed as if he must have three hands. He became an idol of the matinee girls. His Arche du chant appliqué au piano is a valuable method even now. The greatest of all pianists was undoubtedly Franz Liszt. His own works have become standards of difficult piano execution. In comparison with Liszt, wrote Tausig, we other artists are all blockheads. A French critic said, Thalberg is the first pianist, but Liszt is the only one. His wild power shocked the conservatives, and we find Mendelssohn calling his performances a heathen scandal in both the glorious and the objectionable sense of the term. On the other hand, Rubinstein said, "Liszt plays like a god, Thalberg like a grocer." Rubinstein knew of Liszt's prowess by experience. When the Russian showed Liszt his manuscript Fantasy for 2 pianos, the latter suggested that they play it at a certain social gathering. After the guests were assembled, Liszt looked over the manuscript casually for a few moments. When the performance began, the crowd was divided equally about the 2 artists, but before it ended, every one present was watching Liszt, and Rubinstein found himself left alone. On another occasion, Grieg brought a new violin sonata to Liszt and was astonished by hearing him read it off at once, adding the violin part to the piano accompaniment and bringing it out with the most exquisite balance. Liszt's style has been aptly termed the orchestration of the piano. It is well shown by some of his song transcriptions for piano, which have broad sweeps of melody combined with great antiphonal effects for accompaniment. His original works, too, show the greatness of the new style, whether in the broadly powerful sonata or the more delicate Sermon to the Birds. Liszt was a great admirer of Paganini, and did for piano what Paganini did for violin, that is, wrote pieces of such brilliance and difficulty that his successors have sometimes been hardly able to master them. Liszt's hands were not unduly large, but the rapidity of his skips made some of his hearers think that he had an unheard-of reach. In 1839, Liszt employed the words piano recitals as a new title for his solo concerts. As stated in a preceding chapter, Liszt always made it a point to uphold the dignity of the musician's position. But the day had gone by when it was possible for geniuses to receive the indignities that were heaped upon Mozart. When Princess Metternich asked Liszt if he had done well on a certain tour, and he replied, "Madam, I am in music, not business," the remark was not nearly so bold as if it had been made 6 or 7 decades earlier. The French Revolution and the disturbances of 1848 had helped individual freedom. Beethoven was far more independent in reality, and when someone talked during a duet given by him and Ries at Count Browne's house, he stopped abruptly and said, "I play no more for such hogs." Henri Herz was one of the first great pianists to tour America. He played his own works for the most part, which were superficially brilliant. Once, at Baltimore, he expressed a willingness to improvise upon themes given by the audience. But trouble arose, for several dozen people tried to give him their favorite theme by whistling, singing, or shouting it. In New Orleans, he arranged a piece for 8 pianos and 16 performers. When one of the players did not appear in time for the concert, he impressed the services of a lady from one of the boxes. She said she could not play, but he told her that she would only need to go through the motions. But he forgot a certain passage where all parts had a rest, and the audience was pleasantly surprised by seeing her continue in dumb show while the other players were silent. Gottschalk was more successful in meeting a similar difficulty at San Francisco. One of his 14 performers fell ill and was replaced by an insistent substitute who could not play at all well. In order to avoid trouble, Gottschalk had the hammers removed from the substitute's piano just before the concert. Gottschalk played in a romantic style well suited to his own works, which were mostly exotic tone pictures of peculiar charm, such as La Bananière, La Savante, and so on. But the greatest pianist to tour America was Rubinstein. He was a player of leonine temperament, and showed the most tremendous emotional power. He was not always accurate, and when a lady auditor once began to cover him with gushing adulation, he remarked, "Madam, I could give another concert with the notes I left out." When he forgot parts of his selections, he would sometimes proceed to improvise until he could get back to a later section of the piece in question. He made various tours with the violinist Wieniawski. Once in Boston, the pair drew a very small audience, and on being asked if they would return for another concert, Wieniawski replied, "We fear that if we did so, we should get out of the habit of playing in public." But they returned after all, and had the pleasure of appearing before a much larger audience. Rubinstein's brother, Nikolai, was a great pianist also, as well as a conductor and composer. Theodor Leschetizky, known as a world-famous teacher, was associated with Rubinstein at first, and toured Europe before settling in Vienna. He played his own pieces, among others. Hans von Bülow was a pupil of Liszt who became renowned partly by playing his master's works, but his taste was eclectic, and he could excel in all schools. His technique was admirable, and his remarkable memory was of great service to him. He arranged his programs in a way that almost always helped to improve popular knowledge and taste. It is an interesting physiological fact that he was unmusical during childhood, his musical taste appearing at the age of 9, after he had received a severe blow on the head. This blow, it was afterwards found, resulted in some sort of lesion on his brain, which must have had the effect of making it sensitive to vibrations. It would be hasty to adopt a rule that unmusical people should be knocked on the head, but in this case the blow seemingly changed its victim into a music lover. Karl Tausig, the son of a pianist, was Liszt's best pupil, and gained such astonishing control over the keyboard that he actually outshone his master in certain cases. Tausig was a thorough musician in the best sense of the word, endowed with a sympathetic touch, passionate power of expression, and real artistic balance. His technique was so remarkable that Liszt once called him the infallible with fingers of brass. When an ambitious young pianist once played rather poorly for Liszt, the latter exclaimed, "Such playing, and for me who have heard Tausig so often." Cosima, afterwards Madame Wagner, said of Tausig, "He has no touch, no individuality, he is a caricature of Liszt." But this was in Tausig's early student days, before he matured, and no doubt Cosima was partial to Liszt because he was her father. Tausig died at the age of 30. William Mason deserves mention for his valuable work in raising the taste of our own country. After study with Moscheles, Dreischock, and Liszt, he made a well-deserved name by his playing and teaching. A curiosity among pianists is Count Geszecki of Hungary. When 17 years old, he lost his right arm in a hunting accident, but his love for music did not let this prevent him from becoming a great pianist. He studied with Liszt until he became a great artist. The repertoire of music for the left hand is fairly large, and he increased it by writing a number of left-hand pieces for his own use. Those pianists now before the public may well be left to the tender mercies of the critics. Some of them grow famous as specialists in the works of one composer, like de Pachmann, who prefers Chopin's works. Some, like Rosenthal and Godowsky, are in the virtuoso class because of their astounding mastery of technique, although they may not be lacking in expressive power. Others, like Busoni, are best in intellectual and classical works. Paderewski's greatness is shown by the fact that he is not a specialist, but succeeds in all schools and styles. Among the women pianists, Clara Schumann won high regard, not alone for her ability as a performer, but for her service in making her husband's works known to the public. Ernst Pauer, himself a great performer, made a list of the 12 greatest pianists at the middle of the century, and included 3 women, Clara Schumann, Madame Klaus Zwardy, and Arabella Godard. Miss Godard married her teacher, Davison, which made Punch assert that her life's harmony was transposed from G to D in accordance with her initials. Davison devoted himself to furthering her cause, and a Paris wit declared that whenever a pianist started to cross the Channel to England, Davison would appear on the Dover cliffs and shout, "No more pianists needed here, we have Arabella Godard." Today, there are many well-known women pianists. Catherine Goodson, Helen Hopkirk, Olga Samarov, Antoinette Zumovska, and Germaine Schnitzer are but a few of the most prominent names. The leader of the older generation is Teresa Carreño, noted for her fiery brilliance of expression and her devotion to the works of MacDowell, who studied with her in his younger days. In bringing this very incomplete list to a close, one may be pardoned for advising the hearer to seek breadth of vision. Not all pianists are alike. Some have one virtue, some another, and if we are taught to give even the devil his due, we should certainly make it our duty to give any pianist full credit for whatever good qualities he may have. The performer may be limited to one school or style, but the listener should make himself able to appreciate the good points of all. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Some Famous Singers. A little over 2 centuries ago, a young student of singing went to a famous Italian teacher for lessons. The teacher accepted the pupil and wrote him out a set of exercises for practice. Although these exercises covered no more than a single page, the pupil was kept at them for a year. At length he mustered up courage enough to ask, "When may I sing?" "Not yet," was the reply, and more work on the exercises followed. In another year the pupil repeated his query, but received the same answer, "Not yet." Still a third year was spent on the exercise sheet, sung with syllables instead of vowels. Again came the question, "When may I sing?" This time the teacher answered, "You are now the greatest singer in Italy." The teacher was Porpora, the singer Farinelli. Some doubt has been cast upon this anecdote, but it deserves to be true, if only as an example showing students how valuable it is for them to stick to their exercises. Farinelli sang in the operas of Handel and made a tremendous success in England. An enthusiastic woman once spoke of "one God, one church, and one Farinelli." Yet he was not the only one, though perhaps he was the greatest of his class. Senesino was another favourite in England, and was made the recipient of many attentions and laudatory verses. Caffarelli, too, grew famous. All of these stars belonged to the extinct class of male sopranos, who were prevented, by surgery, from having the usual change of voice during youth. One of them, Bernacchi, founded a famous singing school. With the adulation that singers of both sexes received, it was no wonder that some of them indulged in rivalries worthy of spoilt children. Even today the singers do not all love one another with genuine fervour. In Handel's time, the greatest disagreement came between the two most famous sopranos, Francesca Cuzzoni and Faustina Bordoni. Each of these two supplemented an enthusiastic estimate of her own powers by a low opinion of her rivals, and the matter became so public that the London opera goers took sides. The two principals actually came to blows and bore marks of each other's prowess when separated. Cuzzoni finally held the field alone, for Faustina married the composer Hasse. Cuzzoni was imperious to all, but she met her match in Handel. Once, when he had everything ready for her at a certain rehearsal, she refused to go on. Handel held her out of the window and threatened to drop her unless she consented to sing. In her position, a very aerial one, she found herself unable to decline and gave in as gracefully as she could. Such caprices on the part of the singers were only a natural result of great public adulation. Cuzzoni's popularity may be shown by the fact that the dress she wore in Rodelinda was adopted as a national uniform of feminine youth and beauty. Elizabeth Weichel, better known as Mrs. Billington, is held to have been the greatest singer ever born in England. Like Farinelli, she could outsing a trumpet and excel the trumpeter in length and power of tone. Sir Joshua Reynolds painted her in the attitude of listening to an angel choir above her, whereupon Handel said, "That is a mistake. You should have painted the angels listening to her." A singer with an unusual range was Lucrezia Agugiari, who lived toward the end of the 18th century. She was probably the highest soprano ever known. The ordinary soprano singer can reach the second G above middle C. With that G begins the so-called alt octave, running up to F sharp just below the next G. Most high sopranos think they are doing very well if they can reach D or E in alt with a tone of fair quality. Agugiari could sing not only the alt octave, but the one above it, the altissimo, as far as F, the highest F on the piano. Mozart, who heard her, said that these high notes were pure and of good quality. In the beginning of the 19th century, Angelica Catalani was the leader of the coloratura singers. She could give embellishments and fiorituri with such ease that she often sang ornate solos intended for the violin. Her accuracy in this caused the Parisians to nickname her L'Instrument Catalani. She had a most marvellous accuracy and could sing 6 distinct intervals within the compass of a semitone. She had little artistic conscience and would stoop to almost anything to catch the public, but her private career was marked by uprightness and generosity. Henrietta Sontag was another famous singer of the same period. Catalani said of Sontag, "She is first in her style, but her style is not the first." This remark should have been somewhat of a boomerang, for Sontag's style was similar to Catalani's. Giuditta Pasta was a more admirable artist, if not a greater vocalist. Her voice was originally weak, limited, and unattractive, but hard and faithful work enabled her to obtain a compass of over 2 octaves and a rich fullness of tone. She never entirely equalized all her notes, but she gave them a dramatic significance far beyond the power of even those who were endowed with better voices. She was the first to introduce real acting into opera, the most conventional gestures having served before her advent. Madame Maria Malibran and Madame Pauline Verdot were both daughters of Manuel Garcia the elder and sisters of the younger man of that name. All 4 were famous singers. The father was exceptionally long-lived, dying in the 20th century at the age of 101. The elder Garcia was a very severe disciplinarian and sometimes would even beat his daughters. The neighbours occasionally heard shrieks issuing from the singer's home, but they shrugged their shoulders and said, "It is only Monsieur Garcia teaching his daughters to sing." Maria's debut was brought about by his severity. When she was 17, he was called upon to sing in a certain performance of Rossini's Otello, but he insisted on her taking the part of Desdemona. She declined, because little time was left for her to prepare for it, but he made her go on, and threatened that if she did not do her best, he would use his weapon, which was a real dagger. Naturally she obeyed, but in the last act, which he gave with great intensity, she had a renewed access of fear. She cried out in terror, "For God's sake, do not kill me!" But the audience thought this was only a bit of realistic acting and applauded her wildly. Malibran's voice was very intractable, but her father's excellent tuition enabled her to overcome its defects with the aid of constant practice. She had a very large range, covering both soprano and alto registers, and this enabled her to charm by a variety of effect. Her marriage to Monsieur Malibran in New York proved unfortunate, as he merely wished to use her money in paying his debts. After his death, she married the violinist de Berriot, with happier results, but her career was soon cut short by a fatal fall from a horse. While she was undergoing matrimonial misadventures, her father too met with a financial reverse. While travelling in Mexico, he and his family were held up by brigands and relieved of the proceeds of their tour. To add insult to injury, the brigands made the famous tenor sing for them before they would release him. In spite of Maria's earnest work, Pauline was her father's favourite child. He said once, "Pauline can be guided by a thread of silk, where Maria needs a hand of iron." Pauline's voice, like her sister's, seemed to combine soprano and contralto registers, though the upper notes had to be built out of nothing by hard work. Her singing, like that of her sister, was very dramatic in character. She became known as a teacher and composer. Her musical intelligence was remarkable, and she sang at sight a role in an act of Tristan and Isolde when the other artists engaged for the work were giving it up as being too difficult. Madame Tietjens was another singer of the dramatic type who flourished in the middle of the last century. Giulietta Grisi was a member of the famous Puritani quartet that made Bellini's opera of that name well known in Paris. The other singers in this remarkable group were Rubini the tenor, Tamburini the baritone, and La Blache, greatest of bassos. Grisi was not commandingly original, but she sang and acted with spirit and ability. She married Mario, the tenor who soon replaced Rubini in the quartet. When the Tsar met her with her children, he asked if they were little grisettes, whereupon she replied, "No, sire, little marionettes." Grisi was delicate as a child, but she became strong later, perhaps largely from the gymnastics of singing, and in a career of over 35 years she scarcely ever had to cancel a performance because of illness. La Blache had the most tremendous of bass voices and could roar down an entire orchestra. His voice was flexible too, as well as strong, and once he mimicked a soprano, following faithfully all her trills, turns, and other rapid embellishments. Jenny Lind is known to Americans by her very profitable trips under the management of the late and great Barnum. Lind was another example of the value of hard work. During her youth she overworked her voice, and when she came to Garcia for lessons, she broke down in trying to sing for him. He said, "It would be useless to teach you, for you have no voice left." She persuaded him to try to bring her voice back, but she had to start over at the very beginning, with scales, vocalises, and breathing exercises. In 10 months the damage was more than repaired. Her devotion to work is shown by the hours she spent in practicing the pronunciation of one German word, Zerschmettert. Mendelssohn admired Lind greatly. Expecting her to sing in his Elijah, he put into the solo, "Hear Ye Israel," a high F sharp, a tone especially resonant in her voice. But she could not come after all, and the prim and precise Caradori Allen, who replaced her, found the solo not ladylike. Carlyle wrote of Lind's performance in La Sonnambula, "She seemed to me a very true, clean, genuine little creature, with a voice of extraordinary extent. She sang, acted, etc., with consummate fidelity, but had unfortunately nothing but mere nonsense to sing or act." Carlyle thus showed himself a better critic than most authors, and a refreshing contrast to Ruskin, who spoke of the master singers as baboon-headed stuff. The name of Adelina Patti brings memories of perennial farewell tours. She gave a concert as recently as 1908, which seems wonderful when one remembers that her debut occurred in 1859. Such a long career is amazing, and means that the singer must have taken great care of her health, besides having a strong constitution to begin with. Patti's voice, in its prime, was of the most bird-like clearness and flexibility. She had no very high ideals of art, but as a coloratura singer she charmed 2 continents for 5 decades. Her sister Carlotta was more dramatic, but did not have a long career. The health of singers is a valuable commodity that demands much care. They must avoid catching cold, and keep away from draughts and dampness. Even the moisture of a new house may prove harmful, and the Spaniards have a saying that runs, "Give your newly built house for the first year to your enemy, for the second to your friend, and stay in it yourself only when the third has come." Many singers take excessive care of their diet, though here the matter is an individual one. The only general rule places the ban on hotly spiced dishes and on nuts, which cause huskiness. Add to incessant care the need for constant practice, and it will be seen that the singer's career is not an uninterrupted round of pleasure. He must act on the proverb per aspera ad astra, and in his case it may be taken to mean that a rough voice will not prevent him from becoming one of the stars if he takes pains enough. Many singers are helped by certain drinks or foods taken just before performance, and a few of these may be mentioned. In Handel's time, a warm drink spiced with fennel was very popular, though tradition does not tell us of what the drink consisted. Here the warmth was probably the most beneficial factor, and a contemporary singer uses in similar fashion a raw egg beaten into hot beef tea. Farinelli would often eat an anchovy, although the Italians as a rule opposed salt fish before singing. Jenny Lind often ate a salt pickle before appearing in concert. Lemon juice and vinegar have been used by some and abused by others. Cold tea with lemon is another prescription. It was said that Malibran sipped champagne, but in reality she used merely an effervescent powder. A raw egg, either alone or in sherry, is a favourite with many, and the white of the egg undoubtedly soothes the throat. Oysters have been used for a similar purpose. Toward the end of the last century, Christine Nielsen was held by some to be a rival of Patti. Her voice, however, was of a somewhat different quality, being pure and appealing, where Patti's was brilliant. In Patti's early days, she found a more formidable rival for popularity in Pauline Lucca, a native of Vienna. After her first engagement at Olmütz, Lucca's triumphs began in the shape of serenades and a torchlight procession. After a Prague performance, she was rather startled to see an elderly man walk in and kiss her on both cheeks. But the man was Meyerbeer, who had come to give her a Berlin engagement. Here Lucca and Patti met and became firm friends. London gave Lucca an ovation, and Berlin decorated her house with flowers. But the climax came in St. Petersburg, where streets were illuminated in her honour, students took out her horses and drew her carriage themselves, the orchestra and audience gave her presents, and even the royal family sent her a gift of jewellery. Such tributes were fairly earned, for Lucca was endowed with original genius and had a sympathetic voice that imparted vitality to the tamest role. Her expressive voice and impassioned acting made the critics speak of her as transcendently human. Certain singers have grown famous by being identified with a composer. One of these, Sophie Arnoux, deserves mention for her singing in Gluck's operas. She displayed a wit and vivacity that captivated our own Franklin. When Piccini was brought to Paris as a rival to Gluck, and both composers set the same libretto, Iphigenia in Tauris, Arnoux helped to make Gluck's work a success. When her rival in the Piccini work showed traces of intoxication, it was she who said, "This is not Iphigenia in Tauris, but Iphigenia in Champagne." Wilhelmine Schröder-Devrient was identified with the earlier Wagnerian performances. She was the first to show the possibilities of really dramatic singing, and she always made her voice echo the emotion of the text or situation. In her early years, she scored a great success as Leonora in Beethoven's Fidelio. At first she nearly broke down with stage fright, but the audience, thinking that her emotion belonged to her tragic part, was loud in its applause. She evidently was not again troubled with stage fright. In this opera, she has to give the starving Florestan a crust of bread, and once, when he forgot to take it, she had coolness enough to whisper, "What's the matter? Do you want it buttered?" It is well to get past the days of stage fright, but a due amount of nervousness is not at all bad if it keeps the singer eager to do the best possible work. Lili Lehmann is now remembered by her Wagnerian roles, but she excelled also in the smoother style of Mozart and the Italians, and Paris critics gave high praise to her slow coloratura. Her Wagnerian career, like that of the De Resques, Nordica and others, showed that Wagner's music did not need to be howled, but could be given with smoothness and good method as well as expressive power. Some of the many Wagnerian singers who deserve mention are Niemann, Van Dyck, Schott, Winkelmann, Fischer, Scaria, Brandt, Bremer, and Ternina. Most devoted of them all, if not absolutely the best singer, was the full-voiced Amalia Materna. Her work at Bayreuth and elsewhere was always intended to further the composer's cause, and her later poverty, caused partly by her generosity to needy relatives, should be a matter of reproach to Wagner's widow. Singers seem to grow either very rich or very poor. Their large salaries are fairly earned, not merely by excellence in performance, but by the long years of faithful study that precede it. Some are well balanced enough to strike an average, but too many are either spendthrifts or misers. The spendthrifts, however, do more good than the miserly ones. Once the husband of a close-fisted singer was asked how the pair spent their leisure hours. "We economise in the morning," was the reply, "and then we have a light lunch and go on economising." Materna was not one of these. Among the men, the English singers must be given full credit for their excellent pronunciation. Incidentally, we should not attempt opera in English until every member of a cast can manage that language without any foreign accent. An early school of ballad singing was well represented by Incledon, whom Thackeray praises highly in The Newcomes. Braham exemplified the same school at a later date, and found an easy method of getting rid of his salary by trying to manage an opera company of his own. A story of Braham will illustrate the tricks sometimes played by memory. Once he could not remember how to begin "Sally in Our Alley," a popular favourite that he had sung hundreds of times. Finally he said, "I've forgotten the first line," whereat nearly the entire audience sang it at him. Such lapses may come from excitement or overwork. Sims Reeves was another famous ballad singer, known also in opera. His audiences could not be sure of his appearance until he actually came on the stage, for he would break an engagement if he were not in best form. Another singer who took care of his voice was Brignoli. Once, when a Boston audience applauded him vociferously, the manager suggested an encore, saying that the public insisted. "What do I care?" replied Brignoli, and he pointed to his throat, saying, "This is my capital." Singers are usually trained from early youth, but they are sometimes discovered later in life. Such a case was that of the cab driver Wachtel, son of a stable keeper. Once at an operatic performance, the tenor was absent as one of his arias became due. When Wachtel said he could sing the air, he was taken to the stage, not because people believed him, but because they thought it would be a good joke to have fun at his expense. But Wachtel turned the joke upon the others by singing so well that he was retained in opera. His favourite role was the postilion of Langemeau, in which his early training as cab driver enabled him to be wholly true to life. One may close this very brief survey by an account of the revival, if not discovery, of Baron Berthold as an opera singer, an event well remembered in Boston. The Metropolitan Company had announced Lohengrin. Rothemüller was to have taken that celestial hero's part, but when the time came he was not in condition to appear. Alvari was sent for, but felt too comfortable or too comatose to leave his room. Consternation reigned after this, until someone remembered that Berthold, who had sung in Lohengrin 6 years before, was appearing in Bonnie Prince Charlie at the Castle Square Theatre. At once the director rushed to that theatre, nearly a mile away, and requisitioned Berthold. An understudy replaced him in the light opera, and he was bundled into a cab headed for the old Boston Theatre, the home of grand opera for many seasons. On the way, Berthold stated that he had not sung a note of the role of Lohengrin for 6 years, but the management would not listen to any objections and insisted on taking the chance that he would remember the part. He was coached on the way, hurried into his shining armour, and sent out upon the stage. After only an instant's hesitation, he plunged into the work and carried it through to the end successfully. With this partial list of celebrities, the singers may be dismissed. Those who desire to pursue the subject farther will find material of recent date in Henry T. Fink's Success in Music, while the older celebrities are treated in H. C. Lahey's Famous Singers. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arnav Darnal. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Violinist and Violin Music. The monodic or harmonic style made its appearance in opera by about AD 1600. If melody hadn't been formally recognized in opera, it would have forced itself to notice in violin music. Indeed, the violin works began to show themselves before the Florentines strove for melodic opera. Gasparo da Salo and the first Amati had perfected the violin in the last half of the 16th century. It was essentially a solo instrument, and composers naturally began to write music for it. Giovanni Gabrieli composed the earliest violin pieces that are now known. About 1626, Carlo Farina published 5 sets of chamber works, containing little tone pictures. Uccellini, Neri, and Legrenzi improved the repertoire, the latter writing chamber sonatas. The chamber sonata was a dance suite, in which stately sarabands and allemans alternated with the more rapid gavottes and gigues. Somewhat in contrast was the church sonata, which grew to consist of a prelude, often fugato, an allegro, a slow movement, and a brilliant finale. The violist Giovanni Vitali raised the standard still more, while his son Tommaso became a famous violinist and composed striking sonatas for various combinations. The first really great violinist, however, was Arcangelo Corelli. Before 1685, he won immense renown as a player, composer, and teacher. His few known works show real feeling and an accurate comprehension of his instrument. He was an artist of marked expressive power. It is said that the German violinist Strunk once visited Corelli to hear him play. When the Italian had finished, he politely asked his guest to perform in turn. Strunk hesitated, and then played a short piece in a careless manner, which caused Corelli to give him some friendly advice and say that he might become a good player in time. This was evidently what Strunk had planned for. He then proceeded to astonish his host by putting the strings out of tune and playing with the most amazing rapidity, correcting the false pitch of the strings by his fingering. The startled Corelli cried out, "Sir, they call me an archangel, Arcangelo, but you must be an archdevil." Giuseppe Torelli belonged to the same period. He helped Corelli to develop the concerto and the concerto grosso, in which a single instrument or a group of instruments was played against a concerted orchestral or other accompaniment. Other Italian composer-performers were Marini, Fontana, Laurenti, and Antonio Verricini, while Germany produced Briegel, Schmelter, Paisel, Walter, and others. Lully was a violinist when he first won recognition in Paris. Giuseppe Tartini, who lived until 1770, shared with Corelli the honour of being a violin pioneer. He united Corelli's finished style with much more vigour, passion, and daring, and at the same time he developed a far more advanced technique in handling embellishments, rapid passages, and double stopping. He composed many famous works. Italy still continued to hold the lead in the number of famous violinists, From the late 16th to the late 18th century, Italy was preeminent in music, though Bach and Handel had foreshadowed the coming of German supremacy. It was this early excellence of Italy, in contrast to its later sterility, that made Van Bülow say, "Italy was the cradle of music, and remained the cradle." The 18th century saw Italy's leadership in the violin world upheld by such masters as Vivaldi, Francesco Vericini, Geminiani, Locatelli, Tesserini, and Somis. Vivaldi expanded the concerto to orchestral size. Geminiani wrote an early violin method based on Corelli's ideas. Vericini was an intense player of the Tartini school. Locatelli was one of the first to use violin tricks and special tunings in public, while Somis served as a link between the Italian and French players. France produced Leclerc and Guignon, the latter of whom became unpopular by trying for a musical monopoly. Germany was the home of Pisendel, Johann Grein, Franz Bender, Johann Stamitz, and the Italian Giardini. Toward the end of the century, the leadership began to pass. Pugnani upheld the broad Corelli school in Italy, while Nardini followed the brilliant Tartini standards. Greater than either was Pugnani's pupil Viotti, called the father of modern violin playing. But Viotti went to Paris and started a school there. The members of this Paris group were Rodolphe Kreutzer, a German-born artist to whom Beethoven dedicated the Kreutzer Sonata, Pierre Rode, of broad and sympathetic tone, and François Bayot, Rode's friend and rival. The works of these men are of great value today, and their breadth of tone made them the most artistic players of their time. The more showy technical side had been represented by Pierre Gavinier, called by Viotti the French Tartini. Italy had an amazing technical virtuoso in Lolli, of Bergamo. Leopold Mozart may be mentioned among the Germans, though he spent most of his later life in guiding his precocious and famous son. Another German violinist of slightly later date was Andreas Romberg, composer of symphonies and other works. The violin repertoire by this time was of ample proportions. Its value, too, is shown by the frequency with which modern players draw upon the old music for their programs. Kreisler won a great success with Couperin's Chanson Louis XIII et Pavane, and followed it by pieces from Pugnani and others of his time, besides the usual Tartini display. Isaïe scored a tremendous triumph with a Vitaly Chacon for violin and organ, and supplemented it with an interesting Vivaldi concerto. The old violin music has nearly as much classical value as the fugues of Bach have in the piano repertoire. While the Paris school developed expressive power, Italy added to her celebrities the greatest technical master of the violin that the world has ever seen, Niccolò Paganini. He was not merely a virtuoso, for he showed sympathy and pathos in slow work, as well as matchless brilliance in rapid passages. His ups and downs of life and his strange persecutions, in combination with his marvellous ability and odd personality, make his life read like a romance. Paganini was born at Genoa in 1782. He was compelled to practice without many periods of rest, and if he had not loved the violin, he might have been turned against it by parental harshness. As it was, he soon began to spend much time and patience in mastering new difficulties of his own invention. This persistence and faithful practice were probably responsible for his amazing technique. Yet, many people thought him possessed of some special secret. In afterlife, while he stopped at a certain hotel, a guest peeped in at him to discover this secret, but instead of finding anything unusual, the observer saw only a tall, thin man fingering certain violin chords repeatedly, without using the bow. In his later days, Paganini traded on the reputation that the supposed secret gave him. It is a strange fact that he made his pupil Caterina Calcagno play with astonishing brilliance when she was only 15, but his own great knowledge of technique would account for his ability to impart it. He began to play in public himself at the age of 13. 3 years later, he ran away from home and developed a taste for dissipation and gambling. He devoted some years to the guitar, in consequence of the preference of a noble lady at whose castle he stayed. The result shows in his quartets for strings and guitar, recently revived. After this, he returned to the violin and began to investigate the use of single strings. This procedure arose in part from his admiration for a certain lady, for whom he wrote and played love dialogues between the first and fourth strings. His great facility on the G string was developed at this time. On a certain occasion, the breaking of an E string during a concert compelled him to play a number of difficult pieces on the remaining 3 strings. The persistence with which strange stories followed Paganini was most marked. Even today, innocent men are sometimes made victims of waves of popular persecution. But among the credulous Italian peasantry of a century ago, almost any story would find believers. The most common idea about Paganini consisted in a certainty that he was aided by the devil, and not a few of his hearers claimed to have seen that satanic individual standing beside the performer and helping him. Paganini's excellence on the G string was explained by another story. It was claimed that, in a fit of jealousy, he had murdered his mistress, in consequence of which he had spent 8 years in prison. He was allowed to keep his violin, but the dampness of the cell caused the upper strings to break, finally leaving him only the G string, and upon this he was compelled to play, if he played at all. The simplest investigation proves this story not only false, but impossible. He lived at home for nearly 16 years, and, with the exception of the guitar period, during which he was easily traced, he was constantly before the public. If he committed such a crime before becoming a public performer, he must have done it at the mature age of 8, and had his family and friends agreed to pretend that he was at home studying. Yet, in spite of its utter lack of possibility, the story persisted. Paganini's technique was wonderful enough to make the credulous ones believe that he must have had some unusual aid, whether from the devil or from some other obliging spirit. The player's personality helped to sustain the idea of strangeness, for he was tall, thin, and pale, with brusque manners that heightened his cadaverous effect. His technique does not appear superhuman when looked at from the standpoint of present-day virtuoso playing, but it must have seemed tremendously striking in contrast with the lesser attainments of his period. His ability is proved by many anecdotes. One of these relates that the Neapolitan artists, jealous of his fame, engaged the young composer Danner to write a violin piece bristling with unheard-of difficulties, and when Paganini arrived, they asked him to read the piece. Paganini saw the trap they had set, but his ability was so great that the merest glance at the work enabled him to play it with the utmost ease. His proficiency in double-stopping, harmonics, left-hand pizzicato, and G-string work must have been marvellous, to judge from his compositions as well as his press notices. His use of very thin strings probably gave him a mastery over harmonics. A favourite trick of his, already mentioned, was to tune his instruments a semitone sharp, and transpose the music a semitone down, thereby getting the proper pitch of a work, but an unusually brilliant quality of tone. Paganini has been called ignoble, selfish, self-indulgent, and miserly. These accusations are not devoid of truth, but on one occasion, he showed a most excellent and discriminating generosity. It was in Paris, and he was at a concert where a new work was given, a symphony by the young and struggling composer named Berlioz. Paganini was so impressed by the work that he sent to its composer the sum of 20,000 francs. It is said that self-indulgence and the use of a quack medicine brought on his last illness and death, which took place in 1840. His body was refused burial at Nice and was taken to Parma for interment. His favourite violin, a large Guarnerius, had been kept on exhibition in a showcase, but would probably be in a better condition if played upon. There were other Italian violinists after Paganini, such as Polledro, but none of overwhelming prominence. Music had reached a period of decadence in Italy, and the public could appreciate nothing higher than the conventional works of the Rossini style. Even the Paris school declined with the death of its leaders, and for a time the sceptre passed to Germany. Ludwig Spohr, who brought the German school into its leadership, drew away from the sensational style inaugurated by Paganini, and made breadth and expressive power prominent once more. A symphonist of some greatness, an opera composer of romantic tendencies, he wrote a number of violin concertos, and brought that form well along to the large size and prominence that it now displays. His excellence as a composer is somewhat veiled by mannerisms, such as an excessively chromatic style. He composed a number of works for violin and harp, the latter instrument being played by Dorette Scheidler, whom he married. Spohr died in 1859, which brought the school to within 6 decades of the present writing. Other German and Austrian masters were Joseph Mayseder, Joseph Bohm, Johann Kolliwader, and Willem Moeliek, while Karl Lipinski was a Pole. Ignaz Schuppanzai, who preceded Spohr in point of time, was a friend of Beethoven. A French group of the time included Alexander Boucher, Antoine Habeneck, Jacques Mazur, and others. But after the German school had flourished, the sceptre passed to Belgium. Charles Auguste de Berriot, the first of the Franco-Belgian school, held the foremost rank in his day, and continued the ornate and brilliant style of Paganini. From the contrast between his work and Spohr's, it is still held that the German school is solid, where the Belgian is brilliant. But these distinctions no longer exist. Thus, Henri Vieuxtemps, the successor of de Berriot in Belgium, was still brilliant, but showed more breadth. The German school was carried on by Ferdinand David and Joseph Joachim. David was concertmaster in the Gewandhaus Orchestra, which Mendelssohn reorganized at Leipzig. Like Vieuxtemps and de Berriot, he became known also as a composer. Joachim was a classicist in the best sense of the word. But by this time, violin preeminence was not confined to a single country. France produced Allard and others, Spain offered Sarasate, Hungary gave the world Romani. Wieniawski, who toured with Rubinstein, was a Pole, while Ulebil came from Norway. Sivori was a Genoese of the Paganini school, while Bazzini of Brescia united Italian and German methods. The great violinists were nearly all composers, from Corelli down to Ysaÿe and Kreisler. Some of the performers limited themselves to display pieces, but by far the larger part were really gifted musicians, and left works of value for their instrument. But with the development of the sonata form, the great composers began to pay due attention to the violin. Haydn was one of the earliest to write string quartets, but since his day, nearly all the masters have tried this form. There are many varieties of chamber music. The old Italian musica di camera was meant for secular performance, in contrast to the church music of the time. Nowadays, we have piano trios with violin and cello, piano quartets with a viola usually added, piano quintets with a second violin, sonatas for violin and piano, and various other combinations for strings. The great composers have brought all these to a high standard. The large orchestral concertos, too, are as ambitious as any three-movement symphony. Beethoven, Mendelssohn, Tchaikovsky, Brahms, and Bruch have written great violin concertos, while contemporary composers attempt the form with persistence, if not always with success. There is also a repertoire for the violin alone, the best-known piece of this sort being the famous Chaconne by Bach. Among the living violinists, Eugene Ysaÿe held the first place for a long time. His tone is tremendously broad, and therefore in direct contrast to the supposed character of the Belgian school, to which he belongs. In recent years, Fritz Kreisler has gained a position rivaling that of Ysaÿe, if not actually overtopping it. Kreisler too is most broadly and poignantly expressive. He is an Austrian. A still more recent star in the violin firmament is the Frenchman Jacques Thibault. He shows masterly ability and has won an unusual success in the past few years. His playing of the Bach Chaconne, which is a standard test for violinists, is said to be unrivaled. Other great violinists visit us from time to time, but each of the above three has at times been considered primus inter pares. This article is not intended as a catalogue, but aims merely to give a general outline of violin development. Many other names might have been mentioned, in the past as well as the present, but there isn't space for them here. Those who are alive should not feel slighted by the omission, and those who are dead are not likely to protest. End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wes Vigier. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Orchestration. Though made up of different instruments, the orchestra may be regarded as a unit from the point of view of composer, conductor, and audience. The conductor's share in the matter will be treated in a special chapter, but it has seemed worthwhile to explain here a part of the composer's work and certain points that the audience may look for when hearing orchestral music. The orchestra of Bach, although it had many instruments now obsolete, did not give quite the effect of the full modern orchestra, as it lacked many of the deeper instruments, such as the tubas, contrabassoons, and so on. Bach's music, therefore, is not overpowering in effect, but flows along naturally and smoothly. The contrapuntal character of his music, written as if in parts instead of chords, makes this fluent quality particularly noticeable. In some cases, the modern instruments replace the obsolete ones. Handel and Bach's scores were often merely outlined or only partially filled out. In this music, the composer was often the leader and sat at the harpsichord or organ, where he could arrange his own harmonies to suit himself. For modern purposes, some of the old scores have had to be filled in by more recent composers. Thus, in the case of the oratorio The Messiah, which is given widely even today, there are two such refurbishings, as already stated, one by Mozart and one by Robert Franz. The scores of classical and modern times are complete, having been wholly finished by their composers, and from them the student can trace the growth of the orchestra. The symphonies of Haydn and Mozart led to those of Beethoven, who is the great representative of the classical period. The classical orchestra consisted of first and second violins, violas, cellos, contrabasses, flutes, sometimes a piccolo, oboes, clarinets, bassoons, horns, trumpets, sometimes trombones, and kettle drums. With these, the composer could give all the effects he desired. Taking only the 9 symphonies of Beethoven, we find such diverse pictures as bird calls in pastoral surroundings, a thunderstorm, the funeral march of a dead hero, or the noble antiphonal dialogues of the 9th Symphony. Modern composers have many more instruments, but they do not give greater music, in spite of its growing complexity. Mendelssohn and Schumann continued to use the classical forces with few changes, but after them Berlioz, Liszt, and Wagner developed the larger orchestra. Our having a large orchestra does not show that the smaller one is out of date, for Brahms, in the later half of the 19th century, kept to the classical forces and showed that they were amply sufficient for the creation of noble music. The scores of the classical period show the use of simple tone colors or combinations of color. There is none of the mixed, impressionistic quality that came later. The instruments stand out by themselves in fairly clear contrast to the mingled world sound in which modern composers work. Among many examples, one may quote the oboe in Beethoven's Orchestral Funeral March, the contrabass in the finale of his 9th Symphony, the clarinet in Mozart's Clarinet Symphony, the horns in the closing theme of the finale of Schubert's C Major Symphony, or the impressive clarinet passage before the coda in the finale of Mendelssohn's Scotch Symphony. This use of simple colors in clear fashion characterizes the classical music. While the classical composers often divided an instrumental part, giving 2 notes instead of 1 to a single kind of instrument, they did this mostly in climaxes for full orchestra, and did not keep it up long. But modern composers, using Wagner and Liszt as models, have indulged much more freely in this divided writing, sometimes giving several notes at once to nearly each kind of instrument. The modern orchestra, too, is much larger than that of classical times. Where Beethoven and Brahms would use only 12 or 13 staffs, the radical of today will write on more than twice that number. As stated elsewhere, there is a passage in the Heldenleben of Richard Strauss where that composer writes on 30 different staffs and includes as many as 46 different notes in a single chord. In such modern mixtures of tone, the instrumental colors are blended in remarkable fashion. If the orchestra is doubled in number of instruments, the number of possible combinations of all or part of these is much more than doubled. The result is that many modern composers have been so busy hunting for new combinations of color that they have forgotten to write interesting music. The parallel between Impressionism in music and in art is fairly exact. If an old-school picture is reduced to black and white, it shows much more accurate drawing than an Impressionist picture would show under the same conditions. Similarly, in music, if a classical work is arranged for piano, it shows good themes and clear development of these themes into tonal structure, while many modern compositions, if so treated, appear dull and chaotic. The composer's task in writing orchestral music has been greatly increased, but the older geniuses showed themselves gifted enough in their methods. Beethoven would rewrite his music many times till it came to sparkle with meaning, like a perfect gem of thought. The result can be seen by comparing the rather conventional themes in his notebooks with the impressive shape in which they occur in the actual works. For rapidity, Handel set a good record when he wrote his Messiah in 23 days. Mozart wrote the overture to Don Giovanni in a single night, as it was to be given the following evening. Mendelssohn had only 2 days in which to compose his Ruy Blas overture for a concert performance. Rossini wrote his Barber of Seville in 18 days. Such rapid work bears witness to the fact that gifted composers think out the music in their heads before they put it on paper. The modern composer has so many more instruments to take care of that he must necessarily work more slowly. He writes out the important instrumental passages first, and then fills in the rest. Even the old composers would put in the string parts first, and then add the others, though Mendelssohn, in writing the Ruy Blas overture, filled in all the instruments for each measure before passing it to the next. The tone colors which the modern composer can use have been given in connection with each instrument, but they may well be grouped together here. They are as follows: violin, all emotions; viola, rather gloomy, melancholy; violoncello, all emotions but with a more masculine effect than those of the violin; contrabass, ponderous, portentous, or sometimes comical by reason of its heaviness; harp, celestial or ecstatic effects, or minstrel accompaniment; flute, gentle melancholy in the lower register, brilliance in the upper; piccolo, wild, frenzied gaiety, or infernal effects, sometimes used for military suggestion; oboe, rustic gaiety, artless innocence, grief and pathos; English horn, dreamy, melancholy, suggests shepherd's pipe; bassoon, earnest and somber in lower register, or grotesquely comical, weird in middle register, or like a cry of human pain in upper register; contrabassoon, deep, impressive, like an organ pipe; clarinet, eloquent and tender in middle register, spectral in lower; bass clarinet, somber; basset horn the same, with rich tone; horn, romantic, suggesting forest scenes and hunting calls, or ugly and repulsive when muted; trumpet, bold and martial; trombone, solemn, impressive, or menacing; tuba, brutal and powerful; kettle drums, explosive, rhythmic, or capable of portraying anxiety or suspense; other drums, military effects; cymbals, suited to the clash of battle or wild festivity; glockenspiel, tinkling sweetness; celesta, effect of light melodious bells; tambourine and triangle, Spanish or gypsy effects, festivity. With these colors at his disposal, the modern composer is able to create many odd effects and fairly definite suggestions. While the older composers wrote pure music, for the most part, their more recent successors have become largely devoted to program music, or music that tells a story or portrays an event that must be described on a printed program. For this, the many instrumental colors are indispensable. When the auditor hears orchestral music of the classical school, he may expect clear structure, logical development of themes, artistic effects of contrast, and well-balanced work without exaggeration. In the radical modern music, he may look for more impressionism, more effects of blended colors that are to be taken as a whole and not analyzed into the simple colors that made them. He may still seek for artistic symmetry and contrast, but in a freer form than before. Much of the modern auditor's time is taken up in looking at his program to watch for coming events in the orchestra. If he can tell just when Don Quixote encounters the windmill, or when Mrazek's two bad boys of the orchestra, Max and Moritz, are chased for killing poultry, he will feel happy with the happiness of one who solves a puzzle successfully. But that is not true musical enjoyment. The auditor will do well to learn the plot of the piece before he hears it, but even then he should be entitled to look for good music, and not merely follow a string of effects with a view to seeing what they mean. If the composer has not given good music, he has failed in his duty. 2 examples from Strauss will prove the point. His Don Quixote variations, picturing that hero's adventures, are full of attempts at suggestion, such as the flock of sheep, the air trip, the upsetting boat, and so on. But the music is not essentially attractive. On the other hand, his Death and Transfiguration, contrasting the vain struggle against death with the glorious apotheosis beyond, may be analyzed just as literally. One commentator has found 2 fever themes, but is performed and applauded frequently because its music is grand. Some of the instrumental colors may seem a little arbitrary to the beginner, but after he has learned to pick them out as well as a composition will permit, he will see that they have a basis of accuracy. With these the composer must do his best, and if he handles them properly, they will glow upon the ear with all the warmth that the colors of a Titian show in their appeal to the eye. End of chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of The Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cathy Snyder. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Conducting. The art of conducting, in the sense of timekeeping, is very ancient. In the theaters of Grecian times, the duty of leading fell upon the choregus, who kept the rhythm by tapping an iron shoe on the floor of the stage. In the Middle Ages, accounts show the Emperor Charlemagne beating time, in similar fashion, by tapping with a wooden staff. Even down to the present, the violinist who leads a small orchestra, when not playing himself, will conduct by tapping on his violin with the bow. This method of tapping was held responsible for the death of Lully in the 17th century. At the performance of one of his works, a Te Deum, celebrating the French king's recovery from sickness, the composer, who was conducting, made such frantic flourishes with his cane that once he struck his gouty foot instead of the floor. Inflammation followed, and neglect allowed it to turn into gangrene, which proved fatal. It may thus be said that Lully died of conducting. In the music of Handel, the composer or conductor usually presided by sitting at the harpsichord, where he could fill out the harmonies and guide all the effects. Handel won early notice by stepping to this post of honor at a Hamburg opera performance, when Kaiser, the regular conductor, was absent dodging creditors. Sometimes the organ was used instead of the harpsichord, especially in the sacred works of Bach. Haydn and Mozart did away with this harpsichord procedure, and the conductors of their works, whoever they were, could pay complete attention to leading the performers. Haydn conducted his own music for Prince Esterhazy, in whose service he remained for many years. It is said that once, when the princely patron thought of disbanding his orchestra, Haydn wrote and led a symphony in which the players were allowed to cease, one by one, putting out their lights and departing from the room, until only the first violinist was left, and soon he too ceased his sad strain and disappeared. When the prince inquired the meaning of this procedure, Haydn replied, quote, "This is our sorrowful farewell," unquote. Thereupon, it is said, the prince revoked his dismissal and kept the orchestra. But the story of this, quote, farewell symphony has been doubted. Beethoven knew the instruments well, but was not really a good conductor. Even when young, he was too eccentric in his moods to exercise proper control of his forces. Later on, when he became deaf, he still continued to lead, but the results were so bad that finally the musicians agreed to follow the first violinist and disregard Beethoven's irregular motions. Spohr and Weber were admirable conductors, the latter being very brilliant for his time. He was also one of the first to use the baton, which had been introduced by Mosul in 1807. Spohr carried the baton to London and won much fame there. Mendelssohn brought conducting toward its present high level. Under his lead, the Gewandhaus Orchestra at Leipzig won the rank that it still holds today. He, too, gained fresh laurels in London. He was rather strict, but he earned respect by his thorough knowledge. His conducting, like his music, was sunny and cheerful, and did not quite reach the real depths of poignant expression. Wagner, who succeeded him in London, found it some work to alter the Mendelssohn traditions. At about the same time, Berlioz proved himself a model for the French conductors. His leadership made his continual calls for wholesale effects seem rather strange, for any good conductor knows that moderate forces can be guided with more certainty than excessively large ones. Yet, when Paris thought of having a permanent festival organization, he suggested 467 instruments with 360 voices. Once he led no less than 1,200 people. He had 4 chorus masters, 1 at each corner of the group of singers, and 2 assistant conductors, 1 for the wind instruments and 1 for the percussion, all 6 looking toward him and taking their time from his beat. Such large forces give a great volume of tone, but lose in clearness of attack and accuracy of shading. Wagner, with a free hand to choose the orchestra for his Bayreuth Opera House, took only 116 men and had them all concealed in a sunken space in front of the stage. Wagner was a gifted conductor, and the insight this gave him into the trivial nature of certain Italian operas may have helped in leading him to write better music himself. He was among the first to conduct freely from memory without using the score. This may sometimes be done by relying on the men a little and remembering only a general outline, sufficient to enable the leader to give cues to certain instruments at the right time. But Wagner had many scores completely memorized. When he first tried this procedure, with Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, his men were disposed to ridicule him, but he challenged any of them to play a passage from any part, and showed his knowledge by continuing the part after the player ceased. Von Bülow, as leader of the Meiningen Orchestra, went so far as to have his players memorize their own parts. He was most painstaking in his attention to details of shading, phrasing, and so on. His men became so proficient that once, when he was unavoidably late, they began the program in his absence, playing the Tannhäuser Overture without any conductor, and finishing it successfully, just as he came in. In general, composers make poor conductors. Some of those already mentioned are exceptions, but there are several reasons for the rule. To begin with, composers are seldom broad enough to judge the music of all others properly, and we see Spohr rating the Beethoven symphonies as dull and uninspired. Then, too, many composers lack the needed executive ability. When conducting, they are apt to listen dreamily to the music instead of guiding it. Schumann was especially given to this procedure. It is said of Richter, who became a great conductor, that when he first took up orchestral leadership, he burned all his compositions and made a cup of coffee over the fire. Among French conductors, Lamoureux and Cologne grew famous in the latter part of last century. In Germany, Levi and Mottl were followed by Weingartner, Mahler, Nikisch, Strauss, Much, Fiedler, and others. Mahler was remarkably great, being able to give to a piece a continual flow of nuances that would make old work seem new and come with the force of a revelation. Weingartner is best known in opera, where the Italian Toscanini also deserves mention. Richard Strauss inclines to powerful effects, and Hausager is another of the same school. In our own country, Theodore Thomas deserved the highest praise for his earnestness in educating public taste. A conductor plays upon the orchestra just as a pianist plays upon his instrument. Where the latter may give a maximum of 10 notes at once and cause his fingers to give each note the proper emphasis, the former will have anywhere from 12 to 30 different kinds of instruments to look after, and will emphasize the different parts by means of his beat. He is always responsible for the, quote, reading of the piece, the shading given to it, the nuances of speed, the comparative emphasis placed on the different parts, and so on. Here, tradition is sometimes a guide. The classical works, for instance, are to be taken in a fairly straightforward manner, without any attempt at exaggeration of effects. The same is true of the classical piano repertoire, and we find Paderewski causing much argument by playing the Beethoven sonatas with rubato, which means little caprices in the time of a piece. Whenever a conductor tries to, quote, modernize a Beethoven symphony in this way, he lays himself open to just criticism, although Mahler sometimes did this. Sir Frederick H. Cowan, in an article on conducting printed in The Musician's Guide, gives a number of rules for the conductor, which may well be mentioned here. First of all, the conductor must possess a distinct and reliable beat, so that the players may know definitely what motion he is making, and from this what result he wants. The conductor must, of course, have a good musical ear to enable him to single out any tone of the orchestra for purposes of correction or alteration. He must have a thorough working knowledge of all the instruments under him. This does not mean that he shall be a star performer on all of them. Usually such knowledge of one or two is all that he possesses. But he must know at least how all the instruments are played and be familiar with their compass, color, and capability in each case. The conductor will find it useful also to be a good pianist, while he surely needs a clear voice to give directions, even if not trained as a singer. He must be able to read an orchestral score and master its contents quickly. This is a matter that demands training, for the number of staffs and variety of clefs used, to say nothing of the transposing instruments, make a score very complicated. The reader will remember that the viola is written in the alto clef, the trombone sometimes in the tenor clef, and the other deep instruments in various ways according to the pitch used. While the clarinet's not in C, the English horn, the horn's not in C, and sometimes other instruments transpose the written note to various intervals. The conductor must not merely read the notes of a score, but he must be able also to judge what effects will be produced by the instrumental combinations used. The conductor must understand the music he is leading and be able to express its intellectual or spiritual meaning. He must have a full command of light and shade, or variations in speed and dynamic force. He must be able to make his men bring out these variations, and he must be able to phrase artistically. The balancing of phrases and passages in just the proper way makes all the difference between a performance that is merely passable and one that is excellent. The conductor must also have a correct idea of tempo. One conductor will take certain movements slower or faster than another man will do, and naturally one case gives better results than the other. Here again, tradition helps with the old works, in which exaggerated speed or slowness is out of place. For the rest, the pace is largely a matter of individual temperament, though of course it is regulated in a general way by a composer's directions. Thus, if a composer calls for an adagio, it is necessarily a slow movement, but some conductors will make it slower than others do. The nature of the music is often useful as a guide, showing whether or not there is to be any exaggeration of pace. Sometimes the composer shows the exact pace by using a metronome mark, putting at the beginning the letters M, Metzel's metronome, and a figure with a note of definite value. This will show that the value of the note given should occur a certain number of times to the minute, the number being shown by the figure used. Of course, this applies only to the average pace, as there will be passages to be taken faster or slower as the conductor's ideas or the composer's marks demand. In the performance of a concerto, which is a piece of symphonic style with a solo instrument playing a special part, the conductor must accompany the soloist, taking care to make the orchestra keep with the solo instrument or come in properly after solo passages. The same is true for songs with orchestral accompaniment. The conductor should not allow his personal preferences to interfere with his presenting examples of various schools, and he should do his best to give a good rendering of all pieces that he puts on his program. Incidentally, the making of programs is no unimportant detail. It would be wrong, for instance, to follow an overpowering modern tone picture with some simple bit of Mozart or Haydn, which would seem hopelessly tame in comparison. It is wise for the conductor to end with a powerful or triumphant work. He may follow a purely musical symphony by a storytelling piece of the program school. He has also the chance to make contrasts between the modern masterpieces of rich harmony and the abstruse experimental effects of the more radical group of composers. There is no lack of variety for him, but he must arrange his pieces so that any resulting contrast will seem to improve them. Max Fiedler, lately with the Boston Symphony Orchestra, may be cited as an excellent program maker. The conductor must have such control that he can guide his forces with the utmost accuracy in making them express what he wishes, and in bringing out the 1,000 little points that make a good performance. He must, quote, play upon them individually and collectively, and make them into one responsive whole, ready to understand and follow the least sign or movement of his baton, unquote. In addition, he must be a man of executive ability, able to handle quarrelsome players and enforce obedience and discipline without losing respect himself. For performance, he should also have that indefinable quality known as magnetism, which will enable him to inspire enthusiasm in those who work under him. The young composer, who is sometimes allowed to conduct his own works, is to be treated leniently. He is present only to elucidate his own musical ideas. The orchestra will carry itself along by its own momentum to a fairly successful performance. He is therefore acting in the capacity of musical interpreter rather than conductor. The permanent conductor may be judged by the audience in accordance with the points given above. In the first place, does he make good programs? Does he pick out interesting novelties and balance them against well-known masterworks in such a way as to gain the most pleasing effect? Then one may ask, is he a good judge of tempo? Does he take the slow movements too slow and drag even in rapid movements, or vice versa? Then comes the all-important question of reading. Are his contrasts in force exaggerated or minimized? Does he make his changes in force gradually or abruptly? In speed, also, does he overdo or underdo the contrasts, and does he make changes too radically or not? Is his phrasing properly expressive and sufficiently varied to avoid monotony? Does he control his forces well? Does he ever indulge in over-exaggerated effects in an ill-judged attempt to be original? Does he bring out important themes clearly, and is the sum total of his effects, the reading of the piece as a whole, spirited and beautiful, or dull and ineffective? These are a few of the main questions that an auditor may ask himself while listening to an orchestral performance. If the conductor is good, if he performs great music with detailed care, sympathetic understanding, and due enthusiasm, then one may truly admit that a symphony concert becomes a real feast of reason and flow of soul. Opera conductors are not always judged by the high standard of symphonic work, but some of them have reached the first rank nevertheless, as Weingartner and Toscanini prove. Opera conductors have troubles of their own, as they have to keep players and soloists together, or guide the chorus besides attending to the instruments. The points of conducting and the questions enumerated above apply to opera conductors, but in a lesser degree than to symphonic leaders. The opera conductor is not too anxious for delicate nuances, which are sometimes lost in a large auditorium, but he tries rather to keep the forces together in a rendering that shall be spirited and striking. On the whole, then, the conductor earns his salary, even when that salary reaches fancy figures. His is the brain that guides the entire orchestra, and his is the ability that leads it to success. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Mauls Byron. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Acoustics. Sound is caused by a disturbance of the atmosphere, which then transmits itself outward through the air. This takes place by having each disturbed air particle push the one beyond it, so that the disturbance travels outward somewhat like a stroke through a line of billiard balls, or an engine's push through a train of loosely coupled cars. Sound is either tone or noise, the former being distinguished from the latter by consisting of regular vibrations, where noise is irregular. The push of the air particles causes hearing by strokes on the eardrum, whereupon certain nerves take the sensation to the brain, which records it as sound. The brain also notes the pitch of the sound, which depends on the number of vibrations, impacts, per second. The human brain can hear such vibrations only between the limits of 16 per second and 38,000 per second, from nearly an octave below the piano to over 3 octaves above it. Vibrations that are below the lower limit come to the ear as separate puffs, if heard at all, while those above the high limit are totally inaudible. The upper limit varies with different people, so that some can hear tones which others cannot. Certain animals, such as the cat, have a much higher range than mankind. One may pause here to pay his respects to the question of the supposed relation between color and pitch. Light waves differ wholly from sound waves in being a disturbance of the ether. In sound, the octave above a note has twice as many vibrations as the note itself, and judged by this principle, the visible color scale from red to violet is less than an octave, the violet having more vibrations than the red in about the proportion of 73 to 46. Light waves, too, are incomparably more frequent, and travel much faster than sound waves. From all this, we may draw the conclusion that there is no relation between color and tone. Many musicians have associated the two, but as we may naturally expect from our conclusion, such association is merely a matter of individual ideas that have no real basis in fact. Investigation will show that those who associate certain colors with certain tones differ hopelessly among themselves as to which color goes with any given note. Sound will travel in other conductors than air. It may be conducted through solids, though the vibrations then have to come through the air in the ear tube to be audible. In water, sound travels nearly 4 times faster than in air. This fact is applied in the submarine bell signals now being adopted for lightships and other such places. Steamers are equipped with underwater receivers, one on each side, attached to telephone receivers in the pilot house. When the bell is equally audible through both receivers, then the steamer is pointed directly toward the lightship and can figure its proper course from that fact. The speed of sound in air is about 1,120 feet per second. It travels a little slower in dry weather than on damp days, but is more clearly audible. It travels quicker through air of low pressure than through high pressure air. Thus, when the barometer has fallen just before a storm, the ordinary sounds of daily life, such as whistles, cart rumblings, and so on, will sound much louder than usual. A sound wave resulting from an impulse communicated to the air is of a perfectly definite length for each pitch, and may be figured exactly if we know the pitch. Such a wave will consist of crest and trough, the impulse of pressure that strikes the eardrum, and a lower pressure following it, halfway between the pressure crest in front and the next one coming after it. If a tone has 35 vibrations a second, and sound travels 1,120 feet a second, a simple division will show us that the length of each wave, from one pressure impulse to the next, is 32 feet. Deep tones, with long sound waves, do not travel any faster than others, but they penetrate farther, as shown by ocean steamer whistles. The distance to which sound will travel varies greatly with atmospheric conditions. Tyndall showed the existence in the air of what he called acoustic clouds, which aid or hinder the progress of a tone when present. These clouds form and change so quickly that their actions may be noticed during the tolling of a bell. Some of the bell strokes will sound loud and clear, while others, just before or just after them, may be much muffled in comparison. It may be that these differences come from what the aviators call holes in the air, which are spaces of low pressure between gusts. If many such low pressure spaces happen to be in the path of a sound, it would appear louder than usual. Under most favorable conditions, sound can travel to unexpected distances, perhaps aided by reflectors in the shape of real clouds or fog banks. Thus, a ship's crew in the South Atlantic once heard strange bells while at sea, and later information showed that the sounds came from a festival at Rio de Janeiro, over 120 miles away. The laws governing the vibration of stretched strings were formulated by Pythagoras in about the year BC 600. He found that, all other things being equal, the number of vibrations varies inversely as the length of a string. Thus, half the length gives twice the vibrations, or an octave above the note. 2/3 of the length gives 3/2 the number of vibrations, or a fifth above the original note, and so on. With all other conditions equal, he found that vibrations vary directly as the square root of the tension applied, and inversely as the square root of the weight of the string. Thus, if a pull of 10 pounds on a string permits it to give 50 vibrations a second, a pull of 40 pounds will be needed to get 100 vibrations a second. Also, if a string weighing an ounce vibrates 120 times a second, a string weighing 4 ounces will vibrate 60 times a second. One weighing 9 ounces will vibrate 40 times a second, and so on. Thick or loose strings give an unclear tone. Thin, tight strings, also long ones, giving a better result. All these laws are used in stringing a piano, the highest strings being short, thin, and tight, while the lower ones are longer, thicker, and looser. The lowest strings of all are wound with wire to give them weight enough so that they need not be too loose. The same is true of the G string of the violin and certain strings on other instruments. If the requisite depth in pitch were obtained chiefly by looseness of tension, the tone would be poor and weak. When a string vibrates, it does not merely swing as a whole, but subdivides into fractional parts which form shorter vibrations superimposed on the main one. These fractional parts, being shorter than the whole string, give higher tones. These tones, as mentioned in connection with certain instruments, are called overtones, or harmonics, or upper partials, and blend with the main or fundamental tone whenever it is sounded. Their presence may be shown by a simple experiment with the piano. If separate pieces of paper are laid on the string for each note, and any low note then played loudly with the damper pedal held, those upper strings that correspond to the pitch of the overtone, except the irregular sixth one, will begin to vibrate of themselves and will shake off the papers. The series of overtones, starting from any C as an example, will be, in ascending order, C, G, C, E, G, B flat, C, D, E, F sharp, G, A, B flat, B, C. The F sharp, the high A, and the first B flat will be somewhat off pitch from our scale. The first 10 of the series are enough for all practical use. The presence of these overtones in varying amounts is what causes the difference in tone color between different instruments or voices. In stringed instruments, the quality may be varied in accordance with the place where the strings are bowed, plucked, or struck. The nearer to the middle, the hollower the tone will be. The nearer to the end, the brighter the tone. The former case gives few and faint overtones, while the latter makes them more numerous and stronger. If there are too many overtones, the quality will be incisive and tin-pan-y, like that of the banjo or of a worn-out piano. An old piano may be altered by having its hammers tipped with new and soft felt, or by having the old felts jabbed with a needle until soft enough. If harp strings are plucked near the end instead of near the center, their tone will lose fullness and become too twangy. A plucked string gives the most overtones, especially if plucked by some hard substance, like the pick of a mandolin. The vibrations of strings alone is not powerful enough to cause much of a tone. They are therefore strung over bridges or supports which carry the vibrations to a sound box or sounding board. The mute of the violin when in use operates by clamping the bridge and preventing it from vibrating freely, so that the vibrations reaching the sound box are weaker than usual, and give a softer tone. Power of tone depends upon amplitude of vibration, and the mute lessens this. The sound box must be open to the air to allow free vibration. Sounding boards are, of course, exposed to the air and need no holes. Pythagoras regulated the intervals of the diatonic scale by a fractional system, giving what is known as the scale of nature. In this, the vibrations of the notes, compared with the keynote, were in the following ratios: 9 to 8 for the second degree, 5 to 4 for the third degree, 4 to 3 for the fourth degree, 3 to 2 for the fifth degree, 5 to 3 for the sixth degree, 15 to 8 for the seventh degree, 2 to 1 for the octave. By this scale, considering a certain C to have 120 vibrations a second, the scale above it would be D 135, E 150, F 160, G 180, A 200, B 225, and C the octave 240 vibrations a second. Sharps and flats were held to be nearer to their notes than at present, and not coinciding, so that A flat would be higher than G sharp, for instance, in the ratio of 128 to 125. The ratio between a note and its sharp was as 25 to 24. This scale sounded very sweet and attractive. It lasted with slight changes until after AD 1700. In this scale, the whole tones are of two different sizes, the ratios being 9 to 8 and 10 to 9. For this reason, it was not possible to modulate into keys with many sharps or flats without making a piece sound out of tune. Willaert had suggested a change in the 16th century, but his idea was not taken up until about 1700, when Werkmeister, 1645 to 1706, suggested a division into 12 equal semitones. As previously stated, Bach liked this idea and gave it permanence by writing the 2 volumes of his Well-Tempered Clavichord, each volume containing a prelude and a fugue in every possible key. The new scale which is in use today is known as the tempered scale. The acoustic principles governing air columns and tubes are a little more difficult to the beginner than the string laws, but they may be understood by comparing the row of particles in a column to the loosely coupled cars of a long freight train. Tubes like the oboe and flute, and all similar pipes acting like open tubes, such as the brasses, have a wavelength twice the length of the tube. Taking the freight train as an example, suppose the engine gives a push. This push travels down the train, which corresponds to the tube, until it reaches the end. Then the last car tends to leave the train, but it is suddenly hauled up short by its coupling. It thus exerts a pull, and the pull travels back up the train toward the engine. When this pull reaches the engine is pulled in until it bumps the nearest car and pushes it. The push then travels along the train as before. If we suppose that the engine, like the vibrating mouthpiece of a tube, cannot move far from one spot, we may imagine that the engine's first push had made it rebound, so that it reached the back end of its space just as its push was transmitted to the farthest car. It then gives a pull at its end, just as the farther car is transforming the push it received into a pull. The engine's pull and the pull from the other end travel along the train until they meet. They even pass each other and continue on, though we can imagine the middle car not moving when equally pulled from opposite sides. The train, then, has two pulls traveling through it in opposite directions, which are transformed into two pushes when they reach the end. Something similar happens in the tube of an open wind instrument. The reed mouthpiece, or the player's lips, or the imaginary air reed that is supposed to be formed in a flute, gives a push which travels down the tube to the open air beyond. As the push goes out of the tube, it sends a pull back through the tube, just as the last car did in the case of the train. Meanwhile, the reed has vibrated back, and produced the pull at its end, just as the engine did. When the pull from the other end comes back, it finds the reed ready to push again and start a new vibration. While the pull goes back through the tube, the original push has had time to travel out through the air a distance equal to the tube's length. As it is this distance away from the bottom of the tube when the next push is given at the top, mouthpiece, it follows that there will be twice the length of the tube between successive pushes. This constitutes the wavelength. Thus, we know that if we make a flute of such size as to have a 2-foot column of vibrating air, the wavelength will be 4 feet, and if sound travels 1,120 feet a second, there will be in the flute tone 280 such waves, or vibrations, per second. We also know that the air at the ends of the tube is in motion at constant pressure, while the particles in the middle, like the middle car of the train, are under varying pressure, first higher and then lower than the air, but have no motion. It may be held that the performer's breath travels through the tube, but that goes extremely slowly, not influencing the vibrations, and a flute or other tube will give its tone if a tuning fork of the same pitch is held to its mouthpiece, in which case no air current passes through. For stopped tubes, giving an octave deeper for the same size as open tubes, the wavelength is 4 times the length of the tube. Suppose an impulse of pressure starting along such a tube. Reaching the open end, it gives its push to the air, and goes back along the tube as a pull. At the stopped end, the pull is exerted, but that pull is not now transformed into a push, as it would be if the tube were open at that end. It must travel back to the open end as a pull. When it reaches the open end, this pull is transformed into a push again, but the push goes down the tube and is reflected back by the stopped end before it can push outward to the surrounding air. Thus each pull and push must travel down the tube and back, or twice its length, giving 4 times the tube length between successive pushes. The clarinet, it will be remembered, acted like a stopped pipe. To go back to the freight train simile, we may suppose that the engine is large and unwieldy. When its push has traveled down the train and come back as a pull, the engine, moving only half as readily as in the other supposed case, is itself only ready to exert a pull. It does so, and the pull of the train cannot then be transformed into a push, but must travel to the farther end of the train to make that transformation. When the impulse next comes back, as a push, the engine is now ready to push, and so the push again must travel to the farther end of the train. Thus the engine is strong enough to prevent any change from push to pull, or vice versa, occurring at its end of the train. Such changes occur only at the farther end, corresponding to the open end of the tube, and the impulses must travel up and back, or twice the tube length, before being changed. Thus the same change will recur only after the impulse has traveled 4 times the length of the tube. The engine is always in opposition and is strong enough to govern the train. We say, similarly, that in the clarinet, the reed governs the tube, while in the oboe, for instance, the tube governs the reed. In passing, it may be restated that the human voice resembles the oboe in principle, the 2 vocal cords acting like a double reed mouthpiece. A few more bits of imagination will enable the student to finish with the subject of tubes. In placing holes and keys on the woodwind instruments, the holes are placed at the proper distances to make the air column of the different fractional lengths needed for the pitch of the scale. Thus, opening a hole 3/5 of the distance from the mouthpiece to the other end would raise the pitch a major sixth. 2/3 would raise the pitch a fourth, and so on. As with strings, the vibrations of air columns vary inversely as their length. To get lower notes than usual, holes near the end of the mouthpiece are closed, lengthening the air column. The D flat and C of the flute are instances. The holes for these are left open and closed when needed, while the other holes are naturally closed and opened when needed. The formation of overtones to the exclusion of the fundamental, caused by increased force of blowing, makes the air column subdivide into fractional parts. Wherever there is free motion at constant pressure, we may take such a point as a center of vibration, halfway between the points where there is change of pressure but no motion. In an open tube, such free motion is found at each end. When the air column divides in half, there will be 2 changing pressure points, at 1/4 and 3/4 the length of the tube, one being at high pressure while the other is at low pressure, and vice versa. The constant pressure and free motion points are at each end, and in the middle of the tube. Similar subdivisions for higher overtones always have free motion points at each end of the tube, no matter how many more are part way along the tube. And from this, we see that all overtones are theoretically possible in open tubes. If a stopped tube is imagined, it will be seen that the stopped end is always a point of changing pressure and no motion, while the open end is a point of free motion and constant pressure. Now, if we suppose a wavelength of half the usual size, giving the octave tone of the first harmonic, this wavelength will be twice the tube length, instead of 4 times its length. The condition for a wavelength of twice the tube was found to be that the tube must be open at both ends, with the point of no motion, but varying pressure, in the middle. Since this condition is not true of the stopped tube, which is closed at one end, it follows that the octave harmonic cannot form. Also, any other harmonic that needs to have both ends of the tube open cannot form in a stopped pipe. On the other hand, those harmonics will appear in a stopped pipe, which have a wavelength of such proportion to the tube that one end may be a no-motion point with changing pressure, while the other end may be a constant pressure point with free motion. A little figuring will show that such distance between 2 points of no motion will be 2/3 the tube length, or 2/5, or 2/7, or any fraction with an odd-numbered denominator. As the change from a point of high pressure to one of low pressure, from crest to trough, is only half a wavelength, it follows that the whole wavelengths will be 4/3, 4/5, 4/7 the length of the tube, and so on. As the fundamental wavelength was 4 times the tube length, it follows that the harmonics that can form will have wavelengths 1/3, 1/5, 1/7, etc., as long as the fundamental wavelength. as the full harmonic series has fractional wavelengths of 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, etc., it will be seen that the odd-numbered harmonics are absent from a stopped pipe, only the even-numbered ones forming. The tone quality of pipes is also influenced by their shape, narrow ones being more brilliant than wide ones, and conical tubes more brilliant than cylindrical ones, because the overtones are present in a larger proportion. The organ, as stated in a previous chapter, is sometimes provided with a double rank of pipes instead of a single one, to produce a tremolo effect. For this purpose, one set of pipes is slightly flat of the other set. That means that its wavelengths are slightly longer. As two pipes sound for a key, one from each set, the vibration puffs from the two, being unequally far apart, will reach the auditor at different intervals, though the interval for each pipe is constant. The idea may be illustrated by imagining two hammers beating, one 4 times a second and the other 5 times. Their strokes will coincide once a second. When the vibration puffs coincide at regular intervals, they strike the ear with increased force, just as the doubled hammer stroke would do. Such increases in power, occurring at regular intervals, are known as beats. They may be heard when piano strings get out of tune with one another. The sound of a tube or pipe, as stated above, is not due to any air current passing through it, but merely to the pipe's ability to reinforce the vibrations at its mouthpiece. For this reason, the pipe may be said to vibrate sympathetically, or in synchronism with the mouthpiece. Yet a sapient reporter once made a clear blunder in this matter, which he must have manufactured out of whole cloth. In a certain city, a large pipe on one of the well-known organs became out of order, and would not sound. A mouse, it seems, had located a home near the flute mouthpiece of the pipe, and thus interfered with the forming of the vibrations. Here the reporter got in his fine work, describing the affair at length and stating that the pipe continued silent until fullest pressure was put on, after which there was a sudden burst of noise, and the mouse's nest flew out against the ceiling. If the reporter had known the nature of flue pipe vibrations, he would have seen that they are not due to any strong air current, and that such an obstruction could not have been blown out in the way that he claimed. The vibrations of such air columns are said to synchronize with those formed at the mouthpiece. As already stated, any vibrating object near the mouthpiece will cause a tube to sound, provided that the vibrations are of the same pitch as those that the air column can give. If they are of any other rate, the tube will not respond. This vibration in sympathy with something else vibrating at the same rate is called synchronism. The soundboards and soundboxes of the string instruments are able to synchronize with different tones, thus reinforcing all notes played on such instruments. Those instruments that have a second set of strings, vibrating in sympathy with the first, depend upon this synchronism. The strings corresponding to the overtones of a piano note, whenever the note is held by the damper pedal, will vibrate in sympathy with those overtones. This synchronism is quite a delicate matter, a few vibrations too much, or too little, causing it to vanish almost wholly. Objects in a room will often vibrate in synchronism with a certain tone. The writer remembers a vocal duet heard in private at which the sounding of a high note caused a glass globe to be shattered into fragments. The heat from a gas flame will sometimes crack such a globe, but in this case the vibrations of the globe, synchronizing with those of the voices, gave the added touch necessary for the smash. A similar case occurred with a St. Louis organ, built for an exposition. When a performer was playing it, he struck a note synchronizing with the skylight and causing the latter to break. Immediately, the ubiquitous reporter put in his oar. He stated that the player was in no wise to blame, but that the trouble had evidently been caused by the jarring of some harsh note previously played by someone else. The first part was correct. The player was not at fault, but the synchronism of the skylight was brought out not by a harsh note, but by an unusually clear and pure tone of exactly the right vibration rate. Synchronism has even been used in the plot of a recent detective story. One of the mysterious affairs in that story is a large and strongly built harp, which seems to give no tone when its upper strings are touched. The explanation states that these strings sounded above the limits of human hearing, and were used to make similar strings on another instrument vibrate in synchronism. So far so good, but this synchronism, used as a means of giving signals, was supposed to carry out of a room, across a courtyard, over a wall, and still beyond that to someone who was hiding outside. As high tones do not carry so far as low ones, the tones in real life would not cause any appreciable effect beyond a very few yards' distance. That synchronism may produce powerful effects is shown in a number of ways. A regiment marching across a bridge will make it sway dangerously, unless the men are allowed to break step. Many buildings vibrate noticeably in synchronism with their engines, and once a new cotton mill was found to be so shaky that the engineer could not be permitted to use certain rates of speed. The falling of the walls of Jericho may well be founded on fact, and due to synchronism, for the trumpet blasts from the outside, if of just the right rate, could have made the walls shake until they dropped. A structure will not necessarily respond to a single tone, but any building may possibly do so. The need for voicing an organ depends on synchronism. The wavelengths of certain notes may be perfect fractional parts of the length or width of the building in which the organ is set up. The air in the room will vibrate in sympathy with such notes and make them seem stronger than the rest, a result that the maker obviates by weakening the tone of the pipes in question. It is possible to voice a piano to suit the room or hall containing it. The acoustics of halls is a matter not well understood. In Paris, the hall of the Conservatoire is old, irregular, and badly ventilated, but it is excellent acoustically, and the authorities will allow no improvements for fear of injuring this excellence. The Trocadero, also in Paris, was built on the idea that sound would be reflected like light, but it proved a failure. Sound travels through the air somewhat as waves progress in the ocean. It will bend around corners and obstacles, and thus differs from light in its action. The excellence of buildings with semi-oval roofs, such as the Salt Lake City Tabernacle, is due to the fact that sound waves swish along the curves with the impetus that waves show when washing up a sloping beach. The ancients may have known more about acoustics than we do, for the remnants of their open-air buildings show seats sloped at an angle that helps the acoustic effect. Echoes are sometimes a source of trouble. A certain Boston church, when taken over from the builders, was found to have a perfect echo, which naturally rendered preaching impossible in the building. The church members could not remedy the defect. Another set of owners, who bought the edifice at a low figure, finally eliminated the echo by floor and roof alterations, combined with the stringing of wires and the building of a gallery. But the entire proceeding was a rule-of-thumb affair, and showed that we still have much to learn about architectural acoustics. End of section 59.